From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Rebecca Cook, reading Road Trips Can Be Murder by Connie Shelton. Now let's begin with Road Trips Can Be Murder, Chapter 1. You know the kind of day that starts out with all kinds of promise? The one where you're having a leisurely second coffee over breakfast, and the only other thing on the schedule is to get a pedicure and then come home and read a novel? The Thursday before Thanksgiving started out like that for me. Then the perfect plan completely tanked. There was no way I could have foreseen a grueling drive with a couple of unwanted passengers and a missing person investigation before the weekend was out. Hang on, I'm about to share the whole grisly tale. It began when I strolled into my office at RJP Investigations and heard Ron's voice call out to me from across the hall. "Charlie, before you get comfortable." I hadn't actually planned on staying long enough to get comfortable. I only meant to pop in and pick up the aforementioned novel, which I'd stupidly left behind after my trip to the bookstore yesterday afternoon. But now I was caught. My brother's voice held the tone that told me he was about to dump some extra work on me. Very deliberately, I left my shoulder bag in place and held the keys to my Jeep in hand, so he'd get the idea. Didn't happen. "We got a new assignment," he said, pawing through several layers of clutter on his desk. I picked up on the word. He didn't say it was a new case. Silly me, I bit. "Assignment?" "Yeah, it's not really an investigation, just a quick road trip." My second mistake was letting the faint flicker of interest show in my expression. I do love a fun bit of travel now and then. "Good. I knew you'd be perfect for it," he said, handing over a slip of paper with his familiar scrawl on it. I recognized the name of a street in Santa Fe. There was an address and a name. "So it involves driving to Santa Fe and back?" "Partially." That's when my alarm bells should have begun screaming, but I supposed I could drive up there after my pedicure, which I was due for in an hour's time. "Okay, so what does that mean? And why aren't you doing it?" He stood up, circled his desk, and reached for his Stetson on the rack near his door. "I've got court. The case where we investigated the background on that woman who bilked her boyfriend's estate of $100,000. It's hitting Judge Walter's courtroom this morning, and I'm subpoenaed to testify." "Okay, I get it. Court cannot be ignored. But what's so important in Santa Fe that it must be done today?" "Walk with me down to my car," he said, pushing past me in the hall. I trailed along. "And what did you mean when you said partially? What on earth is this new assignment?" We descended the staircase of the old Victorian where our office operates. Sally, our part-time receptionist, sat at her desk and tapped away at her keyboard. She didn't really meet my eyes, just gave me a quick wave and went back to her work. Through the kitchen at the back of the building, Ron kept talking. "So there's this kid, a girl who needs to be delivered to her mother. Social services picked her up." "And this became our job because—" "Because it's a road trip. They don't have anyone who can break away, understaffed and all that. The police have definite jurisdictional boundaries, so they've hired us to do it." "Seriously? Isn't that what Uber is for?" Ron had opened the back door and stepped back to allow me to walk ahead. "The girl is a runaway. She's being returned to her custodial parent. It's more complicated than an Uber driver can handle. Plus, it would be a hell of a lot more expensive." I stopped in my tracks. "Exactly how far away does the kid's mother live?" He shuffled a little uncomfortably. Phoenix." "Okay, wait. I need to drive to Santa Fe, pick up this girl from social services, and then drive her all the way to Phoenix? That's a minimum of 8 or 9 hours of driving." He sent me the look. "For you, Miss Leadfoot, I'm sure you can accomplish it in 7. Get started now and you'll have her there by dinner time tonight. Get yourself a room somewhere and enjoy a leisurely drive home by yourself tomorrow." He glanced at the book in my hand. "Think of it. A quiet evening in a hotel to read all you want, and then you'll have 2 days free to bake pies with Elsa. I promise. No work over the weekend." I had to admit that held a certain appeal. I cannot tell you how many times a case has become a 24/7 proposition. "Trade cars with me." He eyed his sporty Mustang parked next to my Jeep. The Wrangler is perfect as my around-town vehicle and great for Drake's and my getaways to the mountains. But as a long-haul interstate highway vehicle, its comfort leaves something to be desired. I could make the trip in less time and with less hip agony, and he realized I would be a much happier camper that way. "Okay," he grumbled a little and held out his keys. "You take care of it, and mind your speed." "You watch my baby in those parking garages downtown," I reminded. "Deal." He reached into the slender portfolio he carried downstairs and pulled out 2 sheets of paper. "Here are your details and the authorization form from the caseworker for you to take custody of the girl." I glanced over it and took in the particulars. Pick up one Sophie Marie O'Connell at the Health and Social Services Building in Santa Fe. Deliver her to Dixie O'Connell in Mesa, Arizona. The delivery address was on Brown Road, which I knew from previous visits to Mesa to be a major street, so I hoped the drop-off would be as quick and simple as Ron had hinted. Sophie was 13 years old, thankfully not a little child. We could probably fill the time with girl talk and it would pass quickly. I figured 1 hour to Santa Fe, a few minutes to pick up the girl and sign the release form. I wouldn't even bother with an overnight bag. This time of year, I carry an emergency kit in the Jeep. A heavy coat, snow boots, insulated water bottle, and a supply of power bars and energy snacks. It's my just-in-case for the times we make last-minute plans to go to our little mountain cabin or take a day for snowshoeing. Not that there's enough snow in mid-November to really count. While Ron transferred my bag to the trunk of his car, I called and canceled my pedicure. Sitting in the Mustang, I took a minute to get familiar with the buttons and dials and checked the weather forecast on my phone. Everything looked clear and good. Little did I know. Chapter 2. Exactly 54 minutes later, I pulled into the parking lot at my Santa Fe destination. I didn't know the layout of the government building, but a helpful directory of white letters on black background sent me to room 207. Elena Garcia awaited my arrival and looked somewhat relieved that I had arrived before her lunch break. She tilted her head toward a glassed-in room where I saw a teen sitting at a formica-topped table, her eyes intent on her phone, thumbs moving a mile a minute. "That's Sophie," Elena told me. She had already picked up a manila folder and was on her way to the room where Sophie waited. She didn't look up when we entered. I noted a slender young woman with lithe limbs, wearing a short white flared skirt, bolero-length red jacket with fringe down the front, and red cowboy boots. Her blonde hair hung straight to the middle of her back and shielded her face, but I spotted a soft jawline and straight nose. "Sophie, your ride is here," Elena said. No reaction. Elena crossed to the far side of the room and lifted a backpack that sat on the floor. "Don't forget your things." She plopped it on the table inches from the girl's phone. "Okay, I get it," Sophie said. After a full minute, she took her eyes from the phone and looked at us, revealing dark brown eyes and a deep dimple in her chin. She wore minimal makeup and seemed somehow self-conscious about that. "Hi, Sophie. I'm Charlie. Looks like I'll be driving you to your mom's house today." The girl grunted something unintelligible and turned her back to me as she hefted the backpack over one shoulder. Her phone pinged with a message, and her eyes went there instantly. Elena and I exchanged a look. She held up the manila folder and pulled out a sheet for me to sign, basically a receipt for the kid. My copy of the page contained the address I'd be heading for, along with the mother's name and a contact number for her. We walked out into the hall. "So, tell me what else I need to know about my young charge. Is she going to take off the minute I go to the restroom?" "No, I don't think so. She's been on the streets for a couple of months, and she seems willing enough to go back to her mom. As long as you aren't expecting sparkling conversation from her, you'll do fine." "Yeah, I kinda got that already." I glanced again at the printed sheet in my hand. Anything else I need to know? Hot-button topics to stay away from? Elena shook her head. You'll be fine. I basically have zero experience with kids, just so you know. She glanced toward the windowed room. Sophie emerged a second later. It's just a one-day drive. Everything will be fine. Mrs. O'Connell is expecting you. And with that, we were on our way out to the parking lot. Sophie seemed mildly impressed with the Mustang. Well, okay, I'm only guessing that by the fact that she actually looked at the car instead of at her phone as I unlocked the doors and then stashed her pack in the trunk. A chill wind whipped through the lot, lifting the girl's short skirt. November is a capricious month here in our region. Santa Fe sits at 7,000 feet, and there had already been snowfall on the nearby ski slopes. I considered asking Sophie if she had something warmer to change into, but discarded the idea as she continued to ignore me. We'd be in the car for the rest of the day, and into a warmer climate by evening. We'll gas up here, and that ought to get us most of the way down the road, I said, starting the engine. Have you had lunch yet? Want something? I'm good. It was the first time I'd heard her actually speak, as she hadn't even said goodbye to Elena or acknowledged the woman's help. Good to know she could talk. I steered toward a station I'm familiar with on the south end of the city, where I topped up the tank and went inside for a selection of snacks. 20 minutes later, we were on I-25 again. Within a few minutes, traffic had slowed to a crawl, and then my phone rang. Drake's name appeared on the screen, and I went to hands-free mode. Hun, do you still have the spare key for my truck? I'm locked out. Keys had been the furthest subject from my mind at that moment as I stuffed 2 Cheetos into my mouth. Pretty sure I do. Are you anywhere close enough to drop them off to me here at Double Eagle? The airport where he hangars his helicopter was close to 90 minutes away at this point, and I told him that. I'd already texted him about my little road trip. I fished around inside the pocket of my purse, on the floor behind the passenger seat, and there I felt the familiar shape of his key fob. I'd love you forever if you can detour long enough to bring them by. I laughed. You'll love me forever anyway. And part of the reason is because I always carry spare keys for you. As soon as I can get out of this construction zone on La Bajada, I'll break the sound barrier to get to you. Don't take chances. I've got plenty of maintenance I can do here to kill some time. By the time we ended the call, Sophie was eyeing me with mild curiosity. I held out the Cheeto bag, but she shook her head. I guess you heard. We need to make an extra stop. I glanced over to see her shrug and go back to her phone screen, ignoring the Cheetos. As traffic inched along at less than 20 miles an hour, I peeked sideways long enough to figure out she was scrolling endlessly through short videos on TikTok. My attention went quickly back to the vehicles around me, and I saw that the construction barriers ended about half a mile in the distance. By the time the road widened again with both lanes fully open, all the aggression in about 80 drivers opened up too. Pickup trucks vied with sleek sports cars to see who could get to the head of the line, as if there really was a first place in this silly race. Part of me wanted to take advantage of the Mustang's power and roar ahead, but I didn't. The day was already not going according to my original plan. No point in bringing myself to the boiling point. I held it to the speed limit and let the others battle it out until there was at least a mile or two clear ahead of me. Then I let the sporty car have its way. I found myself wondering about my passenger. What was Sophie's story? But when I tried conversation, she simply gave me a disdainful look. Can't you see that I'm busy? I wanted to retort with, Can't you see that you're being rude? My mouth opened and then shut again. I would be the bigger person. Mentally, I began ticking off the remaining hours in this stupid trip until I could drop her off and let her mother deal with her. We caught up with the same set of aggressive trucks and cars as we approached the outskirts of Albuquerque, and I realized it was now well into the lunch hour. This means everyone in town has decided to eat out, and most will choose a place clear across town from their work, Or they're all racing toward Costco to stock up on supplies for the upcoming holiday week. I-25 was in full kill-or-be-killed mode. I concentrated on nothing more than getting through it, onto westbound I-40, and reaching the exit for the small West Side airport where Drake would be waiting. I dictated a short text. "I'm here. Meet me at the gate." And he did. I got out of the car and shook out the tension in my shoulders.
"How's it going?"
he asked, pulling me into a hug. I think I just rolled my eyes, but the hug felt great. I dug into the purse for his keys. "Freckles is at Graham's. I know she and Dottie would keep her overnight, but maybe it's better if you pick her up when you get home. She'll be eager for a walk to the park."
"Let me know when you get to your hotel. And be careful."
I touched the smidge of gray at his temple. For a guy in his late 40s, he can be amazingly old-fashioned. But I loved the caring attention he always showed me. "Will do. And when I get back tomorrow, we'll grab enchiladas at Pedro's."
"Absolutely. All my flights tomorrow are local."
He stepped closer for a kiss, and I could sense Sophie's eyes on us. So what? "Well, I'd better get going."
"Watch the weather. There's a front moving in, but as long as you get south of the Mogollon Rim before midnight, you should be okay."
The rim, I knew from previous jobs with him, was the geological feature that divided Arizona's high desert to the north from the lower Sonoran Desert in the southern part of the state. The quick drop of 4,000 feet in elevation meant the difference between snow or rain, cloudy or clear, an easy trip or a rough one, as one traversed the state. With only 6 more hours to our destination, we should be fine. 2 hours into it, just beyond Gallup, a packing crate fell off the back of an 18-wheeler, shattered, and came at me so suddenly that I couldn't avoid hitting one of the boards. I hoped for the best, but a few seconds later I felt the telltale bump and tug of a flat tire. Great. Just great. Chapter 3. I steered carefully to the edge, as far off the road as I could get. There wasn't a rest area or an exit in sight. Well, okay. This is what roadside assistance is for. I reached behind my seat for my purse and yanked out my wallet. Sophie had dropped her phone into her lap and was actually looking at me instead. For once. "It'll be fine. We've got good insurance, and this'll be no big deal to them." I dialed the toll-free number on the back of my insurance card. "Thank you for calling roadside assistance. If someone in your vehicle is injured, please hang up and call 911 immediately. For mechanical breakdowns, press 1. I complied. "Welcome to your roadside assistance directory. Please be advised that our call volume is currently higher than normal. Your wait time for an associate to answer is estimated to be 55 minutes. Well, crud. I could certainly change the tire myself in less time than that, especially considering that was just the time it would take to get someone on the phone. It could easily be another hour before a truck would actually arrive. I put on the emergency blinkers, cautiously opened my door, and stepped out to assess the situation. Luckily, the flat tire was on the right side of the car, away from the traffic that continued to roar past at 80 miles an hour. I debated getting back inside and trying the phone again, but the surface was level here, and I knew how to change a tire. I'd done it a couple of times, in my teens. "Come on, Charlie, you can handle this." I went to the trunk and pushed aside Sophie's backpack and my duffel, retrieving my heavy coat. All I needed was to get chilled to the bone by the northerly wind that had picked up considerably since this morning. The spare was in its little compartment under the carpet, and I found the tire iron and jack. Thank goodness Ron hadn't robbed tools from the car for some other project. It took me 15 minutes to decipher the instructions in the owner's manual as to how and where to set the jack. Sports cars are very different in that regard than Jeeps, I discovered. The wind was steadily picking up, but I managed. Sophie stood by the roadside, hugging herself and looking very put out. But hey, I wasn't going to let her sit inside the car while I had it jacked up. The spare was in place, and I'd tightened 3 of the lug nuts when I sensed a car pulling off behind me. An Arizona state trooper climbed out, setting his smoky hat on his head.
"You ladies need some help?"
I realized Sophie was standing there with her short skirt flipping around in the breeze, and this must have been what attracted his attention. The officer quickly realized how young the girl was, so he turned his attention to the situation with the Mustang. I may be a modern woman, but I'm no martyr. I stepped aside and let him finish attaching the lug nuts and positioning the flat tire in the trunk. Then I thanked him for letting us out of the cold that much sooner. He responded with a tip of his hat and more advice about the approaching weather front. We drove on, heading toward Holbrook, where we would finally get off the interstate and onto some less traffic-heavy roads. Sophie went back to her very busy life of texting with friends, while I mentally reviewed the route, remembering the series of different highway numbers we would take next. I was debating the protocol for car travel with an unfamiliar passenger. Would she object if I turned on the radio, or worse, tune into a station I couldn't stand? When I glanced at the dashboard and saw bright red letters, check engine. Seriously? We should have been less than 3 hours into the trip and it was already mid-afternoon. I drove on for a few more miles. These things can short out, right? Maybe the light would just go away and solve all my problems. But no, it stayed on, staring steadily at me with that beady red eye. I spotted an exit ahead and took it. About a half-mile along the side road stood a gas station that I only realized as I approached was decrepit and long out of business. Okay, no help there. But I could park out of the wind and make a call. Ron answered on the second ring. I told him about the light and that we were about 25 miles from Holbrook. Advice? Don't keep driving. That thing came on last week and then went off. When I asked my regular mechanic, he said to bring it in the minute it came back on. And you didn't think to tell me this? I growled and hung up on him. My mood plummeted as I debated calling roadside assistance again. But I did. This time the wait was only estimated to be 30 minutes. I handed my phone off to Sophie and demanded hers in return. She looked as though I'd just kidnapped her firstborn child. Stay on the line and give mine back if someone comes on, I instructed. I'm going to search for alternatives. I did a search for towing services in Holbrook, Arizona. 2 garages came up and I tapped the number for the one with the most impressive ad. A male who sounded younger than Sophie answered. I need a tow truck sent to... Hang on a second. I stepped out and tried to decipher the chipped and faded sign. It's an old gas station off I-40 that's called something like Pecos Bills? I don't know where that is. I wanted to ask if his father was there, but that seemed insulting. Besides, I'm here at the garage by myself, and the only thing I know how to do is an oil change. I got 2 of those waiting before I can go home. How about someone else? Your online ad says you offer 24-hour towing. Yeah, that'd be my Uncle Jeff. He had to take off for a funeral this afternoon. Won't be back 'cause they're all going to Riley's pub after. I thought of asking about the other tow service in town, but figured that would be a waste of battery life on the phone, so I just thanked the kid and went back to my search page. A woman answered this time. I went through the whole explanation of my problem and where I was again. My husband drives the truck, but he's not here right now. Please tell me he's not at Riley's pub. Huh? Oh, the Wilson funeral. No, he didn't much get along with old man Wilson. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, Tyler's out on another call. I can send him when he gets back. Have them call me first, just in case our roadside assistant sends someone. I gave her my number, then swapped phones with Sophie again. It occurred to me that even if the helpful roadside assistance folks should answer, they would probably look up our location and do the very same thing I'd just done. They would learn that Jeff was out drinking and Tyler would be available when he finished his previous job. But call me an optimist. I stayed on the line anyway. I need to charge my phone, Sophie said. Is it okay if I plug it in? She was about to do so when I thought better of it. It won't take a charge unless the engine's running, and that's not a good idea right now. Sorry. She shot me a look, the kind teen girls pull off so well. I glanced at the level of my own battery and decided I shouldn't stay on hold any longer. I found an option on the verbal menu that would let me leave a message for the next available associate, and went through my spiel. It was all I could do for the moment. Someone would surely get back to me soon. An hour later, during which Sophie and I exchanged not more than 40 words, my phone rang. "It's Casey at ABC Towing. You still need your car brought in?" asked the woman I'd last spoken with. "Yes, absolutely yes," I heard her say something to someone in the background. "Okay, we gotcha. Tyler's on the way. Should take him 15 minutes or so." It was more like 25, but the sun was getting low in the sky now, and I was not going to quibble. The sight of a nice big tow truck was welcome, whenever it showed up. It backed up in front of our disabled car. The guy who climbed out was in his early 40s, tall, with shoulders like a linebacker, and a shock of dark hair, which he quickly covered with a knitted wool cap. He gave us a smile and gave the Mustang a quick once-over.
"Won't run at all?"
he asked. "It was doing just fine, but then I got a light." I explained that I'd called Ron because this vehicle is his baby. Tyler sat behind the wheel and turned the key.
"Yep, it's still there. We'll get you to the shop and our mechanic can hook it up for a diagnostic check."
"We need to get to Mesa by tonight." He shook his head.
"Not gonna happen. Tom's at a funeral this afternoon and won't be back until morning. There's only one other shop in town."
I knew how the rest of this story went. He glanced towards Sophie, who was shivering in the cold breeze.
"You ladies can climb in the cab of my truck. It's all warmed up."
My young charge didn't need to be told twice. She was inside that truck in mere seconds. Tyler walked to the back of the truck and, with the efficiency that comes from years of practice, had the crippled Mustang hooked up and sitting on the bed of the truck in under 5 minutes. We were on the road again, at last. I chafed at the wasted afternoon. I could have pretended I didn't see the dashboard light come on, and we would have made it to Holbrook under our own steam. Or not. I reminded myself that we could have lost power in the middle of the traffic lanes and been in a far worse situation. And the bottom line was that the car still needed mechanical attention and wasn't going to get that until tomorrow morning. My brain went into overdrive, considering alternatives. The best would be that I'd quickly find a rental car in Holbrook. I could leave the Mustang at the garage and complete the journey to Mesa in some other vehicle. Drop Sophie off with her mom, stay the night, then return the rental and pick up Ron's car tomorrow. But I hadn't counted on just how small a town Holbrook really is. There was one main drag lined with fast food places, 2 churches, an auto parts store, 3 gas stations. A couple of chain hotels sat near the I-25 ramp, and there were a couple of smaller ones. The streetlights were already on, and I glanced at my watch. 4:30. Okay, still doable. It might take an hour to arrange for a car and fill out insurance paperwork, and we ought to get something to eat. I realized the bag of Cheetos had vanished hours ago, and my belly was growling. But with new wheels and food, we could still complete the trip by 9 or so. Did I want to? Not really. At home, I'm more of the tucked-in after-dinner type. But truthfully, I hadn't wanted to do this road trip at all. Best to just get it over with. As it turned out, the spatters of rain on the tow truck's windshield decided it for me. Chapter 4. Casey and Tyler must have been a long-time couple. They had that look about them. She was waiting behind the counter in the small auto repair shop, tapping keys on a calculator that had to be as old as I am. She looked up with a smile. I posed my question about the availability of a rental car. "Nothing like Hertz or Avis around here," she said. "Sometimes Josh Briner loans cars out. But, honey, have you heard the weather report?" I admitted I hadn't. "Rain's coming in heavy, and you said you're heading toward Payson? Likely to be snowy up there." I thought of the raindrops we'd already encountered, but I still tapped into the weather app on my phone. What was it about modern life where we need a gadget to verify what's going on right in front of our faces? And yes, Casey's assessment seemed to agree. Rain possibly turning to sleet or snow during the night. Did I want to head out on a highway in a vehicle I wasn't familiar with, in conditions that could get iffy right away? Short answer, no. Did I want to spend the night with a sullen teen and drag out my unwanted trip another day? No to that as well. Did I have much choice? Realistically, I could push through, but all of Drake's warnings about weather and dead pilots came rushing back to me. Better safe than sorry. I adjusted my expectations for how this job would go, and I turned to Sophie. Better grab our stuff, I told her. Casey gave a smile of relief. We're heading home for the night. We can give you a ride. I suppose we can get a room here in town easily enough? A wrinkle crossed her forehead. Don't bother with the Holiday Inn or La Quinta. I already know they're full 'cause a big road rally group is in town. Bunch of fancy Corvettes traveling cross-country together. They meant to make it as far east as Gallup tonight, but those sports cars aren't good on snowy roads, so they all pulled in here and filled up the good places. My sister's the manager at the Holiday Inn, and she told me by lunchtime they were fully booked and sending people to the other. What are our other choices? Even as I asked, I was searching on my phone. Well, the J&J motel is generally clean and the people are nice. Indian or Pakistani, I'm not sure. Real polite. The Sundowner, unfortunately, is a has-been. Real popular back in my parents' day, but I wouldn't go there now. Tyler had the Mustang safely stowed in one of the garage bays, and Sophie was hefting her backpack out of the trunk. I phoned the J&J, only to be told they had no vacancies, and calls to the 2 chain places. Yes, I know it was silly optimism. Gave the same answer. With a sigh, I told Tyler we'd need a ride to the Sundowner. I'd offer you a room at our house, Casey said apologetically as I grabbed my personal gear from the Mustang. But all 3 kids have friends staying the night, and we're really maxed out. Hey, it's no problem. If we can make a couple of quick stops for me to pick up a toothbrush and some fast food, I'm sure we can make do. It's only one night. Famous last words. We did our quick errands and arrived at the Sundowner. The couple offered to come into the motel's lobby to make sure we got a room before leaving us on our own. Casey glanced around as we walked through the door. Could be the very same carpet, she muttered under her breath. I held on to the hope that the rooms had been upgraded since the 70s as I handed over my credit card. We were given keys, yes, actual metal keys, to room 109, and bade Tyler and Casey goodbye while we pulled our bags out of their SUV. Call the shop in the morning any time after 9 and I'll let you know what the mechanic says. Casey's eyes were warm. And here's our home number, just in case tonight... Well, if you need anything. I squeezed her hand and shouldered the big duffel bag with my so-called emergency gear. Unfortunately, this wasn't the type of emergency I'd packed for. Ew, Sophie said, nose wrinkled when we stepped into the room. I assumed her reaction was more about the brown carpet and orange floral bedspreads than anything else. The air smelled of disinfectant with undertones of ancient cigarette smoke. At least I didn't spot any bugs diving for the shadows, even when I switched on the bathroom light. The surfaces all seemed clean enough, and there was a band of paper stretched across the toilet seat. Very old school, for sure. Just to be sure, I peeled back the bedspread and blanket. The sheets weren't exactly crisp, but everything looked and smelled clean enough. No insect life there either. Okay, well... I faced Sophie, who had gingerly set down her pack. The electricity works, so we can each charge our phones. I suppose that's good news. I sent off quick texts to both Ron and Drake. Stuck for the night, but we're warm and dry. Here's where to come looking if we vanish. Rethinking that last bit, I deleted it and just gave the name and location of the motel. In addition to the 2 double beds and nightstand, the room contained a scarred dresser with an analog TV set atop it and a small round table with 2 chairs. We took seats and dug into the bag from Taco Bell, now lukewarm. Once her initial hunger was satisfied, and with her phone plugged in way across the room, Sophie actually spoke to me.
So, how'd you get the job of taking me back to my mom?
Pure luck. I'm a partner in a private investigation firm, and I guess we were hired because... I'm not sure exactly. My partner was otherwise obligated because of a court case, so I got nominated.
Huh. Private investigators? Is that like on those old TV shows? My mom watches Mannix and Charlie's Angels on one of those satellite TV channels.
I smiled and passed her another taco. Their lives are a lot more action-filled than ours, I'm sure. But when I paused to think about it, I wasn't so sure. I've been shot at, had my home set on fire, my vehicle sabotaged, and was once a suspect for murder. Maybe I should be up for a TV role. Instead of telling her all this, I switched subjects. How did you choose New Mexico? She gave a blank stare.
To run away. Why Santa Fe?
Her mouth pursed and one shoulder rose.
Dunno. Well, I didn't exactly choose Santa Fe. I caught a ride out of Mesa with some friends who were heading for Las Cruces. Then I hitched my way north because my mom knew these kids and where they were heading. I wasn't in the mood to be found.
My brain zipped through several responses. Hitchhiking. So dangerous, especially for a cute girl alone. Las Cruces is a college town, and it would have been easy enough for her to blend in and find someone to crash with. And not in the mood? She had to mean something more by that statement. What I landed on was, what happened next?
I was somewhere north of Albuquerque when my mom called. She was all like, mad at me and demanding, where are you? All that shit. And I was like, what do you care? I hung up on her.
Surely she cares what?
Look, she and the new guy had just got back from Las Vegas, and she didn't any more care about me than...
Her nose reddened, and I wondered if she was about to cry, but she sniffed loudly and straightened her shoulders.
After that, I just ignored her calls.
They went to Las Vegas and left you on your own?
Yeah, no big deal. I've stayed on my own since I was 10.
In the eyes of the law, I was pretty sure having a 10-year-old, or even a 13-year-old, alone while the parent was out of town would be a pretty big deal.
He's not even my dad. He's got no say over me.
She wadded up her food wrappers and stood, heading into the bathroom. She emerged wearing a pair of fuzzy pajama bottoms and a t-shirt and immediately went over to check her phone.
Sophie, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
She flopped down on one of the beds. Thumbs in action once again, she was apparently deep in conversation with her friends. I gathered the remains of our skimpy dinner and stuffed the wrappers and bag into the wastebasket. Sitting cross-legged on my own bed, I checked my email and answered Drake's text, feeling a little funny about carrying on anything like an intimate phone conversation with Sophie so nearby. When I next noticed the time, it was only 7 o'clock, but it felt hours later. I caught myself yawning, wanting to burrow in and make it a very early night. But I thought of how easily Sophie had managed to escape authority in the past. What would stop her from waiting until she heard a gentle snore from me, then taking off into the night? Chapter 5. After checking the locks on the door, I'd pulled off my jeans, intending to slip between the sheets in my underwear and shirt. Sophie had crawled into her bed 30 minutes ago, still staring at her phone screen while the throb of heavy music came through her earbuds. At least she seemed well settled for the night. I switched off the bedside lamp and rolled over. Almost immediately I sensed activity. Sophie was still in her bed, the glow of her phone now coming from the nightstand, but flashing lights intruded around the edges of the curtain. I got up to check it out. Standing to one side, I peered toward the parking lot. Directly outside our window sat a fire truck, lights flashing. My heart went into overdrive. What the? A fireman sat in the driver's seat, making no move to get out, and while I watched, another in full uniform with reflective tape all over his coat walked up to the driver. They appeared to be having a leisurely conversation, which calmed my pulse a little.
Then I glanced around the rest of the lot. At least a dozen emergency vehicles, including an EMT rig and a bunch of police cars, sat out there. Absolutely quiet. All lights flashing. I couldn't take my eyes away, and my imagination geared up. Was there a guest with a medical emergency? Did they have a dangerous suspect cornered in one of the rooms? Were those SWAT teams? Why was there no action or shouting? Behind me, Sophie's breathing had become soft and regular. A quick glance assured me she was settled in her bed, her phone dark and quiet on the nightstand. I peered outside again. The parking lot glistened with water from the light rain that had begun to fall. Aside from the two standing beside the fire truck, I saw no people, only flashing lights. It was so eerie I couldn't take my eyes away. When it became apparent that whatever the emergency, it didn't involve gunshots aimed at a guest room, I felt the urge to step out, to ask the two firemen what was going on. But something held me back. Here I was in a strange town, possibly witnessing something I shouldn't see. I paced to the bathroom door and back again, 11 times. Each time the scene outside was the same. I should just go out there, check it out. No, you shouldn't. No matter what they say, it's none of your business. Opening that door gives Sophie the perfect chance to escape. Leave it, as I would say to my dog. About the time these thoughts had processed their way through my mind, an exit procession began. One police car after another pulled slowly out onto the street, going different directions. The fire truck followed at the tail end, leaving the motel and parking lot eerily quiet. The dry pavement beneath the vehicles soon became wet, and it was as if none of this had ever happened. I crawled back in bed, knowing that by morning I would question whether or not I had dreamed it. A short breathing exercise calmed me down, and I yawned hugely before feeling the cloak of sleep drop over me. I was deep, deep in the middle of a dream about Drake taking me to Hawaii on a sort of second honeymoon. Just about to get to the really good part, when a loud bam, bam, bam jolted me awake. Sophie screamed. I flailed, whacking my hand on the corner of the nightstand. The clock said it was 4:19 a.m. Youch! Damn it! I grabbed my hand, trying to take the sting out.
"Hotel security, we need to check your room,"
came a male voice outside the flimsy door. I wanted to pretend the room was unoccupied, but Sophie's scream and my curse had already revealed us.
"Ma'am, please open the door. We received an alert that your smoke alarm has gone off."
I scrambled around the end of my bed and peeked out by the edge of the curtain. There was a dark figure standing at our door, but I couldn't make out details, just a male in a bulky coat. For not the first time, I wished I'd taken more time to prepare for this cursed trip. Normally I carry my pistol in my car or travel bag, and it's at my side in a hotel room. I've only drawn it once in that situation, but it's a comfort. Eyeing the door and inadequate locks, I'd give anything to have it here now. Knock, knock, knock.
"Ma'am, we need to check out the room. Now."
I finally found my voice. "There's no way I'm opening this door to a stranger in the middle of the night. I can assure you there's no smoke in here. We were sound asleep. Please leave now."
"I'm under orders to check. Here's my security badge."
Apparently he was holding something up to the peephole, but there was no way to read the information. "Tell you what, I'll just call 911 and we'll have the police come and check it out."
"We can avoid that if you'll just—"
"No way! I'm dialing right now!" And like a dark ghost in the light from the parking lot, the man vanished. His disappearance didn't exactly dispel my fears. We were still two women alone in a dump of a motel in a strange town with no car. I debated actually calling the police, but what would they do? Same for calling Casey and Tyler, although Tyler could come out here and pick us up, maybe let us spend the rest of the night in Ron's car at the garage. That held little appeal either. I picked up the somewhat grimy landline phone on the nightstand and pressed 0, on the vague idea that maybe a desk clerk really stayed at the office all night. A tinny ring sounded in the earpiece, but no one answered. Imagine my surprise. Sophie had turned on the bedside lamp and was curled into a tight lump against the headboard of her bed. I shrugged and hung up the useless phone. I don't know what that was about, but we're not going outside that door until full daylight, I told her. She merely nodded. I parted the curtain and gave a long look around the parking lot. 6 cars sat outside various rooms. I didn't see any activity, and it was impossible to tell whether other room lights had come on, given the straight-line layout of the building. The one thing I did see was that an inch of snow had fallen since we went to bed. Aside from the obviously beautiful things about snow, one nice benefit is that it leaves clues. I pulled on my jeans and fleece jacket and rummaged in my duffel for the flashlight I always carry. "What are you doing?" Sophie demanded. "You said no leaving the room." "I'm not going anywhere. You stay put." I visually scouted the lot one more time from the safety of the window, then went to the door. As it opened inward, I aimed the light beam at the ground. A muddle of footprints had packed the snow in front of our room. I took one step outside and shined the light up and down the sidewalk. The prints had come from the left, the direction of the motel office. Interestingly, scarily, they had not paused in front of any other door, only ours. When the man left, he apparently walked back in that direction, but instead of going to the office, he'd cut across the parking lot and gotten into a vehicle that waited near the street. My skin rippled with goosebumps. What on earth was that about? I grabbed my phone and took a few pictures of the clearest footprints, then walked out to the car tracks. Clearly it had driven from the main street after the snowfall, and had left in the same direction. I snapped shots of the tracks. Back inside, with all the locks engaged, I looked over to Sophie, still huddled in the corner with her covers up to her chin. "Are we safe here?" she asked. I forced a cheery smile. "I think so. Whoever came was probably looking for someone else. They got in a car and drove away." I showed her the pictures. "See if you can get some more sleep." She edged downward, and I soothed the sheet and blanket and tucked them around her. To show her how confident I felt, I slipped back into bed as well. But my brain wouldn't shut down, even with the light off and the world quiet again. My reassurance that the early morning visitor was looking for someone else didn't quite add up. If that was the case, why did he call me ma'am, and why the ruse about the smoke detector? He would have called out the name of the person he thought was in the room. And what was all the earlier hoopla with the law enforcement vehicles and fire truck? Were the two incidents related in some way? All I could say for sure was that I was plenty ready for daylight and to get back on the road again. My eyes had closed for a while, but I never did drift back into anything resembling blissful sleep. By 6:30, I was eager to be out of there, but wasn't due to check in with the garage until 9. I rolled out of bed and dressed. When I emerged from the bathroom, I saw Sophie was burrowed into her covers, lying on her side with her phone in hand. "Get dressed. I'm going down to the office to check out, and then we'll get some breakfast." She grumbled something that sounded like the usual teen declaration that she didn't eat breakfast. I ignored it. She'd come with me if I had to put a leash on her and drag her along like a stubborn puppy. There was no way I was leaving her in the room alone for an hour or more. To guarantee she didn't make a run for it, I picked up her coat and boots and carried them with me. A middle-aged woman was this morning's clerk at the front desk. I began by asking for a receipt for the night's charges and followed up with something that had occurred to me around 5 o'clock. "Someone came to our door in the early hours this morning. Sounded like he had the wrong room, but he didn't go along and wake up anyone else. Like he knew who was in there and was demanding we come out. Was our room rented the night before last? Or maybe the night before that?" "That's 109. Yes, I believe so." "Can you tell me who it was? This man was pretty scary. I'm planning to report the incident to the police." Her eyes got wary at once. "Look, we don't need any trouble. The people in that room before you were a nice older couple from Des Moines, just traveling through like yourself." The hint was plain. Keep on traveling through. My smile was probably skeptical. "We're going to grab some breakfast. I'll turn in the key when we come back to pick up our things. Where's a good breakfast place? Walking distance.
Lil's is always good, always busy. Great pancakes, huge omelets. 2 blocks farther west.
I folded my receipt and walked out the door. Did I believe her about the couple from Iowa? Maybe. I couldn't see that she had any reason to lie. She definitely wanted to set aside my suspicions. I should have asked about the earlier light show, all those cop cars with the strobes on. But she hadn't been on duty last night, and even if she'd heard about it, I doubted she'd share information with me. No one but my family and the tow truck owners knew where we were. Unless... Sophie was sitting on the edge of her bed when I walked in, her oversized t-shirt slipping off one shoulder, her hair tousled. I dropped her coat on the bed and the boots on the floor.
Did you tell anyone where we stayed last night?
My tone probably came out grumpier than I intended.
Just my mom, like you said.
Fine, yeah. She was expecting us, and we had to let her know. Anyone else? She shook her head, but didn't quite meet my eyes as she stood up and shuffled off to the bathroom. I heard the shower start. Chapter 6. There was one empty table at Lil's Cafe. Gracie Nelson and Penelope Fitzpatrick reluctantly took the 6-top, Gracie telling the hostess they'd be happy to share if someone else came in.
"Sure, hon," the woman said. "Tell your mom thanks."
She plopped 2 menus down while Penn surveyed the bakery case.
She's not my...
Never mind, Gracie thought. Actually, she would be proud to claim Penn as family. The older woman with classic Hollywood beauty and a trace of childhood British accent had become the mother hen to Gracie and the group of friends who'd banded together and solved several mysteries. Penn took the seat across the table and picked up her menu.
"Well, my dear, the scones are tempting, but I believe I'll check out the omelets."
Gracie had already set her menu aside.
"They've got eggs Benedict, and you know what a sucker I am for that."
"They didn't have such dishes in Thailand, I take it?"
Gracie laughed.
"Not hardly."
"Too bad the job didn't hold out longer."
"We were disappointed, but not heartbroken. Scott loved his work, but didn't care much for the lifestyle. I never did adapt to the heat and humidity."
"You're an Arizona girl. Heat doesn't faze you."
"Okay, then it was the humidity. Absolutely stifling. And the kids missed their friends. You know how teens are."
"Thankfully, I don't."
Penn set her menu aside.
"Know how teens are."
"Lucky you.
Ah, well, my 2 will be grown up before I know it, and I'll look back on these years fondly. Or not."
They both laughed. The waitress appeared and took their orders. Then the 2 turned back to business.
"Do you think we'll find him here?"
Gracie asked. Penn stared out the window for a moment.
"I don't envision him staying in a town this size. Strangers tend to get noticed in places like this. But we know he traveled through. Amber verified that from Linda Ratcliffe's credit card statement. The card was used here as recently as yesterday." "I agree. He'll get back to the Phoenix area. There or Vegas. He has property after all."
"I find that surprising. His penchant for holding on to real estate. Most grifters stay footloose, don't want the obligations that come with owning homes."
Gracie looked up to see the hostess approaching, a woman and a teen following her. At her question, they assured her it was fine for the new duo to share the table. Long habit had Gracie noticing details. The woman was in her 30s, with long auburn hair and hazel eyes. She wore jeans, a pullover sweater, and a fleece jacket. The teen was about her own daughter's age, with blonde hair to the middle of her back, deep brown eyes, and chin dimple. She'd overdone the makeup, especially the pouty lips.
"Thanks for sharing your table. I had no idea the restaurant would be so crowded,"
the woman said with a winning smile.
"I'm Charlie, by the way, and this is Sophie."
Gracie felt an instant rapport with this Charlie. Even Sophie, eyes on her phone, thumbs typing away, reminded her of Kylie.
"What brings you to Holbrook and out walking in the snow?"
Penn asked.
Charlie went into a quick story about giving Sophie a ride to Mesa and the car breaking down nearby. I'm hoping the garage mechanic can get us back on the road soon. The weather report shows it's warming up, so I imagine the snow will be gone by mid-morning. What about you? Are you here with the road rally group? Gracie laughed. Hardly. We are actually kind of informally on a case, tracking down a con man. Really? Okay, I have to know more. When you say on a case, we are not licensed investigators or anything like that, Gracie said. But we do have some interesting experiences. Penn poured a dollop of milk into the tea the waitress had brought. Like recovering stolen diamonds. Stealing them back, Penn reminded. Oh, yeah, and stealing money. Okay, actually returning stolen money to the rightful owners. Charlie's eyes sparkled now. Money and jewels taken by con artists, I take it? Exactly. And you are currently on a case like this? Charlie took a moment to look up at the waitress and point to an item on the menu. Once the orders were completed, Gracie took up the story. We are. A friend of a friend. Her name is Linda Radcliffe. Got involved with a very charming man. As they all are, Penn inserted. Trust me, I know. She does, Gracie confirmed. We've all had personal experiences, and that's how our team got together. 5 of us. The heist ladies is what we call ourselves. Penn, myself, Sandy, Mary, and Amber. Charlie lit up. I love it. So, can you say more about this current case? Penn and Gracie exchanged a look. I don't see why not, as long as you promise you aren't friends with this man and wouldn't tip him off. If I were friends with him and learned he'd ripped off an unsuspecting woman, I'd turn him in anyway. Penn picked up the story. Linda is in her 80s, and she became very lonely after her dear Roger passed. Somehow, through a mutual acquaintance, we're not certain about the exact connection, she met Edward. To most of us who've known her a long time, it was a bit shocking how quickly they became an item. But he made her happy. They traveled all over the world, and she loved buying him nice things. Spent a bloody fortune on him, now we're learning. Yes, her daughter has recently become involved, trying to help straighten out Linda's finances. It looks like this man has pretty much cleaned out her life savings, everything she and Roger worked so hard for. He managed to get her to put his name on everything with a title, cars, life insurance, even her home. Well, he didn't quite get the house yet, Penn reminded. But he was working on it, through wheedling his name into her will and trust documents. Shit. Sorry, Don't worry, Charlie. We feel the very same. So what can you do? Penn has a dear friend who used to be the district attorney. He's hooked Linda up with a couple of good lawyers who can get all the titles changed back. We're trying to trace the money exchanges, and our friend Amber is tracking his movements through Linda's credit cards, and that's how we ended up here. She can do that? Charlie held up a hand. Don't answer. I don't want to get Amber in any trouble. Plates arrived just then, filled with omelets, eggs Benedict, and pancakes, with plain toast for Sophie, and their attention went to the food for a few minutes. The conversation turned toward the weather, then mutual connections. When the ladies learned Charlie was from New Mexico, Penn mentioned that Amber's parents lived in Santa Fe, the usual small world revelations that often come out during chance meetings. Well, this has been great fun, Charlie said as she pushed her plate aside, but we better call the garage and see if we can get on the road again. I'm hoping our car's problem is a simple fix. Look, if it's not ready, Gracie said, getting a nod from Penn, I'm sure we could all fit easily into my minivan. As soon as we hear from Amber, we're likely heading back toward Phoenix today anyway. Charlie appeared to consider it. We couldn't ask that of you, running us around that huge city. Plus, I'd have to get back here to pick up the car later. We'll find something to rent if we have to. Take our numbers anyway, Penn insisted. One never knows when having a friend will come in handy. If our transportation doesn't work out, you may be sorry you made that offer, Charlie said with a smile as she entered Gracie's number into her phone. And if you encounter an Edward Papard in your travels, be sure to let one of us know. We want that man out of society.
Chapter 7. Already the morning air was warming, and Sophie and I walked back to the motel through light slush. Traffic was moving well, and the pavement was wet but not slippery. I felt my mood rise, until I tapped in Casey's number. The mechanic had run a diagnostic on Ron's car, and the fix was simple, just a computer chip. But the chip was nowhere to be had in this town and would need to be shipped in. 2 days in the shop. I gave a sigh but accepted Casey's offer of a ride to the local used car lot. Casey assured me they knew the owner and he often provided short-term rentals. She would pick us up at the motel in 10 minutes. I found myself looking around as we walked up to room 109, still a little wary of the man who'd pounded on our door. But I didn't see any more tracks around the door than those we'd left earlier. Even those would soon be gone, as soon as the sun reached the sidewalk. We went inside, gathered our belongings, then turned in the key. True to her word, Casey pulled up right on time. If you don't need anything else out of the Mustang, I can take you directly to the car lot. I called ahead and talked to Josh, our friend. The door to room 108 opened just then, and an older man stepped out.
What the ever-loving hell?
He'd come to an abrupt stop on the doormat and was staring at the ground in front of his room.
My car's gone. Where in the hell did my car go?
I tossed my duffel into Casey's van and turned toward the man. He was quite elderly, but not a bit stooped. His white hair gleamed in the sunlight, and his blue eyes flashed with indignation. His veined hand held a bowling ball bag.
Maybe you parked it somewhere else? I suggested.
I know where I parked my car, miss. It was right here in front of my room.
The bag dropped to the sidewalk. Sure enough, there was a vehicle-sized clear square on the asphalt where the snow had not fallen. A set of tracks showed that it had backed out, but since the rest of the parking lot snow was quickly melting, it was impossible to tell where it had gone.
If you're absolutely sure you didn't move it, you should report this to the police. I'm sure they'll find it quickly in a town this size.
I knew the moment that I said it that was silly. Holbrook, right on the major east-west thoroughfare that is I-40, would be one of the easiest places on earth for a stolen car to vanish from.
At least if the police have the details, they can put it on a watch list or something.
Suddenly the clear blue eyes weren't so sure. The upright spine slumped a bit.
What am I gonna do? I have to get back to Jeannie.
Casey had stepped out of the van.
Sir, let's think about this. This is Charlie, by the way, and Sophie, and I'm Casey. What's your name?
Harvey Molson.
And who is Jeannie?
My wife. My wife of 65 years.
Where is Jeannie? She's not traveling with you?
The eyes grew sad. He shook his head slowly.
I just drove over to Gallup to visit an old hunting buddy for a couple of days. She can't travel anymore. My Jeannie is in a care home.
We waited a beat for more specifics, but eventually I had to ask,
Where is the care home, Harvey?
Phoenix.
And the name of it?
His eyes darted back and forth.
I gotta get back there. She misses me when I'm not there.
Surely he would remember the name of the place in a few minutes, once he wasn't concentrating so hard on remembering. Casey spoke up.
Why don't you come with us, Harvey? These ladies are about to rent a car because theirs is broken down. You could do the same and report yours missing at the same time. We can help. Where are the rest of your things?
He stooped and picked up the bowling bag.
This is it.
Classy luggage. I suppressed a smile.
We all piled into Casey's vehicle, and she headed toward the business district of town. Passing curio shops that touted their selections of petrified wood, a boutique of second-hand clothing, 2 gas stations, which I noted displayed prices far less than on the touristy route, a pawn shop, we came to an intersection with a used car lot on the corner. Casey pulled in and drove up to the small wooden building that served as an office. We'd been spotted because a man stepped out before the van had come to a complete stop. Josh was probably in his early 40s, although he had that youthful air and might be closer to 50. His buffalo check shirt was topped by a puffy vest, and his Timberland boots were more suited for hiking than for impressing potential auto customers. He ran a hand through his collar-length hair and smiled at Casey. I got the feeling Casey, Tyler, and Josh had known each other since elementary school. She introduced us, including Harvey, basically ignoring Sophie because the girl was ignoring the rest of us.
"I've got an '09 Highlander on the lot that might suit your needs,"
he told me as we walked down the first row of vehicles.
"Real low mileage, and she's been freshly detailed."
He stopped beside the mid-sized SUV, a sage green basic 5-seater with a generous cargo area in the back. "I just need to get Sophie delivered to her mom in Mesa. Then I'm turning around to come back and pick up my regular ride."
"This one'll do that easy, and it's got automatic 4-wheel drive in case you run into any snow on the roads in the mountains."
I nodded agreement. It seemed perfect for my mission. Harvey had followed along and was now shifting his weight from one foot to the other.
"I'll be needing something, too."
He repeated his former rant about his car being stolen from the motel lot, but Josh quickly steered him toward the practicalities, asking if he'd reported the theft to the police, mentioning that he'd need to file an insurance claim.
Yeah, I know. Right now I just gotta get another car and get back to my genie."
We'd been walking back toward the small office, and Josh ushered us inside. He pulled out a yellow tablet and wrote down the information about the Green Highlander, the most informal rental agreement I'd ever seen. He photocopied my driver's license and insurance card while Harvey kept talking, and I signed the yellow sheet as a receipt for the SUV. The whole transaction seemed very trusting, but then I figured the garage could hold Ron's Mustang hostage until the used vehicle was returned, so they didn't have a whole lot to worry about. I was busy putting away my identification cards and sticking the key to the rental in my jacket pocket, but I found myself listening in on the exchange between Josh and Harvey. I got the distinct feeling Josh had no intention of renting a vehicle to the old man, but he was going through the motions of politeness. Harvey had pointed out a gigantic white pickup truck, which seemed way too much for a man of his slight stature to handle, and Josh politely asked for his driver's license.
"Oh, look, man, your license has expired. My insurance won't let me rent to anyone over 75 either. I'm really sorry."
He'd finally found his way out of making a deal without seeming cruel.
But what'll I do? I gotta get back to Jeannie."
Harvey sent an imploring look out to all of us. No one had an answer. I really felt for the old guy. There was only one clear solution, although I knew I would live to regret it. "Harvey, you should come with me and Sophie. We're heading toward Phoenix anyway." The 3 of us transferred our bags to the Highlander. I turned to Casey before getting behind the wheel. 2 days max, right? She nodded. Our mechanic ordered the part this morning. As long as the overnight shipping doesn't let us down, we'll have it installed on the Mustang by tomorrow afternoon. Adding that "as long as" disclaimer did nothing to bolster my confidence. So far, this entire road trip had been a matter of what can go wrong will go wrong. Murphy's Law in action. But there was nothing to be gained by worrying. I climbed behind the wheel, with Harvey beside me and Sophie in the back. The Toyota started beautifully, and we were off. Chapter 8. I kept a close eye on our surroundings as we drove out of Holbrook. Despite all the activity this morning, meeting the Heist ladies over breakfast, making the alternate car arrangements, and taking on a second passenger, I couldn't get the image of that man at our motel door out of my head. He had specifically come to that motel, to our room, and he left when I threatened to call the cops. Maybe we were not his target, but I couldn't let go of the idea that maybe we were. A blue Chevy, which had been parked in front of the pawn shop across the street from the car lot, pulled into traffic behind me, staying a couple of car lengths back. It wasn't until the driver pulled into the drive-up lane at a bank that I wrote off that one as a tail. 2 other vehicles stayed with us for short distances, but they also turned away well before I needed to make the turn to Highway 377, which would take us into Heber and eventually Payson. 3 hours to Mesa, and I'd at least be able to leave Sophie with her mother. Then I would need to figure out what to do with Harvey. I felt for him, but like finding a stray puppy with a sad story and a winsome look, it didn't mean I wanted to adopt him. I glanced over to the passenger seat. He dozed off, his chin resting on his chest. My thoughts drifted back to the conversation over breakfast, to the women in their search for this Edward Papard. Something that had slipped my attention came back to me now. Sophie. I glanced at my rearview mirror and saw her head bobbing to some tune coming through her earbuds. I shoved my right arm between the front seats and tapped her on the knee, receiving a scowl in return. I need to ask you something. She seemed put out at having to pause her music and remove one of the buds, but she eventually looked up. When we met those ladies at the restaurant, something they said seemed to catch your attention. A shrug, but her eyes shifted sideways. They gave the name of that man they're tracking, and you reacted. Edward Papard? I watched and saw the same stiffening of posture, the flicker of recognition on her face. Sophie, you know something about him. If you'll tell me about it, we can share it with Penn and Grace, and maybe they can catch him. Her face, still with its youthful softness, twitched. Only a little, but I caught it. I also drifted slightly over the center line on the road and shifted my attention away from the mirror. Sophie? Some slight shuffling against the cloth car seat. He goes by Eddie. Mom calls him D. So sickening. So what? He's your mother's boyfriend? I think you mentioned earlier that she had a new man in her life. Whatever. Sophie, it's important. Can you stick with me and give me some kind of valid information here? If it's the same Edward Papard that the heist ladies are looking for, he could be out to rip off your mom, same as he did to that other lady. You don't want to see that happen, do you? My mom's pretty savvy. I wanted to deliver a lecture on how quickly even the most savvy woman can lose it when there's a guy with a convincing line and the sex is great, but that was probably too much information for a 13-year-old. Do you know where Eddie is now? I mean, do you think the ladies were right, or do you know for a certainty that he's somewhere with your mom? There went the shoulder shrug again. How would I know? I let a minute go by. So I'm getting the feeling Eddie isn't your favorite person of all time? I turned halfway in my seat to let her see I was smiling. Her mouth twitched upward just a little. Not hardly. And your mom, is she serious about him? In love with him? I don't know. They were all weird for each other in the beginning, but then they started fighting a lot. He started trying to act like a dad, boss me around. That's when I left. Do you think, is it possible that he was the person who came to our motel door last night? Even as I asked, I knew how logic-defying that would be. This man figuring out that Sophie was with me and we were in that particular room. Her answer surprised me. Could have been, I suppose. When we get to the next stop, I'm going to call Gracie and let her know about this. It sounds like they have contacts, and maybe there's a way the information could help them. Whatever. And with that, the earbud went in and she was back in Sophie world. So thankful I never had kids.
Jeannie and I never had any either,
came a sleepy voice from the passenger seat. Had I voiced that aloud? I needed to remind myself that I wasn't in the car alone or only with Freckles this time. Did you get a little nap, Harvey?
Oh, no, I never sleep during the day.
Uh-huh. The snores and that little bit of drool down the chin were done just to fool me.
We'll be in Payson in about 30 minutes. You hungry?
It occurred to me that although I'd had a big breakfast, Sophie had only opted for toast, and I'd never even checked with Harvey. Of course, I hadn't known the old gentleman would become part of our little travel party either.
I could eat.
We went back and forth with ideas for a minute, with Harvey's vote being for a Whopper at Burger King. Finding the popular burger place was easy enough, and we all piled out of the Highlander, went inside, and ordered lunch. Harvey went for the full deal, the biggest burger, large fries, and a gigantic soda. Looking at his slight frame and then watching him at the table, I have to admit at being surprised he could pack away that much food.
Gotta visit the little boy's room,
he announced a little too loudly, after sucking down the last of his soft drink.
We'll be out in the car, I said.
Sophie, once she realized Harvey was buying, had shifted her focus from the cheaper items and opted for a fairly hefty lunch. She carried her fries out to the rental and established that she would be the front seat passenger for this leg of the trip.
You'll need directions to my house,
she pointed out. And it was true, since the older vehicle didn't have built-in navigation.
What we were talking about earlier, the fact that your mom's boyfriend is the man Penn and Grace are looking for, I'm going to call them. You okay with that?
She gave a half-hearted nod and stuffed 3 fries into her mouth. Chapter 9. Gracie's phone rang and she took a second glance at the unfamiliar 505 area code before the name clicked. Charlie Parker. They'd met over breakfast less than 6 hours ago. I may have a lead for you on Edward Papard, Charlie said without preamble. Are you still in Holbrook? Right to the point. Gracie liked that.
We are.
She was sitting in her van outside the Holiday Inn, while Penn had gone inside to use one of their tried-and-true maneuvers to locate the man. They'd started at one end of town and worked their way to the other, using a variety of plausible-sounding excuses.
My son called from Holbrook, but didn't say what hotel he's in. My older brother has a heart condition, and I'm worried.
Or the no-explanation version.
Can you ring this guest's room?
Whether the desk clerks cooperated or not, the bottom line was that they'd not found him.
Charlie, please tell me you know where he is, and please let it be 5 minutes from here.
Charlie's pleasant chuckle came over the line.
I wish.
Penn walked up to the van, opened the passenger door, and slid inside, shaking her head to say she'd had no luck at this hotel either.
Charlie, I'm going to put you on speaker so Penn can get your news at the same time.
Hello, Charlie. There's news? Penn asked.
Yes, and Sophie was the one who gave me some great information. We're in Payson making a lunch stop, and I'm going to add her to the call, if that's all right with everyone.
Gracie could hear some whispered exchange in the background, as though Charlie was perhaps having to convince Sophie to talk with them, but in a few seconds the girl said a reluctant hello.
Hey, Sophie. How's it going? Okay, I guess.
Gracie pictured her own daughter. Kylie was maybe a year older than Sophie, and while she hadn't been quite this moody, every teen had some type of attitude. She put on her friendly mom voice.
So, you excited to be getting home to see your mom again?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, it had to be hard being on the road for months. One of my daughter's friends went through that. She told me it felt really good to be back in her own bed after the adventure.
She wasn't getting through, she could tell. Penn chimed in.
Sophie, Charlie says you have something important for us.
Charlie spoke up again.
This Edward Papard you mentioned? Sophie recognized his name when you said it earlier, and she's been thinking about that. We think her mother has become involved with him. She could be his next target.
Oh my gosh, Sophie, that could be a big break in our case, Gracie said.
Do you think he's in Holbrook?
A whispered prompt from the background.
Go ahead and tell them.
He could have been,
Sophie said, a little shyness in her voice.
Someone came to our motel door and knocked, like, really loud. Did you see him? Not really, but his voice seemed kind of familiar.
Charlie spoke again. Whoever it was came up to our door, pounded, then left when I threatened to call the police. He drove away. But the real news is that Edward Papard has been living with Sophie's mom, Dixie O'Connell, in Mesa. The relationship has taken a downward turn, and Sophie says it's part of the reason she left home.
Did Edward ever mistreat you, Sophie?
Grace's voice was a little sharp.
No, not really. He can be really nice. He was always buying me stuff, like my new earbuds. It's just I heard Dee and Mom arguing a lot. I didn't like it.
Sophie says he goes by Eddie, and her mother's nickname for him is Dee.
Have you talked to your mom recently, sweetie?
Gracie asked.
Is he still there? Yeah. Mom says Dee went to Vegas on business last week, but she was expecting him back.
Gracie turned to Penn.
So he could have been here last night, traveling through.
Penn nodded.
I doubt Eddie would remain in Holbrook,
Gracie said, as much to herself as to the rest of them.
We should head for Mesa and see if he's returned. Can you give us your mother's address, Sophie?
A long moment of silence went by before Charlie spoke again. I have the address, but Sophie is worried about giving it out. I see what she's saying. If two women show up looking for Eddie, he may make a run for it. Either that or Dixie may help to hide him. The relationship sounds complicated, to say the least. That's about all I can say right now. With the teen girl right there in the car. How about if Sophie and I go there first? We're just a couple hours away. I'll see to it that Sophie and her mom are safely reunited, and I can find out if Eddie is actually there. At that point, I can play it by ear. Shall I call you? Should I bring in the police?
Calling the police won't help. He hasn't actually been charged with anything, so there's no warrant out for his arrest. He's slick. If he even admits to knowing our friend Linda, he'll have a story and the police will be helpless. Gracie realized how thin their case sounded. Penn added, Our friend Sandy lives in Mesa. She'd be the closest of us to the situation. I do think you're right, Charlie. Let's play it by ear once you arrive there. And Sophie, you be careful, young lady. We don't want our youngest super sleuth to be in any danger, Gracie said. As a mom myself, I'm ordering you. Careful. They ended the call and Gracie turned to Penn. What do you think? We head back to the valley? We've had no luck at the hotels here. It's not as if we can go door to door, even though it's a small town. Yes, I have a feeling Holbrook is a dead-end trail. Chapter 10. Harvey returned from the restroom. Amazing how long it can take an old man to pee, I thought. He stood on the sidewalk outside Burger King, staring around, and I realized he probably didn't remember what our Highlander looked like. I stepped outside my door and gave a shout. He perked up and walked right over. I didn't imagine the look that crossed his face when he realized Sophie had taken over the shotgun seat, but he was gentlemanly enough to smoothly switch to the back. 5 minutes later, we were cruising through Payson and on our way again. The higher elevation had received more snow than Holbrook, but even here it had now melted off the roadway, remaining only in the shaded areas beside buildings. As we left the town behind, I breathed a sigh. Today's leg of the road trip was off to a better start than yesterday's. I wanted to find a chance to phone Drake, see how things were going at home, and fill him in on the fact that I was still a day away from a happy return. Gracie would be a cool mom, Sophie said out of the blue. I mean, I bet she is. She has 2 kids about my age. I turned and smiled at her. Yeah, I bet she is. Sometimes, once in a while, I wish my mom would set boundaries like that. Tell me to be safe. She doesn't do that? Not really. She's fun, though. All my friends think so. She was picking at a cuticle. You'll see when you meet her.
I had no idea what to expect and found myself a little nervous. Sophie fiddled with her phone a little, but we must have reached an area with sparse signals as we descended a series of wide curves in the road, leaving the higher elevations of the north. She set the phone in her lap and stared out the side window. Look, I'm not a mom, and I'd probably be a terrible one. But I need to ask you, what you said earlier about Gracie's caution, do you have any reason to feel that you wouldn't be safe returning home? Because if you do, please tell me. We could figure something out. There were so many stories of kids being abused or molested by a mother's new boyfriend, and with Sophie's budding young body and at a time when she might be exploring her own sexuality, I had to acknowledge there could be cause for concern. She was back at work on the cuticle again, and I noticed it was getting raggedy. I'd begun to think she was slipping back into her previous sullen silence when she finally spoke. It's not really unsafe, but... Wait for it, just let her speak in her own time. Even though I wanted to start grilling her. The fights were getting worse. Mostly about money. I guess Mom got some good money when my dad died. A story way too similar to the one Penn and Gracie had told about their friend. She told him to move in, and now she can't get him to leave. She wants him to? I heard her say so. There was a big fight. But then he goes back to being all charming and nice right away, and she can't stand up to him.
Saguaro!
Harvey's exclamation from the back seat startled me. I'd nearly forgotten we had him with us. Sophie turned in her seat and stared at him.
It's a game Jeannie and I always play on road trips. First one to spot a saguaro shouts it out.
Because... Sophie's tone told me her family had never played road games. I Spy, Alphabet, White Horse. And here was a new one, saguaro. When I was a kid, it was a great way our parents had to keep us busy and take our minds off the ever-present, "Are we there yet?" Tell us about the game, Harvey, I suggested, because there was really nothing better to do at the moment.
Saguaros only grow at certain elevations. That's why you never see them in New Mexico. Elevation's too high there, and northern Arizona. Too high there, too. But once we head south off the rim, we start watching. There's a point, after you've left the pine trees behind, where you start to see a prickly pear. Then you know you're getting closer. But you gotta get below maybe 1,200 feet or so. That's when you see the first saguaro.
I supposed I'd never thought about it. I knew I'd never seen the tall cactus with their interesting arms in my home state. They're fairly unique to the Sonoran Desert areas in Arizona, but I never gave any thought as to why that was so. I thanked Harvey for the little botany lesson.
Another fun fact. They're a protected plant here in Arizona. Killing one is illegal.
I looked around and began to see hillsides full of them, like fields of telephone poles almost. There are millions. Why would they be endangered?
I didn't say endangered. I said protected. You can dig them up and move them, which is how so many people have them as landscape plants, but don't chop one down. That's a bad deal.
Well, that's good to know. Although I'd never in my life had a desire to chop down a monster cactus, I would keep it in mind. Even Sophie seemed intrigued by the new information. She and Harvey bantered back and forth as they spotted more of the cacti, commenting on the unusual ways their limbs grew and twisted. He seemed intimately familiar with the area, as he pointed out narrow gullies and turnoffs to places where he'd gone hunting and fishing in his younger days. For a man who couldn't come up with the name of the place his wife currently lived, he was amazing with older details. Either he'd created a fictional story to get a ride with us, or he genuinely had better recall of yesteryear than of yesterday. Traffic had picked up considerably, and I realized it was now Friday afternoon, that time of the week when it seems all city dwellers are trying to get out, and all country dwellers are rushing to the city for shopping and entertainment. Fifth-wheel RVs and boats pulled by angry-looking pickup trucks dominated, and I supposed we were on the route to a popular lake or campground. At home, late November isn't the time for camping, but I had to remind myself that southern Arizona was just getting into prime snowbird season. I tuned out the chatter within the Highlander and concentrated on not getting pushed off the road by the other super-aggressive drivers.
"Charlie?"
I felt a tap on my arm. Sophie gave a head tilt toward the back seat.
"There's an exit up here about a mile. I need another pit stop,"
Harvey said. I guess I had ignored all other conversation long enough that I hadn't heard him the first time or two. My head was pounding, eyes blurry from concentrating so intently, and my irritation with the traffic. A break wouldn't hurt me either. I signaled and left the highway, following Harvey's directions to a gas station with a convenience store, which he hadn't mentioned was at least another 15 miles out of the way. I stifled an unkind remark and just kept going. When we arrived at the charmingly named Pumpkin Center, I decided it wouldn't hurt to top up the tank anyway. I had no idea how many miles the trusty Highlander would be carrying us through the big city. I pumped gas, only 8 gallons, then headed inside to the little store. Something cold, fizzy, and caffeinated would probably help my headache and perk up my increasingly grumpy attitude. More than once today I'd wished for a magic lantern that would transport me back home in front of my own fireplace with my sweet puppy on my lap, rather than battling traffic while delivering 2 people I didn't know into a situation I couldn't even guess at. The fountain drinks were in a little station at one side of the store, and I served up a big cup of ice and Coke. I didn't see any sign of Harvey. Still relieving himself, I supposed. Sophie had declined the offer of food or drink, so I headed on my own to the checkout counter. 2 clerks were on duty, one waiting on an elderly lady as she counted through a handful of coins. The other was a young kid who looked to be in his late teens, dark hair to his shoulders, tattoos running the length of both arms and crawling up his neck, tiny silver rings through an eyebrow and one nostril. He waved me over.
"That's all you got? The drink?"
"Yeah." I dipped a hand into the depths of my purse and came out with a couple dollars.
"That's okay. I got it for you."
He flashed me the sweetest smile. "What? Really? You don't have to do that."
"I know. You just look ready for a little act of kindness."
"Oh, you're so right, and you have brightened my day for sure." I didn't know what to do with the dollar bills in my hand, so I slipped them into the change cup near the register. "Here, we'll pay it forward, in case someone else needs their day perked up too." The sweet smile again.
"You have a great day."
I couldn't help but smile back. I wasn't sure that the rest of the day would be great exactly, but he had definitely eased it along into becoming better. At the exit, I glanced out to see Harvey ambling across the parking lot to the car. Sophie was still in the front seat, her phone up to her ear. Chapter 11.
"So what did he say?"
Sophie was saying when I got back behind the wheel. I started the SUV and pretended I wasn't blatantly eavesdropping as I glanced around to make sure everyone had seatbelts on.
"Where are you now?"
From the tone of Sophie's voice, it sounded as if she was talking to her mother.
"But he won't—"
Head nodding.
"Okay, yeah, I know."
I backtracked and aimed toward the highway once more.
"Probably an hour, half hour?"
Sophie looked toward me, but I could only shrug. I'd never driven this route before. The call ended and Sophie slumped in her seat.
"She's eager to see you, huh?" "Yeah, way eager. She just called. She sounded kind of different."
She stared out the side window. "So you think we're an hour away or less?"
"I guess."
And the non-communicator was back. I sipped my Coke and stayed in the right lane to let the crazy ones pass me, and a little of the earlier tension slipped away. I drummed up a fantasy in which we pulled up in front of Sophie's home, Dixie met her with open arms, Harvey remembered the facility where his wife was, and it happened to be 3 blocks from Sophie's home. By dinner time, I would be settled into a nice hotel, enjoying the spa and ordering the best dinner on the menu,
while billing it to the department that had sent me on this fun-filled excursion. Of course, you know it. A fantasy is only that. A slight bit of relief from the traffic came when we exited at Gilbert Road and made our way to Brown. Sophie directed me to make a turn into a subdivision of cute little houses with tile roofs and varying shades of tan stucco. Cookie cutter in an adorable sort of way. I pulled up in front of the one she pointed out. "I don't see a car," I commented as I parked at the curb. "Did your mom keep it in the garage?" She debated as if this was a hard question. She said she was running to the store. She must not be back yet." "We can wait a little while. Text her and let her know we're here." She complied. 15 minutes went by with no response. "I'm sure you have a key, but I can't leave you here alone. I'm supposed to be certain that you and your mom connect." She shot me a look. "You ran away once, and it's cost the government a lot of money to get you back to this point. Sorry, but those are my orders. Plus, there's paperwork she needs to sign." She at least had the good grace to seem a little embarrassed about the money aspect of it.
"Back in my day,"
Harvey's tale got cut off by glares from both of us females.
"Thanks, but that doesn't matter,"
I said as gently as I could.
"Sophie, give your mom a call."
Dixie knew we were coming. Why the hell wasn't she there to meet us? I watched Sophie tap a contact on her phone screen and wait for an answer. What if Dixie was drunk, passed out on her couch while we sat out here? What if the happy home she'd portrayed to the authorities didn't exist, and Sophie had run off for a legitimate reason? I knew nothing about the situation other than an assumption that the child services folks had checked this out, at least thoroughly enough to believe they were sending the girl back to a decent home.
"We should go in, Sophie. Get your key out." Well, I lost it."
Want to dig through your pack to be sure?
"I could, but I kind of know where I lost it. A couple months ago, when I got to Las Cruces with my friends, I was so happy to get away that I threw my key in the river."
Talk about cutting ties.
"Okay, then, is there a hidden key somewhere, under the mat, one of those fake rock things?"
The girl shook her head.
"I'm going to check. You keep trying your mom's phone."
Harvey got out and trailed me to the front door, a reminder that delivering Sophie home was only half the task facing me today. I rang the doorbell and waited with scant hope. No sound from inside. I lifted the doormat, nothing. Shifted 2 flower pots near the door, nothing there either, which was something of a relief. Those would have been the most obvious places for thieves to find a key. I stepped back and surveyed the layout. There was no code box near the garage door, and the handle didn't operate the door either. It was remote push button or nothing. A side gate led to a backyard. I bypassed 2 trash receptacles, the kind homeowners have to wheel out to the curb certain days of the week. The green one was marked with the universal symbol for recycling. The side gate opened easily enough, and I found myself, along with Harvey, in a small backyard that seemed lovingly tended. A porch swing, barbecue grill, 2 chairs with soft cushions, and a variety of flowering plants decorated the covered patio. Around the perimeter walls were raised beds with rose bushes, clematis, and honeysuckle, a green oasis in a city that favored sage and cactus for yard decoration. Offhand, I couldn't see a reason why Sophie felt she needed to escape this place, but I also realized it's rarely the physical surroundings that cause unhappiness. Once again, I came around to wondering what her home life had been like, especially with Eddie Papard in the picture. The sound of a vehicle starting grabbed my attention. I'd left Sophie alone in the Highlander, and the key was probably in the ignition. Yikes. I shoved my way past Harvey and ran to the front of the house. She was there. The vehicle in motion was in front of the next-door neighbor's place. I let out a sigh and walked up to the open passenger window. "Any word from your mom?" She shook her head, holding up the phone screen so I could see a series of outgoing texts and nothing coming back. "You talked to her a little over an hour ago, and she assured you she would be here." Eyes shifting away from me. "Sophie, she did say that, right?"
Kind of.
If she were my own kid, I'd throttle her. However, I made my voice as gentle as I possibly could.
What exactly did she say? She's with some friends.
Eddie?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so where is she with these friends?
I'm not sure.
Sophie, take a guess.
Well, sometimes they go down to Rocky Point.
Where's that?
It's a cool little town with a beach and everything.
A beach? As in near the ocean? I felt my teeth grinding.
Yeah, it's a half-day drive or so. In Mexico. We could totally go down there, like, easy.
No, there's no way. Even if we had passports with us, which we don't, there's no way I'm heading into Mexico with someone else's kid and an old man who... Never mind.
You are like the least fun person I ever knew.
Coming from her, that didn't even hurt much. I'm a completely fun-loving person, aren't I? Okay, maybe not under Sophie and Dixie's definition of fun. I'm sure Gracie and Penn could have handled this much better than I. I'm stepping away from this conversation for a moment. Keep trying your mother. Try phoning. We have to come up with an answer. I walked back to the front door and pounded on the frame of the screen, then rang the doorbell 6 times in a row. It didn't bring a response, but made me feel a tad less like I would explode. Pulling out my phone, I tapped in the number Elena Garcia had given me. A recorded voice told me it was after hours at social services and I should call back. That meant Monday morning. 3 days. Ugh. Had she provided me a personal number? I honestly couldn't remember. Maybe the form I'd signed would have one. I stomped back to the Highlander, yanked open the door, and ripped my purse from the spot where I'd stashed it. Sophie's brown eyes were wide. I guess she figured out she was on thin ice with me. Pawing through the contents of the purse yielded nothing. Okay, what next? What about leaving Sophie with a neighbor?
We really don't know most of them,
she said when I asked. Do you know any of them? Anyone your make that anyone the social services lady would allow me to leave you with?
Not really.
Sophie perked up and turned her attention to the phone in her hand.
Mom, hey, we've had a hard time getting through.
I waggled my fingers, demanding the phone from her. Ms. O'Connell, hi, it's Charlie Parker here. I'm sure Elena Garcia told you we'd be delivering Sophia home today, and we're here now, not getting an answer at the door.
Oh, really? Eddie told me he'd be there. Guess he forgot.
If it's possible for a grown woman to sound exactly like a teenager over the phone, this was it. I almost began to think Sophie and a friend were pranking me.
He's normally so reliable, and he's just so great.
I got the implication. Yeah, this was no teen. Dixie, where are you right now? Sophie said you just stepped out for some shopping? Her response was garbled, that watery sound that comes over cell phones sometimes. I asked her to repeat.
Leave her there. She'll be fine until...
And then the call died. I hit redial immediately, but nothing happened.
I know of a way to break in,
Sophie offered helpfully.
My bedroom window faces the backyard, and I've taken the screen off lots of times.
I was about to ask her what part of "no, I'm not leaving you alone" she didn't understand. But Harvey emerged from the back just then, a pair of garden shears in hand.
I found these, so I deadheaded the roses. Thought maybe something out front needs trimming, too.
He looked toward the potted plants on the front porch. My headache was blossoming into a full-blown throbbing nightmare. Chapter 12. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Stop and think. But the only thing I could bring to mind was that the sun had just dipped below the houses to the west. I was sitting here in an unfamiliar neighborhood with a kid who should not be my responsibility, and an old man who was blissfully cutting flowers.
At least Harvey hadn't become stressed over finding his wife during the last couple of hours. Still, I was the one who would have to figure this out. Food couldn't hurt. Unlike Harvey, I'd settled for only a few fries at lunchtime, and that surely wasn't helping my headache or disposition. I rounded up my ducklings and headed back toward an Applebee's I'd spotted on our way in. The server fussed over delivering beverages to the table and suggesting numerous extras. I was not unhappy when he finalized our order and left us alone. Both Harvey and Sophie sensed I wasn't in the best mood. They chatted quietly while I hunched in my chair, texting grouchy messages to my brother for getting me into this. Typical of Ron, he offered no sympathy, just a couple of, "Did you try this?" suggestions. One of the better ones was to get Harvey to go through his wallet. It could be that he'd have a business card or something else to identify the home where his wife was living. At least his driver's license, expired or not, should have his home address. With that, I'd have a place to deliver him and could be in charge of one less person for the evening. Our food arrived. I made myself relax and enjoy my blackened salmon, and it was true that I felt better mentally and physically with food in my belly. Harvey had put away another burger. The man did love his red meat. While Sophie was picking through a salad, I asked the server to take my empty plate and turned to Harvey with the request that he dig into his wallet. He produced an interesting assortment: 2 credit cards issued by Cabela's and Outdoor World, 6 different airline frequent flyer cards, his membership card in the Sun Devils Booster Club, voter registration, car insurance, Medicare, another health insurance ID, and the driver's license. The street address was the same one on each of those cards that carried this information, a street called Fairway Drive in Surprise, Arizona. Where on earth was Surprise, Arizona? I must have voiced the question aloud. Sophie piped up with, "West Valley." Harvey merely waved an arm in a gesture that might have been aiming west. I had no idea. I picked up my phone and keyed in his address. From my current location, holy yikes, it was way out there. The helpful little map information told me, in current traffic conditions, it would take 2 hours and 4 minutes to drive there. A 4-hour round trip, on top of everywhere else I'd been today, after my 4:19 a.m. awakening. No way. I needed to deliver Sophie home first if I was going to head west yet tonight.
"That address isn't current,"
Harvey informed me.
"Okay, what's your new one?"
His shoulders slumped.
"I can't remember. Jeannie and I had moved to an assisted living place, a nice apartment, right before she had her stroke and had to go into that nursing home."
"Is the apartment in Surprise?"
His gaze went upward, and he thought about that.
"It's not that far from our old neighborhood, but the address, I think it's in Glendale."
Not that far from the old neighborhood pretty well cinched it for me, as far as driving out there tonight.
"Harvey, think very carefully about this. Who would know your new address? You said you didn't have kids, but is there a niece or nephew, siblings of yours or Jeannie's, neighbors or good friends?"
His expression didn't change as I mentioned nieces or nephews. With siblings and friends, he seemed sad. At his age, I'm sure many of them were gone already.
"We need to reach someone who knows where Jeannie is, preferably someone who could meet us here in Mesa and take you home. Can I see your phone?"
He handed it over, and I went to his contacts list. There were fewer than a dozen, all listed simply by first names. I began reading them off to him.
"Barry, who's that?"
"Oh, he's my hunting buddy. We used to get us an elk license every year. Had the best time camping in this beat-up old motorhome of his. Barry could always take a good elk."
"We could call him. He surely knows where you're living now."
Harvey shook his head.
"He passed more than 2 years ago. I just didn't have the heart to take him off my list."
Similar responses came to each of the names. He remembered good times with these friends, but most were gone. A couple of them hadn't been in touch in years.
When the Christmas cards quit coming, Jeannie always knew. Another old friend was gone now.
I realized I could probably call some type of social services agency and put both Harvey and Sophie into their care, force the authorities to sort it out. But when Harvey picked up his crumpled paper napkin and dabbed at his eye, I knew I couldn't do that. This poor man. He would eventually remember something, give me some clue. Maybe a good night's sleep would help to clarify his thought process. If that didn't happen by morning, I could rethink the decision.
Okay, we tried.
I turned to Sophie.
Anything from your mom yet?
She shook her head.
I should have got that tracker app so I could find out where her phone is.
Normally I'd be horrified at the idea of something being able to track another person so easily, but I had to admit in this case it would come in handy. Didn't matter. We didn't have it. To make us all feel better, I ordered a decadent dessert and 3 forks. It helped.
Let's go back to your house, Sophie. Your mom will be home now. She's just not answering her phone because the battery died.
If I repeated it to myself a few times, I might actually believe it. But when we pulled up in front of the house, it was completely dark and closed up. At 7 p.m., every other house on the block was brightly lit and full of activity. Okay, so much for positive thinking. I looked up nearby hotels and found one about 15 minutes away. For good measure, I called to be certain they had 2 rooms available. With Thanksgiving weekend approaching, we couldn't take anything for granted. Harvey pulled out his credit card to cover his room. I paid for one for us girls, and we rode the elevator to the 2nd floor. Harvey with his bowling bag, Sophie with her huge backpack, and me with a duffel of heavy-duty winter clothing that would do me no good here when the temperature was still 73, even after dark. In our room, Sophie and I put our phones on their chargers, took turns at the shower, where I rinsed out my 2-day-old undies and hung them to dry. If this adventure continued much longer, I would need a quick stop at Walmart to replenish with a minimum of underwear and a couple new shirts. By the time I walked out of the bedroom, Sophie was sprawled across her bed, completely out of it. I pulled the duvet over her and felt a pang of sympathy. What must it feel like to return home, believing your mom would be eager to see you, only to find no one home and phone communication sketchy? Poor kid. Poor Harvey. Poor me. Chapter 13. Despite all the current turmoil, I slept like a rock. Part of it was pure physical exhaustion. Hours in a car in heavy traffic will do that. And part was mental. With so many unanswered questions, my brain needed a recharge. I woke a little before 7, seeing faint light around the edge of the curtain. Sophie was burrowed into the covers, still zonked. I dressed and walked next door to tap lightly on Harvey's door. Less than 10 seconds later, he opened it. I studied his face, hoping he'd had a memory breakthrough. He did recall me and most of the details from yesterday.
"Help me figure out this silly coffee maker and I'll fix us both a cup,"
he said. I followed the simple 1, 2, 3 steps illustrated on the machine and started a cup brewing for him.
Don't worry about making one for me. I need to get Sophie up and moving. The hotel has free breakfast downstairs. You can either go ahead or wait for us girls.
He gave a warm smile.
"I'll wait for you girls. My bag is already packed and I'll be on my way to Jeannie pretty soon."
You've remembered the name of the place?
No. I thought you'd found it.
My smile was probably sort of feeble, but I assured him I was trying. While I waited for Sophie to dress and gather her things, it's amazing how much a teen can spread out in a hotel room in just a few hours. I did a search for nursing care facilities, narrowing it down to the 2 cities Harvey had mentioned last night. There were dozens. The whole Phoenix area was a haven for the elderly, it seemed, especially the west side where the original Sun City started this trend. I could understand Harvey's confusion. Too many of the names included desert, sunrise, sunset, oasis, or garden in the name. How could anyone keep them straight? I began tapping locations and calling them. Responses varied from, "We don't give out patient information," to, "A relative will need to come personally to make that inquiry." I refined my spiel to include the fact that I was with the patient's husband, but he could not remember the name of the facility. He was desperately trying to find his wife. That garnered more sympathy, but the person at the other end still usually wanted to talk to Harvey. After a few tries, I realized I was spinning my wheels unless I had him with me. We could tackle this again over breakfast.
"I heard from my mom,"
Sophie announced.
"She texted that she'll meet me at the house at noon. I could go there now. I'd be fine for a few hours until she gets there."
"Can I see the text?" "Eddie was going to meet you, but forgot you'd be home today. Sorry, I'll be there by noon." It had come in at 9:37 last night. Not an unreasonable hour at all, but something felt off. Why hadn't Dixie simply called? She'd agreed to be there, and now she was somewhere else and leaving Eddie to welcome her daughter home? Sophie could have put me on the line, and I would have clarified a lot more facts about this plan. I handed her phone back and reminded myself to stop obsessing about details. People did things differently than I would, that's all.
"How will you get in?"
Her eye held a gleam.
"Remember, I told you about my bedroom window."
"We'll wait for your mom."
"No, I can get inside and I want to be home."
"You need me to drive you there."
"I have Uber and my mom's credit card all set up."
I wanted to tell her she wouldn't get away with it, but in reality all she had to do was leave my sight for 5 minutes. She'd grab her pack, or simply abandon it, run a few blocks in any direction and call for a ride. I could catch up with her at the house, but by then she'd probably have locked herself inside and escalated this into a big battle. I held more power if I simply went along with her idea. "Okay, you win. Let's get breakfast here. Harvey's waiting for us, then I'll drive you to your house." It was probably the mention of Harvey that changed her mind. She had obviously developed a fondness for the grandfatherly old man. The two of them helped themselves at the breakfast bar while I brought up the list of nursing homes I'd previously been working on. I set my phone down and told Harvey to look through the names while I made myself a waffle and scooped fruit onto it. When I returned to the table, he was shaking his head.
"None of those you called seem familiar. Maybe this other one?"
He pointed to a name and I clicked it to go to the website, but the photo of the building elicited another negative.
"Nope, it's not a 3-story place. Everything's on ground level."
"That's helpful to know. We can eliminate some of the choices." Between bites of waffle, I started a systematic search. Within the hour, we had 3 places that could be possibilities. I found myself getting almost excited. I could leave Sophie at her house if we managed to connect a call to Dixie, and I made absolutely certain the woman would be there for her daughter within a short time. Then I would deliver Harvey to his wife, and I might actually be on the road for Holbrook before noon, switch vehicles back to Ron's Mustang, and arrive home before bedtime tonight. Yes, I realized there were a lot of ifs in that plan, and things would need to go almost perfectly. One could dream. Chapter 14. Harvey and I followed Sophie into her backyard and watched her take the screen off the bedroom window. She pressed both palms to the glass, jiggled it, and the flimsy latch shifted just enough to allow the pane to slide open.
"You're pretty good at that, kid. When I was a boy, our windows had those cranks that went round and round. I had to use a prying technique to get mine open."
She sent a wink over her shoulder. "Sophie, I'm going to be at the front door. You walk straight through the house and let us in. You don't get your pack until I make sure I'm leaving you in a safe situation." Harvey had received a wink. I got an eye-rolling, whatever. Why did I suddenly seem like the curmudgeon here? I'm young. I'm cool. Really, I am. I sneaked in and out of my bedroom, maybe once.
I watched Sophie disappear into the house, and I hightailed it to the front door. She opened it just as I got there.
"Everything look okay?"
I asked.
"Yeah, pretty normal. It's weird, after being gone a few months. Guess Mom hasn't taken the trash out in a while. Something stinks."
Harvey caught up, and we both walked in. There was barely an entryway. We stepped directly into a fairly large living room with a fireplace and big sectional couch. A vase of daisies sat on a side table, the water evaporated and the flowers drooping. A dining room was to our left, the edge of a kitchen counter visible ahead, and a sliding glass door led to the backyard and patio. I could see a casserole dish on the counter, showing what looked like the burnt edges of something from a few days ago. Dixie's story of having just popped out for some shopping seemed to be crumbling by the minute.
"Ooh, smells like a dead thing," Harvey commented.
"I'm getting rid of that trash bag,"
Sophie said, heading for the kitchen. I'd noticed the smell too, but it didn't seem polite to exclaim over it. That all changed approximately 2 seconds later when Sophie screamed. Something clattered to the floor and she came running toward us, a sheer look of panic on her face. Harvey instinctively stretched his arms out and pulled her toward him.
Honey, what's the matter?"
"Eddie, he's..."
She couldn't get the words out, only a flailing gesture toward the kitchen. I stepped to the end of the counter. Yep, there was a dead guy, sprawled on the floor with a huge chef's kitchen knife sticking out of his gut. 2 black flies were buzzing over the pool of blood that surrounded him. I backed away, then turned to flee. In all my encounters with crime, I rarely saw a body up close. This was no time to make an exception. "We gotta get out of here, now!" I curved my arms outward, ushering them both toward the open front door. Sophie's sobs had turned into hiccups. Harvey looked as though he was tempted to go back inside and get a good look. It's very obviously a crime scene. Suicide by a knife to one's own heart isn't terribly common, despite that depiction in cinematic drama. "I'm calling the police, and we'll have to be here to tell them how we found him." Our statements would have to include the admission of breaking and entering, but since Sophie's full handprints were clearly on the bedroom window, they should be able to verify our story without question. I phoned 911. Harvey had an arm around Sophie, patting her shoulder. The girl was shaking pretty violently, but I couldn't think what to do for her at the moment other than offer a bottle of water I'd purchased yesterday. I went to the Highlander to get it. She looked up, her eyes darting wildly between Harvey and me, and reached for the water bottle.
"I'm so scared, Charlie. Where's my mom?"
At that moment, 2 City of Mesa cruisers roared around the corner, lights strobing. Thankfully, no sirens. I imagined the officers would soon be asking the very same question about Dixie's whereabouts. As it turned out, the tough questions would come from the plainclothes detective who arrived in a white sedan a minute later. While the uniformed officers threaded yellow tape around the perimeter of the property and neighbors began to emerge from nearby houses, he walked over to us and introduced himself as Detective Hernandez. Hernandez was tall, slender of build, with dark hair and a trim goatee. His tweed jacket fit well and his shoes were polished. His partner emerged from the sedan, a short woman with blonde hair, whose open jacket clearly revealed she was pregnant. She sent a weary smile towards Sophie. The next couple of hours became a blur. I presented my ID and explained how I happened to be here with a teen girl and an elderly man who were unrelated to me. The answers seemed to satisfy. Harvey, likewise, was quickly dismissed when his muddled story and my corroboration convinced them he'd been nowhere near here. In fact, had not even seen the body. Sophie, being the one who could positively identify Eddie, took the brunt of the questioning. After she told them how we'd entered the house and described finding the victim on the kitchen floor, I finally stepped in and reminded them that I could vouch for Sophie's whereabouts for the past 2.5 days, and that she really should not be questioned without the presence of a lawyer, her mother, or a social worker, or all 3. Which, of course, brought the detectives full attention to the question of where Dixie O'Connell was at the moment, and none of us could answer that one.
"I don't know," Sophie said through tears. We texted some, and I talked to her once yesterday, but I thought she was going to be home when we got here. I reached for the girl's hand and gave a little squeeze, warning her not to volunteer information. I could see this inquiry leading down a rabbit hole, with Dixie soon becoming the prime suspect. And for all I knew, the woman had grown desperate to get rid of Eddie. Sophie had told me about their arguments, how her mom wanted out of the relationship, but the boyfriend wouldn't leave. I knew nothing about Dixie as a person, and had gotten mixed signals about her from her own daughter. The one thing I could see clearly was that Sophie didn't believe her mom to be a killer, and the poor girl who'd lost her dad at a young age was possibly going to lose her other parent, too. And the kid was scared, really scared. Considering a day ago I couldn't wait to get this teen girl off my hands, now I couldn't bring myself to simply drive away and leave her in the hands of a social worker and the system. She needed help. And I needed some advice on how to handle this. I meandered over to the Highlander and leaned against it to make a call. A chilly breeze blew down the street, and I grabbed for my lightweight fleece jacket. Chapter 15. After yesterday's drive back up north, Gracie Nelson had promised her kids pancakes and a lazy sleep-in Saturday. She was in the process of loading the dishwasher with syrupy plates when she saw Charlie Parker's name on her phone's screen. She took the incoming call right away.
Hey, Charlie, what's new?
A moment later.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if the police are planning to take Sophie into custody. They haven't said. I mean, she couldn't have killed Eddie. Her alibi is easy enough to establish. But the kid needs support of some kind. An advocate at the very least. I think Penn mentioned having connections.
Of course. I'll get a hold of her. Our friend Sandy lives in Mesa. Maybe it's best if I send her over right away. We can see where it goes from there.
Charlie thanked her and ended the call. Wow. Edward Papard dead. Gracie switched off the burner under the kettle she had filled, aiming for a leisurely cup of tea now that the kids had headed out to do their own things. So much for that plan. She speed-dialed Sandy and added Penn and Mary to the call, then went through the same quick rundown of events Charlie had just relayed to her.
Oh my gosh, what if...
Sandy's voice was strained.
Don't go there, not yet anyway, Penn said. Of course, we shall need to reach out to her, find out where she has been these past few days, establish that she could not have somehow tracked Edward to his current girlfriend's home.
That's what the police will think, Mary added.
If the new girlfriend, I think you said her name is Dixie, if she has a solid alibi, the cops will start looking for other connections right away.
For the moment,
Gracie told them,
Charlie could use some help and support for this teen who is caught in the middle. Sandy, can you go over there and meet them, see what's up? And Penn, could Benton put some feelers out to see where the legal side of it goes? Charlie felt sure it was murder, but we won't know anything about the investigation unless we learn some inside information.
Certainly.
Absolutely, Sandy said.
I'm grabbing my bag and jacket right now. Give me the address.
Gracie read from the note she jotted during Charlie's call.
Mary, can you reach out to Amber? I can't remember what time zone she's in now. Once you speak with her, see if she can tell us anything new about Linda's accounts, the ones Edward has access to.
I'm on it. Their superfit team member Mary was the one who'd been ready to dash out and kick Eddie Papard's rear when they first learned how he'd been using their friend Linda. Now Gracie was glad none of them had personally approached the man. She glanced at her phone screen. Sandy and Mary had left the call, but Penn was still there.
Penn, remind me, when we were talking to Charlie and Sophie at that little cafe in Holbrook, I made some kind of rash statement about wishing Edward Papard was gone from the face of the earth, didn't I? Did I actually say I wished him dead? Will Charlie remember that?
Penn chuckled. I don't think you went quite that far, love. Certainly you could be considered a suspect, and Charlie definitely doesn't seem the type to throw you under the bus in that manner. Gracie gave a nervous laugh. Penn was right. Charlie seemed like a very stand-up person. She wouldn't incriminate someone she'd hardly met in order to save this teenager. But what about Sophie? She'd been there during the conversation, and if her mother became the main suspect, a desperate daughter might do just about anything. A desperate daughter. Gracie froze in the middle of wiping down her kitchen counter. She remembered the first time she'd met Penn's friend, Linda Ratcliffe. Linda's daughter had called upon her old friend for help. Linda's life savings were in jeopardy, but it was Rosalie who'd been at her wits' end. Gracie remembered the conversation in detail. Penn had called a meeting of the heist ladies at her Scottsdale home with its up-close view of the Camelback Mountain. When Gracie walked in, the first of the friends to arrive, she quickly picked up on the level of stress in the room. Penn introduced her friend, Linda Ratcliffe, whom she'd known for decades. Like Penn, Linda was a classic beauty. That day she'd worn tailored black slacks and a red cashmere sweater, expensive but understated. Her dark hair was going silver, with a dramatic swath swooping down across her right cheek. The left side tucked behind her ear. Gracie would have guessed her to be in her mid-70s, although Penn had recently told her Linda had celebrated her 81st birthday. Linda had greeted her quietly, with sad amber eyes. Penn then introduced Linda's daughter Rosalie, and Gracie quickly picked up on the anxiety coming from the younger woman, practically in waves. She was a carbon copy of her mother, 25 years younger. Except where there was sadness on Linda's face, Rosalie's was etched with worry. Haggard lines around her mouth showed exhaustion. Her entire demeanor was that of hopelessness. Penn offered tea, and while she organized cups in the teapot, Sandy and Mary arrived. Introductions all around, and Amber, now working from Spain, was brought in via a video chat on Penn's iPad. "Now that we're all here," Penn began, "I shall let Linda and Rosalie tell their story and why they've requested our help." Linda took the delicate cup and saucer Penn offered, holding them on her lap as she spoke. "I had the best marriage in the world," she said. "Roger and I were simpatico in almost everything, especially in our love of travel. Once he retired from the world of finance, we booked one trip after the other. We hit every continent and a big percentage of the countries. When he passed 5 years ago..." The cup rattled and she sniffed. Rosalie took up the story. "Mother just needed a companion. We knew that no one would ever replace Daddy, but we all, my 2 siblings and I, understood that Mother still had a lot of life ahead of her and wanted someone at her side." Some kind of look passed between the two, a silent go-ahead for Rosalie to continue. "Just a year after Daddy's death, Mother met Edward Papard. There was a mutual acquaintance. The impression was given that Edward had known this circle of friends for years. It felt safe. None of us thought to ask a lot of questions." "Even I didn't question," Linda added. "When Edward talked about mutual friends, events we'd both attended, I assumed I actually had met him previously. I just didn't recall the specifics. He was charming, gentlemanly, and we had the same taste in theater and classical music. I'd long dreamed of traveling to Alaska, making a long road trip of it. But of course that was a bit beyond what a woman my age should be doing on her own. Edward put everything else aside so he could take me. We loaded up his truck and had the most wonderful month. He declared his love for me, told me he'd go to the ends of the earth for me. Of course, the feeling wasn't mutual. I would never stop loving Roger. But Edward was great fun. I needed some fun in my life about that time." She glanced back at her daughter. "None of us questioned any details or thought to do a background check on the man. He made Mother happy, and that was a relief. They were always on the go." "What changed?" Penn asked gently. Rosalie was the first to answer. "About a year ago, I learned how much Mother's finances had become tied up with Edward's, or I should say, how little he was actually contributing. We'd heard that he owned a home up near Flagstaff somewhere, and he derived rental income from that, and he had a pension. But the only thing he seemed to pay for were drinks with friends. all the everyday expenses, from food to clothing to travel to maintenance on the home, was paid for on a credit card in my mother's name. He carried a card on that account and used it quite frequently.
It was a mutual agreement, Linda inserted. I didn't mind. I had plenty. Roger left me quite well off. And why not spend some of that to enjoy my senior years?
No one was arguing about that, any of it. My sister confided that she believed Edward was a gold digger, but we all kept our mouths shut because Mother was enjoying her life. Pen nudged once more.
But something is different now.
About a month ago, Mother wanted to make a change to her trust documents, and she asked me to attend a meeting with her attorney because I've been named as her successor trustee. That part was all set up during my father's time.
Sandy, the banker, was nodding.
During the meeting with the lawyer, I learned that Mother had made a previous change I didn't know about, giving Edward a lifetime interest in our family home. He could live there the rest of his days, and he was given many other privileges with the property, such as being allowed to remodel or lease it to someone else. All the furnishings and family heirlooms were to stay. I was surprised and somewhat dismayed. Previously, the home we grew up in was understood to belong to the siblings. If no one wanted to live there, it would be sold and added to Mother's estate. It's a sizable property with a value of more than $3 million.
Your attorney went along with this change? Sandy asked, a bit sharply.
He wasn't happy about it, Linda admitted. He told me the scenario could become a nightmare. That was the reason for the meeting last month. I wanted Rosalie to know my wishes and to be included in the discussion.
The attorney stayed with his point that the entire estate would be tied up for the rest of Edward's life. As personal representative and trustee, I wouldn't be able to do anything with that property for years to come.
Gracie saw the haggard expression return to Rosalie's face.
The result of the meeting was that the law firm is to draw up new documents, taking ownership of any of Mother's assets away from Edward, leaving him with a decent cash settlement instead.
Which sounds very generous, considering everything your mother has already paid for, Mary said.
Exactly. I began going through all of Mother's paperwork, studying investment accounts and bank statements, and I discovered that everything Edward had access to had suddenly vanished. It was fairly elaborate. He held 2 joint credit cards with her, plus a joint checking account and 1 investment account in his own name at a major brokerage firm. Money from Mother's investments held at this same firm had been transferred into his account and then moved to another place Mother knew nothing about. Large purchases on credit card were automatically paid from her account. I came to discover gambling debts at several casinos, both in this area and out of state, and there were travel expenses I didn't recognize, short trips to Vegas, signs there could be another woman.
Linda had set her tea aside, untouched, and was practically crying now.
I was such a fool, never looking at my account statements closely. Edward assured me he was checking everything. All the bills were getting paid on time, and I was happy just to travel and not worry about anything.
Little did she know her investment accounts, which had totaled in the range of $4 to $5 million, now contained just a few $1,000s. The credit card bills were accumulating at a rate where her remaining account balances would have been completely cleared out within a few more weeks.
Sandy looked horrified. What steps have you taken? Rosalie took a deep breath.
I alerted the investment firm, changed all her passwords, and had the credit agencies freeze her accounts. The lawyer is in the process of getting her will and trust documents updated, but these guys work so slowly. Weeks have slipped by, and we're...
Linda placed a hand on her daughter's knee.
I can say it.
She looked around the room at the ladies.
I'm dying. Last week I was hospitalized for several days, and the tests did not bring good news. I wanted my children to receive my estate. Roger would have been so disappointed in me.
I want to get her money back.
Rosalie was adamant. The man is a con artist, a gold digger, whatever you want to call him, but this is wrong on every level. All of my father's hard work and judicious investing cannot go to this scumbag. Gracie felt anger rise and saw eyes flashing on all of the other faces in the room. On the video chat, Amber appeared to be tapping keys on a keyboard.
Send me more information on this guy. Whatever you have, I'll see what I can track.
Our young computer genius,
Penn said with a smile.
Where is Edward now? Mary asked. Surely he's not still living in your home.
Vanished,
Linda said.
The day Rosalie and I returned from the attorney appointment, he wasn't at home. I thought he was simply out somewhere, but I checked the safe. His passport and important documents are gone. I fear he could easily leave the country.
Rosalie turned to the group, keeping her voice low.
This man has upended our lives. Mother is devastated, and he's not who he represented himself to be. And of course I'm livid at what he's gotten away with. I hate what he's done to her, and if I could catch up with the man, I'd kill him.
Linda registered no surprise.
Sweetie, you're the one with everything to lose. I would need to do that.
Those words echoed in Gracie's head now as she put away the pancake mix and syrup and headed out the door to join Charlie and Sophie in Mesa. What if one of the Ratcliffe women truly had followed through? Chapter 16. I liked Sandy Werner as soon as she walked over and introduced herself to Sophie and me. A banker, she and I both spoke the language of accounting and finance. She was slightly older than I, a little on the plump side, with a flattering blonde page boy cut and vivid blue eyes. She said Gracie and Penn were on their way from other parts of the metro area. And there was Gracie, parking a couple houses down the street, just as Sandy said it. Detective Hernandez approached, eyeing our growing little group.
We're taking the girl downtown. She's not a suspect at this point. Her alibi checks out with the social services people in Santa Fe. But she's here as a minor without next of kin to claim her. Until her mother comes along, she needs to be in the system here.
Gracie spoke up, reaching for Sophie's hand, introducing herself to the detective and his partner.
This poor kid's been through a lot, going on for months now. I'd be happy to take her into my own household until her mother comes back.
Sophie has heard from her mom within the past 24 hours. It won't be long before Dixie gets back, I offered.
Procedure. You're welcome to come downtown, talk with the social worker in our department, and present your credentials. I'm not saying it won't work out for you to go with this lady, he said to Sophie, but we have rules to follow.
So is this where my responsibility ends? I asked, a little uncertain about simply driving away.
As far as the girl's custody, yes. As far as being a person who discovered a murder victim, we'd like you to stay here in the metro area a couple more days. Questions are going to come up.
It wasn't really what I wanted to hear. Getting home had been my top priority, and the trip had already dragged on far longer than I wanted. But now that there was a mystery to solve...
You're certainly welcome to stay with me,
Sandy said.
Unless you're allergic to cats.
I don't think I am. I've always had dogs. Then I remembered Harvey, who was now sitting in the front passenger seat of my rental. I've got another delivery before I can make any firm plans. We retrieved Sophie's pack from the back of the Highlander, and I watched, a little wistfully, as the female officer escorted her to a cruiser. I noticed a similar expression on Gracie's face. Sophie told me she thought you'd be a great mom, I said. She liked the fact that you set boundaries with your own kids. Gracie smiled at the compliment.
Oh, I don't know. I just do my best.
She paused a second.
Maybe it says something about the situation in Sophie's home, though. Kind of sad, huh?
Anyone hungry? It's almost 12,
Harvey said. Gracie shrugged.
I just finished pancakes at home.
I hadn't eaten much breakfast. And Sandy suggested a restaurant would be a better place for us to discuss Eddie Peppard than here at the scene where a coroner's vehicle had just backed into the driveway in preparation for hauling him away. She got the word out to Penn and their other colleague, Mary, whom I hadn't met yet. We all headed for a Chinese buffet that was about 10 minutes away on Power Road.
"What's the story with the elderly gentleman?"
Mary asked, as soon as she and I were alone. I liked the athletic woman with her short, spiky hair and can-do attitude. Gracie had briefly mentioned that she'd met Mary when the woman was down on her luck. You wouldn't know it to look at her now. She and I had offered to hold a table while the others helped themselves to an array of fantastic-smelling dishes. I gave the short version of how Harvey had tagged along with us and now couldn't remember the name or address of where his wife was staying.
"Oh, that's rough. For both of you."
The others returned to the table. Mary and I took our turns at the buffet, and at last conversation resumed around the death of Eddie Peppard.
"Have you informed Linda yet?"
I asked Penn. The classy older woman shook her head.
"It's something best delivered in person, I think. Linda's not well, and although I believe the news will come as a relief, there will be many unanswered questions. I'd like her daughter Rosalie to be there."
"Rosalie is administering her mother's affairs and will be trustee for her estate," Sandy said. "If Edward Peppard had started playing the same games with Dixie that he was with Linda—" She stopped short of any accusation, but I mentally filled in the blanks. Gracie had dropped small hints about Eddie's scamming their friend for millions of dollars, which could make for a very worthy motive for murder. None of them wanted to think of Linda or Rosalie as killers. Dixie was now his latest victim, and Dixie was conveniently out of sight. The thoughts I'd refused to voice in front of Sophie were now facing me head-on.
"The mother may not be the murderer,"
Gracie said now, as if she'd read my mind.
"She could very well be another victim of this Eddie guy."
She picked up a spring roll and dunked it in sauce.
"Indeed, it sounds as if she is, at least in the financial realm," Penn added.
"It's exactly what happened to Linda."
"Agreed. I'd heard that Sophie's father left Dixie financially comfortable when he died, and that seemed to be Eddie's method, to find women with substantial means and figure out how to live off them."
Harvey had been fiddling with chopsticks, I noticed, but he finally gave them up in favor of a fork.
"Well, nobody's going to live off my fortune, but a bunch of pampered pups at the Humane Society," he announced as he stabbed a shrimp. "Jeannie and I already got that set up. Course, who knows how much will be left after both of us finish out our lives at Desert Rose."
"Harvey, you said Desert Rose. Is that the place?"
I wiped my hands on my napkin and picked up my phone. A quick search for Desert Rose, paired with nursing, gave me a name and an address. I tapped to access their website, and up came photos of a sprawling facility amid palm trees and flowering bougainvillea. Pinkish stucco and turquoise trim on the doors gave it a distinctive look. I aimed my phone's screen toward him, and he lit up, nodding vigorously.
"That's it. I knew it."
"Just let me call and make sure. Then we can head over there after lunch."
"I'll be back with Jeannie in time for dinner. They make real good dinners there."
He squared his shoulders and sat up straighter, happy at last.
"What will you do after you take Harvey home?"
Mary asked.
"I guess I'll drive back to this side of town. Detective Hernandez said I needed to stay in the area a couple more days. I'd like to see Sophie reunited with her mom, since that was my original assignment. At the very least, I can't just go away and leave the girl in state custody and the mother's fate completely unknown."
"You'll want to head over to Surprise fairly soon," Sandy advised. "After 3 p.m., the traffic is murder, and you'll face a lot less of it if you're back in Mesa before then."
"Good idea."
I glanced over at Harvey. With the good news that he was going home, the man was shoveling chow mein like his life depended on it. His plate was nearly clean. I finished my last bites of sweet and sour pork and took a moment to savor the green tea in my cup, while Harvey made a trip to the boys' room.
"I swear the man must have a bladder the size of a pinto bean." I consulted map directions and figured out that I-10 would deliver us to the west side by the quickest means. I memorized the exit names and the address of our destination. Contact details for Penn and Gracie were already in my phone, and I quickly added those for Sandy and Mary. "Call me when you get back to Mesa," Sandy said.
"I'll have my guest room ready for you."
"If I've heard from my friend Benton by then, we may have more details about the Edward Papard mess," Penn added. I met my 92-year-old charge at the exit, and we walked out to the SUV. Making certain his bowling bag luggage was still with us, we headed for the Loop 202 and then Interstate 10. Nothing in my experience of driving in Albuquerque prepared me for the organized manner in which the Phoenix designers move a massive amount of traffic around this huge metro area. The drivers were no less obnoxious, but at least the 8 lanes moved steadily. An hour later, we pulled up at Desert Rose Life Care. A smaller sign beside the entry drive stated that this was a home for assisted living and all levels of later life care.
"Right over there is where I always park,"
Harvey said, directing me toward the left side of the main building.
"Our apartment is in this section."
I parked and we walked through the main entrance, into a lobby that resembled a fine hotel with Queen Anne chairs upholstered in floral fabrics and a reception desk of cherry.
"Mr. Molson, it's good to see you back,"
said the middle-aged woman behind the desk.
"How was your trip?"
"Wait till I tell you,"
he said with a grin.
"Is this your daughter?"
He shook his head.
"She's what you call a friend in need. My car disappeared. Charlie brought me right home."
Even though it hadn't been quite that simple, I appreciated the brevity of his story. I didn't know whether to offer more explanation or just let it go. He should file a claim with his insurance company and probably report it to the police, but I figured that was his business.
"Will you be okay now?"
I asked. I glanced toward the woman behind the desk, and her nod reassured me. Harvey set down his bowling bag, then reached out and took both of my hands in his.
"Thank you, Charlie. It's been a great adventure, and I enjoyed the pleasure of your company."
Aw, what a sweetie. Our couple of days together had been frustrating at times, and I still wondered whether he had truly forgotten the name of Desert Rose, or if he really just wanted to tag along for a new experience. He leaned forward and placed a kiss on my cheek. Chapter 17. I was most of the way back to Mesa when I realized I was about to be someone's house guest, and all I had with me were winter clothes and a toothbrush. At minimum, a change into fresh jeans and a new shirt really were in order. I spotted a Walmart store, took the next exit, and found my way to it. In the parking lot, it occurred to me this might be the only time I'd be alone for a while, so I gave Drake a quick call and explained the situation.
"Just be careful," he said, his usual response whenever I find myself tied up in something unforeseen.
I'm hoping the authorities have already located Sophie's mother and the two can be reunited, but it's a little complicated in that regard. At least you don't have to worry about me bringing a kid home with me. Someone else already has dibs on her. Next up was a call to Josh at the lot where I'd rented the Highlander. Didn't want him thinking I'd taken off with it. No worries. As long as the Mustang was in Tyler's garage, he knew I'd be back. Ron was a little less happy to hear that I still didn't have his car, but when I suggested he could drive to Holbrook himself and leave my Jeep for me to pick up later, he backed down. Turned out Albuquerque had received some snow, and he was content to have the four-wheel drive instead of his Mustang. He asked if I'd be home for Thanksgiving. Oh, a holiday weekend was coming soon, and I'd made no plans. But I couldn't exactly promise anything. I told him to be sure Graham and Dottie were invited to his house that day, even if I wasn't home yet. With things at home taken care of, I trotted into Walmart and went on a little shopping spree. A small wheeled suitcase held the 2 pairs of jeans, 3 pullover shirts, a nightshirt, a pack of socks, pack of undies, and assorted toiletries that would get me through the basics of shampooing and cleaning up well enough to be around other people for a few more days. I tossed in a pair of nicer slacks, some black flats, and a dressier sweater,
for just in case.
What if the police wanted me to stay through the Thanksgiving weekend? I really didn't want to contemplate it, but it was better to be ready. I followed Sandy's directions to her home, which I found to be a one-story brick house in a neighborhood where all the others were stucco. An inflatable turkey sat in the yard. As she told me, it was easy to spot. The front porch sported pumpkins, autumn leaves, and a rocking chair with cushions in fall colors. It was a little frou-frou for my taste, but from the little bit I'd seen of Sandy, I'd guessed it reflected her personality as well. She'd apparently spotted me through the wide mullioned window at the front because the door opened as I approached.
"Welcome. Come on in."
She introduced me to Heckle and Jekyll, her two black cats. After suspicious sniffs at my new luggage, they proceeded to ignore me.
"Ben will be here in just a few minutes, so let me show you to the guest room first."
The feminine touches everywhere attested to the fact that she lived alone. Pastel tones, flowered wallpaper, and dozens of little figurines and painted plates decorated nearly every surface. My room turned out to be something out of a B&B dream. Four-poster bed, carved oak dresser, pillows and comforters all over the place. Complete with the adjoining bathroom, I must say, I certainly couldn't have gotten any better surroundings in an upscale hotel. I unwrapped my new packets of blusher, lip balm, and sunscreen, and set my shampoo and conditioner beside the shower. Then I cut the tags off the new clothes, hanging everything in the closet to get the wrinkles to relax a bit. Sandy's guest room, like any fine hotel, provided an ironing board and iron tucked away in the closet for that purpose, but ironing is kind of on my I don't do that list. Properly settled, I walked back to the living room and discovered that Penn had arrived. A china tea service sat on a silver tray on the coffee table, and the two women were chatting. Sandy spotted me and offered a cup.
"It's a good Assam," she said. "It'll perk you up after the long drive across the city."
I had to admit that it was hard to believe I'd made a 140-mile round trip without leaving the massive metroplex.
"At least it looks like Harvey is settled. I didn't meet his wife, but the lady in charge was all set to take over and get him to Jeannie's room."
Sandy handed me a cup of the steaming tea and gestured toward the overstuffed chairs near the front window.
"Penn has news." "Well, not much, I'm afraid."
Penn had perched on an upright Queen Anne chair, and she paused to take a quick sip of her tea.
"I got in touch with Benton. That's my friend who retired from the district attorney's office. He's been of immense help to us in the past, as he still has loads of contacts on the law enforcement side of things."
Sandy held out a plate of homemade butter cookies, and I took one.
"Benton tells me the word is they'll rush an autopsy on Edward Papard's body because the initial observation was a bit unusual." "Really? In what way? Did he say?" "It's unclear whether the knife wound was actually the cause of the man's death."
A picture flashed into my head. You don't quickly forget what a body with a knife in it looks like. I would have guessed the knife went straight to the heart.
"At any rate," she continued, "Benton will get back to me as he learns anything new. Meantime, they are of course looking for Dixie O'Connell as chief suspect. He was in her kitchen with one of her knives in him, and she hasn't been seen in several days." "Did Benton have any information as to when the victim died?"
I asked, picking crumbs of the butter cookie from my sweater.
"Nothing official. Again, the autopsy. But the initial reading from the coroner placed it at least 2 days prior."
I pondered that, going back in time to Sophie's movements. She'd been with me since Thursday, and in the custody of the social services for several days before that. It definitely ruled her out as a suspect. But what about Dixie?
"Sophie told me she spoke and texted with her mother while we were on the road, but once we got here, she didn't seem surprised to find that Dixie wasn't home after all, and Sophie wanted to let herself into the house and stay alone."
Clearly, she did not know there was a body in the kitchen.
"Obviously. But where did she think her mother was? Maybe Dixie told her something."
"Too bad the authorities have Sophie and her phone," Sandy mused.
Did you get the idea Sophie was actually communicating with her mother? Penn asked. Thinking aloud here, I wonder if someone else might have possession of Dixie's phone. I'd had the same thought. But that person would have most likely been Eddie, trying to hide something from the daughter if he'd placed her mom in jeopardy, don't you think? Plus, I did hear a female voice on the phone with Sophie at one point. I remembered during the call, thinking the voice sounded young, that Sophie and a friend might be messing with me, and then the call dropped. What if Dixie was at home, there was a confrontation with Eddie, and she killed him? Good point, Sandy. And then most likely she would have run, needing to get away. What do you think, Charlie? I'm not so sure. Unless Sophie was lying about the content of the texts. Her mom was telling her to come home, that she would be there. Then she backtracked. In fact, at one point she said she had to be away, but Eddie would meet us. This was before he supposedly forgot. Still, it makes no sense that Dixie would send her daughter home if she knew he was dead inside the house. True. Penn set her cup aside, her forehead wrinkled thoughtfully. It rules Dixie out as a suspect. Or it means someone else had the mother's phone and was deliberately steering Sophie home, maybe in hopes that the girl would then become the most likely suspect. Sandy's suggestion might work. They had no way of knowing Sophie and I were running behind schedule because of the flat tire and car breakdown. If we'd actually arrived on the afternoon we were supposed to, we might have walked in just in time to see the killer leaving. But that sounded like the work of a master criminal, someone who planned the timing of their crime down to the second. Something about that scenario was just a little too pat. Going back to the idea that Eddie, or someone, has possession of Dixie's phone, couldn't it mean that Dixie is quite possibly a victim herself? Or, in desperation, she killed Eddie and is now hiding out? I gave a sigh. Desperation. That's probably a good word for it, Penn. If he was pulling the same scam on Dixie as he was with your friend Linda, I can see how she might have been desperate to get rid of him. Sandy sat forward. We should bring in Amber, see if she can learn more about Dixie's financial situation. Eddie was definitely after the money he could get from Linda. If Dixie had substantial means, she could have very well been his current target. Chapter 18. From her work area, Amber Zekias took a long look at the view of the spires atop the magnificent Catedral de Sevilla and the lovely fountain in the courtyard below her apartment. That initiated the video call to Sandy Werner in Mesa, Arizona. The 8-hour time difference always worked well for the heist ladies. When Sandy called after dinner in Arizona, Night Owl Amber jumped online and spent a couple hours tracking down the information she wanted. Her VPN assured her that the tracking links on various websites would register her searches as coming from within the U.S. and not throw up any red flags. "Hey, I hope 6 a.m. isn't too early for you," she said, noting that her friend's computer was obviously set up in the kitchen, and Sandy was pulling a bagel from the toaster as she settled in for the call. "Not a bit. Figured I'd grab some breakfast while we talk. I don't have to be at the bank until 9. She spread butter and jam on one half of the bread. "I got hooked. Stayed online until nearly 4 this morning, but I managed some decent sleep. I'm actually having breakfast myself." She held up a small bowl, showing off her yogurt with blueberries. "Find anything good? Maybe I should wake up my house guest and bring her in to hear this." "No need," said a voice in the background. A woman with long hair pulled into a messy bun spoke to Sandy as she crossed the picture and reached for the coffee carafe. "I heard voices and smelled coffee." "Amber, meet Charlie. Charlie, Amber." Sandy held up the unadorned half of her bagel, but Charlie shook her head. "Food later, coffee first." "Hi, Amber. I've heard good things about you and your computer skills." "Cool. I have to admit I didn't find a lot of detail on your Dixie O'Connell. But if you're ready for what I did find..." "Go for it," Sandy said. Charlie took a stool at the counter beside her so they could both watch. "So on the face of it, Dixie doesn't seem wealthy.
She's no socialite for sure, doesn't flaunt money. She's kind of a party girl, posts Insta pics of herself. Here's a few.
Amber switched over to sharing her screen and showed some of the shots she'd captured. Dixie looked enough like Sophie to be her older sister, and her youthful attitude came through in her saucy expression. Wearing a vest bedazzled with rhinestones and a bright pink cowboy hat, she grinned at the camera and raised a margarita glass. One would not peg her immediately as the mother of a teen. In other shots, she showed off red cowboy boots and short skirts. They were always friends, and they were usually in a crowded bar scene.
She dresses just like her kid. Maybe they share clothes. What does she do for a living?
Charlie asked.
Partying all the time doesn't come cheap. She has a nice little house. Small, but from my quick trip there it seemed well furnished, not at all run down. Whether she owns or rents, she spent some money on the place.
Amber switched from the photos to another screen, a spreadsheet that was a bit too small to read at a distance.
Dixie doesn't work. Actually, she has a trust fund.
She's from a wealthy family?
As near as I can tell, the trust was set up by her husband. I don't know how their personalities meshed. Maybe really well. But he knew his way around money and investments. He was a few years older, met Dixie when she was in high school, he in college. He went right to work for one of the big investment firms at a decent salary. She got pregnant and they married. She was able to stay home with the baby, and he must have managed the money for them both. He tucked away a very nice portfolio and set it up so if anything happened to him, the money would be paid out monthly rather than handing over a lump sum. The stocks throw off enough dividend income to support Dixie and Sophie without touching the principal, which is growing well as long as it's left alone.
Sandy was nodding. Charlie was chewing at her lower lip.
My parents did a similar thing for me, Charlie said. It's not moved to the Riviera wealth, but it covers the bills, so I've never had to worry.
Sandy squinted at the numbers and pointed.
Yes, I can see how he did it. These are good, solid stocks, the kind that made Warren Buffett a wealthy man over time.
Amber pulled up another screenshot.
About 6 months ago, it looks like Dixie petitioned the court to make her the trustee so she could control the money herself. The request was denied on the basis that her husband had specifically stated that neither Dixie nor Sophie ever gained personal control. The trust department at the investment firm will always have full control. If they ever became insolvent, which is unlikely since they've been around since the 1920s, another financial institution takes over.
Sounds like he knew exactly what Dixie's actions would be. He set this up proactively so his earnings and investments wouldn't be squandered on partying and margaritas.
Sandy nodded at Charlie's comment, raised an index finger, and added,
And men. We believe Edward Papard entered her life less than a year ago. Based on our friend Linda's experience, I can easily see this Eddie pressing Dixie to quit bowing to the wishes of the bank and control her own money.
Amber took down the screen share and picked up her bowl again.
That's a similar MO to what he used with Linda Ratcliffe, right? Lonely widow, plenty of money?
Dapper man comes in and shows her a good time. Offers to take over the worrisome task of paying the bills and filing the taxes, or whatever he did for her, Charlie added. His being a bit older than Dixie might have appealed to her. Being a lot younger than Linda definitely flattered her.
Con men are always such chameleons,
Amber said.
We've learned that through every other case we've worked on together, haven't we?
Indeed.
Sandy had finished her bagel and set the plate aside.
They'd make fantastic actors because they are always playing the role, presenting the face that the target wants to see.
Charlie looked at her, realizing something.
I wonder if that's why both women admitted the guy would just take off from time to time, vanished for a day or two with plans of his own. Maybe maintaining the role constantly becomes a strain, requires the con artist to get away and regroup.
Now it was Sandy's turn to smile.
I hadn't thought of that. Linda did mention that Edward would be away on business quite a bit.
And Sophie told me she liked the times when Eddie left for a few days, and it would be her and her mom again.
Amber nodded.
Could also mean he was seeing one of them when he left the other. It's how men pull off the dual family routine.
Wow. Charlie reached for the sack of bagels. Okay, I've just got one more question before we sign off, Amber. How do you gather all this data on someone without them agreeing to a credit check? Amber smiled. I'm just good with a computer. Sandy can tell you. I only ever check up on the bad guys we're investigating. Chapter 19. Yes, she's quite the little computer whiz, Sandy told me as I put my bagel in the toaster. As a banker, myself, I have to be careful how much I really know. There have been a couple of cases where the person we're investigating is a client of our bank. I can't get involved in that, obviously. She put her plate in the dishwasher and offered me more coffee. You asked some well-informed questions just now. What's your financial background? Accountant. I went into the explanation about how Ron and I formed RJP Investigations, and I was in charge of the finances. My brother is the licensed investigator, but I somehow get dragged into that aspect of it at times, too. Escorting Sophie home to Arizona was just a side gig. Wasn't supposed to turn into all this. All of us, the heist ladies, had real lives with ordinary days until we got together to help Penn recover a stolen necklace. She's a best-selling writer, you know. Penn? She doesn't talk about it much. No, she scaled back on the book tours and such, but she still turns out a new book every year or two. She reached into the fridge. I've got cream cheese if you want it, or there's that homemade blackberry jam by the toaster. I opted for the jam, as she had. I meant to ask Amber if she'd spotted any recent charges on Dixie's credit cards, any ATM withdrawals. I completely forgot. She did check that, said there was nothing within the past week. I guess I had covered that subject before you walked into the room. Okay, good. I mean, good that you asked, not good that there's been no activity. I took a bite, savoring the sharp sweetness of the fresh fruit jam. I know. It doesn't seem likely that someone with Dixie's interests hasn't needed money in recent days. If she hasn't been home, she's eating, drinking, and sleeping somewhere. We assumed with Eddie until yesterday. Which reminded me that Dixie could very well be the killer. I was sure the police hoped the case would be solved so easily, but I couldn't help but feel for the 13-year-old who would lose her mom. Sandy seemed to read my thoughts. You'll want to stay in touch with Penn and see if she's picked up any new information. I'd better get dressed and turn my attention toward my real job. She headed toward her bedroom and I finished my bagel. The two cats sat on the breakfast nook window seat, watching birds who visited a feeder as the sky grew lighter. Heckle and Jekyll spoke in tiny meow-meow sounds that must have been meant to entice the cardinals. Or maybe it was just a way of telling each other what their bird-catching strategy would be. Freckles would be eyeing the block of suet, wondering if it was as tasty as those odd creatures were making it out to be. I joined the cats on the bench, pulling my nightshirt over my knees, and took a minute to check my messages and email. Nothing from Ron. Love you and miss you, from Drake, with a selfie of him with freckles. I felt a pang, missing them too. It would be Thanksgiving in a few days, and I just wanted to be home. It was a bit past 7:30. Would this be a decent hour to call Detective Hernandez? Sandy bustled through the kitchen and into her walk-in pantry, her hair freshly brushed, makeup in place, and dressed now in a flattering blue suit with a coral pink blouse. She scooped up cat food and divided it into 2 small bowls and checked their water dish. Sorry to leave you on your own, but I know you've got plenty to do. There's a key on the hall table, so you can come and go. It's going to be a busy week at the bank, or I'd take time off. No problem. I was just thinking about calling Penn. Is it too early? Oh, no, she's an early riser. Good idea. Maybe she's heard something back from Benton. And with that, she shrugged into her suit jacket and picked up her purse. The connecting door to the garage opened and closed, and I heard her car start. Alone. In a city where I didn't really want to be, on a case that had turned a simple road trip into a murder investigation. Ugh. Of course, I could defy the police and simply leave. The idea was so tempting. I wasn't sure what they could actually do to me since I had no personal role in the case. Worst scenario, they could haul me back for questioning or make me pay a fine of some kind. Best scenario, they wouldn't do anything at all. They might even forget I existed. Nah, that wasn't going to happen. Hernandez had a pretty stern look in his eye when he issued the order. And then there was Sophie. As self-centered and rude as she'd been in the beginning, the girl did have a vulnerable side. All at once I saw myself, only 2 years older than Sophie's age now, orphaned, defiant, bratty. And Elsa, my gram, had been there for me. She could have said, "Sorry, not my kid," but she had taken me in and loved me, no matter what. I swallowed hard and wiped away the tear that threatened to spill. With a deep breath, I made up my mind. I needed to follow this up and at least see if we could locate Sophie's mother. I walked back to the guest room where I set out fresh clothes, showered, and treated myself to a thorough shampoo and conditioning routine. When I emerged dressed, I saw that I had a voicemail. Talk about great timing. "Charlie, it's Penn Fitzpatrick. I've got some new information from Benton. Call me when you're up." So I did. "I've spoken with Benton. It seems an autopsy was performed on Edward Papard rather late last night. It appears the knife was not the cause of death." Someone else had said that, and I'd forgotten to question. How on earth could that be? I still vividly remembered the knife in the center of the chest, the pool of blood, the very dead man. According to the medical examiner's preliminary report, which Benton saw because he and the man are golfing chums, and he called in a favor, the most likely cause of death was a blow to the head, which could also have bled a lot. So the knife wound was not in a location that would kill him? Apparently it missed the central part of the heart, nicking only an edge. The blow to the head was far worse. You said this was a preliminary report. Yes, so there are more tests to be done before the final ruling. Still, it's interesting, don't you think? I agreed. Charlie, I've been told the police intend to keep all of this information away from the public. That means we cannot discuss it with anyone outside our small group. Understood. Since there are 2 very different wounds, I'm guessing they will want to see what types of confessions come in. Sandy said the story was on the early news, identifying Edward Papard as a murder victim. Back home, the homicide cop I've worked with says confessions always seem to pop up with any high-profile murder. They keep certain information secret to weed out the fake ones. Exactly. It's possible there are 2 killers. Oh my. If Eddie had been attacked and hit over the head, then Dixie came home and found him, what a symbolic gesture to grab a knife and stab the heartbreaker. To break his heart in retaliation for his treatment of her. My thoughts were swirling so rapidly that I missed the next thing Penn said. I was simply wondering aloud what our next step should be. I'm afraid all of our crime solving has centered around thefts and con artists, no murders. So far. Yes, right. So far. Penn sighed loudly enough that I heard the frustration. Chapter 20. My first thought was to check back with Detective Hernandez and find out what had happened with Sophie. As long as my young charge was safe, was it really my job to find out whether her mother had murdered the boyfriend? I wanted to think not. I wanted to go home. I pulled out the business card he'd given me and dialed. Yes, the lady from Albuquerque, he said when I introduced myself. I could hear papers shuffling in the background and pictured him at a desk laden with the folders of a dozen unsolved cases. At least that's what Kent Taylor's desk normally looks like. I asked about Sophie, whether they'd found a safe place for her. We have. In fact, the department social worker was here just 10 minutes ago. She's done the necessary paperwork to place Sophie in temporary custody with a Grace Nelson and family. More paper shuffling,
a mild curse as something dropped with a clunk.
I'm told Sophie spent the night in a holding cell here, alone, not in the general population. Today, Mrs. Nelson will be coming down to finalize the forms and take her home. It will be a monitored situation, with our department checking regularly.
Maybe the Mesa police were less understaffed than many other departments. I couldn't imagine them having the time to follow up with a teen in foster care when there were crimes to be solved. Speaking of which, is there any news about locating the killer of Edward Papard?
Dixie O'Connell is our lead suspect.
Surely not.
The murder took place in her home where the victim was living with her in a domestic relationship. There was little sign of a struggle, and the knife was one from her own kitchen set. The scenario is more common than you'd like to think.
That was probably true. But so many pieces don't fit. Dixie knew Sophie would be returning home, was planning on it. She told her daughter Eddie would be home in case she couldn't get there herself quite on time.
And if this homecoming was such an anticipated event, why wouldn't the mother make every effort to be there herself?
I couldn't exactly answer that.
We're making inquiries along all lines, ma'am. We will apprehend the killer, and we'll build an airtight case that she won't be able to deny. By the way, you are free to leave the city now.
He gave a curt good day and hung up. I flopped onto one of the stools at the counter. She can't deny? Wow. Talk about presumptions. The man had made up his mind already. I phoned Penn. Oh, heavens. That doesn't sound good, Charlie. No, it doesn't. He said I could leave, but I just can't help putting myself in Sophie's fancy red boots and thinking of how this would go for her. Absolutely. Unless her mother is cleared, she'll end up spending the next 5 years or more in the foster care system. I need to talk with the girl before I make any decision to go back to Albuquerque. Yes, excellent thinking. I've got a board meeting this afternoon at the Ames Foundation, but I shall be eager to hear what more you learn about this whole situation. I thanked Penn again for providing the autopsy information this morning. Then I called Grace. Charlie, glad you called. I've got Sophie with me. Just picked her up from downtown and we're on our way to my house. She's in desperate need of a shower and some comfort food. I promised spaghetti for lunch. Want to join us? Sophie's voice in the background was saying, Yes, Charlie, come. I got the address and said I'd love some lunch. Gracie met me at the covered porch of her Tempe home, a nice mid-sized place in another of those cookie-cutter neighborhoods ubiquitous throughout the valley. The Nelson home had pale gray stucco with charcoal gray trim, mature trees in the front yard, and pots of brilliant marigolds on the front steps. How's Sophie doing? I asked in a low voice. I assumed the reason Gracie had stepped outside to greet me was so that she could speak privately for a minute. Pretty good, considering. I didn't get much out of her about her time in New Mexico when she ran away from home. Mostly she seems concerned about her mom. Understandably. Well, we'll see what we can learn that might help us find Dixie. I gave the one-sentence synopsis of what Hernandez had said and his attitude. I heard a sound behind me and turned to see Sophie had opened the front door. She wore stretched jeans and a cute red top with the red boots. Her blonde hair hung down her back in damp strands. She actually smiled at me. Most remarkably, I didn't see her cell phone in her hands. I turned toward her and received a hug. What a switch from 2 days ago. Feeling better? Yeah, the shower helped. That place last night smelled like some creepy disinfectant. The kind that makes you wonder if the place is bug-infested? Yeah, ugh. She caught me looking at her boots. Like 'em? My mom and I got matching ones. Ah. That answered my question about whether Dixie and her daughter shared clothes. We walked inside where the aroma of tomatoey sauce filled the air. Spaghetti bolognese is my specialty, Gracie said, hurrying through the foyer and great room to the kitchen and giving a quick stir to the pot of sauce.
A large kettle was steaming on another burner. She picked up a handful of long spaghetti and fed it into the boiling water. We rented the house out while we were in Thailand for several months. I'm glad we didn't sell, but I'm still having to search for things that got put away in different places. Case in point, my grater for the Parmesan.
She had a special grater just for that? My culinary skills are so unrefined, I'm doing well to remember to set out the jar the cheese comes in from the store. Gracie had set the dining table with 3 places. A large bowl of salad sat there, something she had probably whipped together with her eyes closed. As the pasta pot bubbled, I took a seat at the counter. Sophie had disappeared, but just as I was about to bring up the case with Gracie, the teen came back. Her hair was dry now, and the phone was back in her hand. She set it on the counter and sat next to me.
I'm glad you stayed. Gracie says you're going to help me figure out where my mom is. The cops won't tell me anything. Plus, I have more faith in you and the heist ladies than them.
I nodded. I hope we can find your mom and get this whole thing straightened out. Have you heard from her? I mean, since yesterday when... She gave a wistful look toward the phone and shook her head.
Lunch is ready,
Gracie announced.
Come in and dish up your plates.
We helped ourselves to the perfectly cooked pasta and sauce, then took seats at the table. Sophie dug in as if she hadn't eaten in a week, while I marveled at the effort for what was just lunch. At home, a meal this size would have been a major dinner production. Sophie cleaned her plate and took a small second portion. We kept conversation on the lighter side for her sake. Although I was dying to dig into the case and find some answers, I didn't want to send her off the deep end by letting on that her mother was the target of Hernandez's investigation. She set down her fork and picked up her phone, automatically scrolling through her texts, apparently finding nothing new. When she set it aside and announced she was feeling really sleepy, I held out my hand for her phone. Do you mind if I look through the messages from your mom? Maybe I'll spot something in what she says, some little clue? I was a little bit amazed when she handed over the precious device and nodded before wandering away down the hall toward the bedrooms. Gracie and I exchanged a look. Chapter 21. Gracie had to smile as she cleared the table and put away the leftovers. Charlie had accessed Sophie's phone the moment the girl closed her bedroom door. She sat now at the kitchen counter, reading through messages. We have to find Dixie. If Hernandez gets hold of her first, it's probably all over. He'll quit looking at anyone else.
At least we might find some other visible suspects. We know this Eddie had a reputation with other women as well.
Gracie stopped short of naming Linda. Given her friend's delicate health, she surely couldn't have actually wielded the knife. Could she? Or could Linda, knowing she was dying anyway, use that as the perfect justification for doing away with the man who'd caused her and her daughter so much anguish?
Rosalie,
Gracie said aloud.
She did say something the other day.
Charlie looked up from the phone screen.
I hadn't thought about that.
Worth checking her out. Maybe we can figure out whether she and Linda have alibis.
Unless we know the time of Eddie's death, it's going to be tough to pin that down, isn't it? Just saying he died on Wednesday or whenever is not very precise.
True. We could check back with Penn and see if she can learn more from her inside sources. Charlie looked up and stared out the kitchen window for a long moment. You know, I had been thinking the man who pounded on my motel room door in the early hours on Friday might have been Eddie. Maybe somehow he knew Sophie was in the room and had come after her? But that can't be. By Friday morning, he was already dead.
Which means Penn's and my trip to Holbrook, the tip we'd received, that was based on outdated info as well.
They thought about that for a moment before Charlie went back to the phone screen. There are a lot of texts back and forth between Dixie and her daughter on Thursday. That's the day I picked up Sophie in Santa Fe. Some on Friday and just one on Saturday,
which is when I began to suspect someone had gotten hold of Dixie's phone and was faking messages. Either that, or Dixie was establishing an alibi earlier, then knew she didn't need to after Friday?
Gracie held up both hands.
Just saying. At this point, we have no way of knowing. Is there anything in the messages that would indicate where she was when she sent them?
Charlie shook her head.
I can't tell anything by them.
She paused and sat up a little straighter.
Do you suppose Amber could figure it out? Would there be a way for us to send her the information? My guess is that she would need the actual phone or access to the account so she could, I don't know, look at the cloud or something. I really have no clue how all that works. It's early enough in the evening to reach her, isn't it? Can we try a call? Sure.
Gracie picked up her phone and tapped a number, waiting for the international connection to go through. Charlie snapped screenshots of the texts and forwarded them to her own phone in case they would be of help. Amber came on and they switched to video chat so she could see the phone the women were asking about.
Is it password protected?
Was her first question.
I don't think so. Sophie handed it over to me and it came right back to life when I touched the screen. Okay, that's good. I can walk you through some steps where we can look at the texting history. What we're after is the location of someone else who was texting to this phone,
Charlie explained. Amber's expression faded.
Not so sure about that. Give me the phone's data and I'll see if maybe I can figure out a way to clone it.
She talked Charlie through a series of steps, took the information, but didn't give a lot of hope.
What would be most useful is to know the location of Dixie at the time of the last message she sent to her daughter. We're trying to find her so we can ask questions. Did you try calling her? You've got her daughter's phone in hand. If she sees Sophie's name, she'll probably answer.
Gracie and Charlie looked at each other, incredulous.
Guess that's why you get the big bucks,
Gracie said with a laugh. Charlie seemed a little doubtful. After all, Sophie had said she'd tried calling her mom numerous times during these past 2 days. But she went to the contacts and gave Dixie's number a tap. Over the speaker, it rang and rang, finally connecting to a voicemail message.
Hey, it's Dixie. If there's a party, definitely leave me a message. If it's something boring, well, okay, you can leave a message too, and I'll call you back after the party.
Charlie spoke.
Sorry, this is one of the boring ones, but we really need to talk to you. The police are looking for you. Sophie is staying with a friend, and she's really worried.
She left her name and number in hopes that Dixie might do both, reassure her daughter, and call Charlie before the police found her.
Okay, so much for that,
Amber said.
I'll see what I can dig up. Talk later.
Gracie turned to Charlie, who was adding Sophie's and Dixie's number to her own phone.
What about other texts Sophie might have received in recent days? Is Eddie one of her contacts? Good idea. Let's take a peek.
Charlie glanced down the hall where Sophie's bedroom door was still closed. She went into the list of texts and scrolled through.
Aha! Eddie's name is here. She has him in her list as D. Huh?
Her mother's nickname for him. Charlie went into the recent calls, finding nothing to or from Eddie. In the texting history, she did spot his name. All the messages were older, the newest dating back more than a month.
Interesting that Eddie was texting Sophie while she was technically a runaway. Yeah, that's kind of weird. What did they say?
The most recent? Mind your own business, you little bitch. Charlie thumbed the screen upward. I'm thinking we better go back to the beginning of this whole conversation. Chapter 22. I found myself fascinated as I went down the rabbit hole of Sophie's text conversations. The journey went like this. July 15th, 9:21 a.m. You're my ride to soccer practice, Mom says. July 15th, 9:22 a.m. Yep, see you in 10. July 21, 1:45 p.m.
Need that ride home. Where are you?
smiley emoji. July 21 to 17 p.m. Had some biz. There in a minute. August 4th, 5:19 p.m.
Mom says grab chicken on your way home.
August 4th, 5:23 p.m. Right.
That all sounds pretty much like any family,
Gracie said. She was filling the tea kettle at the kitchen sink. August 15th, 2:31 p.m.
Dee, waiting on you here. What up?
Angry face emoji. August 15th, 2:47 p.m. Hold on, biz hold up. Give me half hour. August 15th, 2:48 p.m.
Business? What, at the casino?
August 15th, 2:49 p.m. Business, as in none of yours. I'll be there when I get there. August 15th, 2:50 p.m.
Fine, I'll call Mom instead.
August 15th, 2:51 p.m. I'm in the car now, 10 men away. The battle shapes up, I said as Gracie set a cup of tea on the counter in front of me. Eddie's probably out doing things he shouldn't, and Sophie's basically blackmailing him into compliance. Gracie chuckled.
Yeah, every kid uses the I'll tell Mom or I'll tell Dad line to get their own way. Still, it does sound like Dixie was counting on Eddie to be Sophie's ride during the summer months, and he wasn't very reliable. Here we go into September. School must have started by this time. September 9th, 12:23 p.m. Finger shaking emoji. Naughty boy, saw you at the brew pub at lunch.
September 9th, 12:49 p.m. Business, that's all. You need a ride after school? September 9th, 12:51 p.m.
Duh, got the bus.
September 10th, 3:40 p.m. Check your room when you get home. Got you a present. No response to that one. The next is about a week later. September 16th, 8:47 p.m.
You bribing me? 3 presents in 4 days? Mom knows this won't work.
September 16th, 11:19 p.m. Knows what? September 16th, 11:50 p.m.
Oh, come on. The women, the gray-haired one and the cute young blonde. Mom's no dummy. Oh, things are heating up.
Gracie leaned across the counter and took a peek at the phone screen.
I'm surprised she wasn't intimidated about accusing him directly like that.
Well, something happened. The very next and last message is the one I read first, where he tells her to mind her own business. Then silence.
What about messages between Sophie and her mom?
Let's check that out. I glanced again toward the bedrooms. No change. I went back to the messages screen and found the thread with Dixie. The most recent were Sophie's outgoing texts asking where her mom was, sent over the past few days. Contrary to what the girl had told me, there were no responses. Her mom was not telling her that Eddie would be there to meet her. She gave no clues as to her own whereabouts. Gracie's forehead wrinkled when I told her all of it.
This isn't good. What if something has happened to Dixie?
Lots of possibilities. The woman could be hiding out from the boyfriend, or she could be hiding from the authorities. I scrolled upward to see the older messages. Back in July and August, everything followed along with the communications between Eddie and Sophie. He was giving the girl rides to various places she needed to be. Dixie referred to being tied up at work. I needed to learn more about that. I'd been under the impression Dixie didn't have a job, but she obviously had some commitment if she needed her boyfriend to act as a shuttle service for her kid. By late August and early September, things were getting tense. September 2nd, 4:05 p.m.
Sorry, babe, Dee got tied up. I'll send you an Uber.
September 9th, 11:15 a.m.
Saw Dee when me and friends left campus for lunch.
September 9th, 11:16 a.m.
Eddie, near your school? Don't think so. He had a meeting downtown.
September 9th, 12:17 p.m.
Mom, seriously, wake up. He wasn't alone.
September 9th, 2:01 p.m.
Don't worry, I'll take care of him. You need a ride today?
September 9th, 2:02 p.m.
Nope, don't want to ride with him anyway.
September 9th, 2:04 p.m.
Let's have a nice family dinner tonight. Talk things out.
September 9th, 2:05 p.m.
Whatever. Repeat. Wake up.
Things continued in that vein for another week. Then, September 20th, 6:40 p.m.
Sophie, where are you? Dinner's on.
September 20th, 6:41 p.m.
Not coming. Look in my room.
September 20th, 6:45 p.m.
What the hell, baby? Leaving? Where are you? Who are you with?
September 20th, 6:47 p.m.
The note explains. Can't live there with D. No more.
Elena Garcia had told me Sophie was on the road for a couple months. This explained when it happened and how she informed her mother. Gracie spoke up.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. As we were driving home from downtown this morning, Sophie told me about a couple of massive fights between her mom and Eddie. And yet, Dixie didn't immediately dump this creep and let her daughter know it was safe to come home? Wow.
She seemed stunned at the idea a woman would choose a man over her own kid. It happens. I cannot explain why. She sighed.
She's young and irresponsible, and that's probably exactly why.
Another thought occurred to me.
Maybe Dixie knew all about Eddie's behavior, but by this time he'd cleaned her out financially? She was either dependent on him or she hoped to figure out a way to get her money back? I scanned quickly through the rest of the texts, switched the phone over to its home screen, and placed it in a casual position on the other end of the counter, hoping Sophie wouldn't realize the depth of my intrusion into her personal life. Gracie must have read my mind. Wouldn't the police have seen all this during the time she was in their custody?
I thought about that.
Can't say for sure, but my guess would be that since Sophie wasn't a suspect in their case, they had no grounds to demand her phone, not without a court order. Now, if Dixie does get arrested for the murder and they're building a case against her, yeah, then they'll reach for every communication that could prove to be evidence. I wish we had Dixie's phone. Messages and calls between her and Eddie could prove enlightening.
Gracie was still on the move in her kitchen, pulling some food items from the upper cupboards.
No kidding. Dixie's phone? It's a puzzle to me. Since we have no idea where the woman actually is right now, I keep asking myself if she even has her phone with her. What if it's fallen into someone else's hands and that person sent the most recent text to Sophie? I suppose that's possible. Any way to verify it?
Again, my doubts as to whether I had actually spoken to Dixie. I thought of one possibility and pulled my phone from my pocket. Elena Garcia answered right away, which was nice. In my eagerness to wrap things up and get home, even the delay of leaving messages and waiting for callbacks was grating.
Elena, you're in your office. Oh, yes. The government wheels only slow down on official holidays. Can you look in your notes and tell me when was the last time you actually spoke personally with Dixie O'Connell, Sophie's mother? Sure. Let me switch mental gears here real quick. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting, but it's really important. Has something happened? Many somethings. But Sophie is safe, and it's all going to get sorted out.
I could be on the phone for hours if I went into the whole story.
Okay, good.
She was bursting with curiosity, I could tell.
Let's take a look at my phone log here. Dixie O'Connell's number is in the log the morning that you picked up Sophie. Did you actually speak with her? Hear her voice? I assume so. Yes, I did speak with a woman. She answered at the number provided to me by the daughter, and she identified herself. Sophie seemed satisfied. Charlie, what's going on?
I gave only the bare-bones version. I'd arrived in Mesa to find that Dixie was not home, and we'd not been able to reach her. Sophie was in the care of a reliable friend until the authorities could find her mother.
I thanked Elena for her information and hung up.
Well, are we any further along?
Gracie stopped in mid-stride and looked up. Sophie was standing there, no longer sleepy at all.
What's going on?
Chapter 23.
Ready to bake some pies?
Gracie said in a perky voice. I was antsy to be doing something toward heading home, whatever that might be. It wasn't going to happen while hanging around Gracie's house all day. Besides, maybe Gracie could get more information from Sophie without me around.
Sophie, you said something about doing some laundry? If you'll gather up your clothes, we'll put a load in the washer while I teach you my own special recipe for pumpkin pie.
I had to admire Gracie's natural feel for being a mom. Get the kid busy doing a task so you could talk about them. I needed to remember that. I'm going to try something else to locate Dixie, I said in a low tone. If Sophie tells you anything of importance, or if she should happen to hear from her mom, let me know right away.
Will do.
I was digging out my car keys when Sophie walked in with an armload of clothes. It couldn't hurt to ask her for ideas. Otherwise, I was down to visiting the police station to see if Hernandez would share. Sophie, got a second? A nod. I thought I'd try some other ways to find your mom. Maybe some of her social friends or her coworkers would know where she went? She shrugged in that non-committal way of hers.
I called her best friend Jenna, to see if they'd been out partying. She said no.
Could you give me Jenna's number? Maybe she's thought of something since you talked to her. She dropped the clothes on the floor and reached to the countertop for her phone. I input the number into mine. Thanks. I'll see you later. When I walked out of the house, Sophie was getting a lesson on the laundry settings for Gracie's washer, and there were already pie ingredients all around the kitchen. Those two would do just fine without me around. I glanced at the clock as I left Gracie's neighborhood. Still most of the afternoon and all evening to do some sleuthing, although I should check in with Sandy at some point. I so seldom stay in someone else's home that I'm not really up on the protocols. No doubt it would be considered rude to vanish until bedtime. Sandy seemed like the type who would fuss, want to make dinner plans and all that. Maybe I should have insisted on being in a hotel. Oh well, a little late to make that choice now. Since I had no clue where I would go next, I pulled into a Home Depot parking lot and phoned Dixie's friend Jenna. She sounded breathless when she answered. Sorry, I'm on the treadmill. Who'd you say this is? I explained while she huffed and puffed. A couple of electronic beeps sounded in the background, and the machine came to a halt. Okay, I can hear you better now. Did you say Dixie is missing? We think so. She hasn't been home, and her daughter can't reach her by phone. Oh, that's not good. The background noise level changed as she walked into another room. I have been a little worried myself. When was the last time you talked to her? Talked? Maybe a week. Texted a time or two after that. Then complete silence. She hasn't returned either calls or texts from me in a while. She was supposed to be home Thursday evening to meet me and Sophie. We got delayed, but I haven't got hold of her yet. She told Sophie that Eddie would be there to meet us Friday. Is that typical for her, to have Eddie look after her daughter? There was a sputter. Over the summer, yeah, probably. But in recent months, no way. Which kind of confirmed what I'd suspected. Either Sophie made that up so I'd leave her alone at the house, or someone other than Dixie had used her phone. I followed that thread with Jenna. Problems? Oh, yeah. The bloom was off the romance, and Dixie was having a hard time getting rid of the guy. You ever wanted to break up a relationship, ask the person to leave, and they simply wouldn't go? I told her to change the locks and toss all his shit out in the driveway. There's more than one way to get rid of a bum. It appears she never did that. He still had a key. I was afraid of that. You know that he was pressuring her to put him on the title to her house? Can you believe it? After hearing Linda's story, I actually could, but I didn't say so. I had the impression Eddie had lots of money of his own. Oh, he's a charmer, all right.
spends a lot, shows a woman a good time, but it's all on credit. He got himself added to Dixie's main credit card shortly after they met, and he ran that thing up, way up. Mostly buying stuff for her that she didn't even want. She kept a pretty close eye on the statements, suspected he was spending at the casinos, but she said that never showed up. Maybe he was making cash withdrawals and using that to gamble. I don't know. I think she would have said something. He's cagey, though. He could figure something out. I noticed Jenna was talking about Eddie in the present tense. She must not have heard the news stories. I wasn't sure whether to inform her, but it seemed rotten not to. When I told her he was dead, she actually gasped. Oh, my God. Oh, Dixie, what have you done? Jenna, do you actually think Dixie had something to do with this?
No, I really don't. And I didn't mean to give that impression. Forget I said anything. Please don't pass that comment along to anyone, okay?
I won't.
At least not to the police. No doubt I would share it with the heist ladies.
One other thing, Jenna, and I'll let you go. Can you tell me where Dixie works? Sophie was really vague. I'm hoping maybe a coworker has heard from her. Love of Dogs. That's what it's called. They find homes for rescue dogs. Dixie loves the work, even though it doesn't pay anything, really. She gave me an address and basic directions to a place far from Dixie's house. I thanked her profusely for the additional insights. Tell her to call me, Jenna said. I can't stand it that there's this trouble happening in her life and I haven't even known about it. I will. I sat in the parking lot another few minutes, looking up directions to this rescue place and scrolling through the pictures on their website. I'm such a sucker for dogs, especially those with a sad story attached. Each of my own dogs in recent years were abandoned and just took up with me. I braced myself for the challenge of walking into this place and walking out without a carload of additional pets. Chapter 24. The noise level was a little insane, most likely because a newcomer had entered the facility and every dog there was calling out, pick me, in its own woofy way. I started with the simplest tactic when I approached the middle-aged woman at the front desk. I'm trying to make contact with an old friend, and I heard she works here. Dixie O'Connell. Is she here today? Once in a while, this actually works. We've had cases where the person left home and family behind, but still reported for the job. The woman smiled up at me with somewhat tea-stained teeth. I'm afraid not. Can someone else help you? I didn't bother to point out that if Dixie was my friend, it was unlikely someone else could immediately fill that position. I just smiled back. Sorry, she said, realizing how her answer sounded. Maybe you want to talk with Carlene. She and Dixie are also acquainted outside work, and she knows more than I do. She led me through a door to a room lined by chain-link enclosures. Most were empty, and I wondered where all the barking had come from. We walked down the little corridor in the center of the room, out a back door, and into a yard area that must be nearly an acre in size. Dogs immediately rushed us. Oh my goodness, look at you, I said to the little black and white mutt, who jumped up with front paws on my knee, its little face eager to befriend me. It looked like a border collie crossed with a terrier of some kind. 4 others crowded around, and I couldn't help but laugh at their sweet expressions. Carlene, you out here? Shouted the woman who brought me out. Right here. A younger woman, early 30s, I'd guess, with short, perky blonde hair emerged from a small shed. She wore denim capris and a fitted T-shirt, had very tan arms and legs, and carried a bucket of dry kibble in each hand. The moment the dogs saw her, she became their new favorite person. The receptionist lady walked away, so I approached Carlene and introduced myself, not bothering with the friend of Dixie ruse. She set the food buckets on a picnic table and reached out to shake my hand. I can see why this place is named Love of Dogs. Wow, I'm impressed with how many there are and how well everyone gets along. Most do great together. Dogs are pack creatures, and they normally thrive in families. We actually have probably twice this many, but a lot are fostered out to homes. People who'll take in 3 or 4 and help socialize them for adoption. A few are strays or abandoned pets from the area, but the majority come to us from Mexico. The stray dog population there is huge. People don't neuter their animals, and many are left to roam the streets and breed like crazy. There's a fantastic rescue place near one of the small towns there, where a lady and her crew of volunteers take them in. Sick, injured, pregnant, whole litters of puppies. She works with the local vets to get them healthy, spayed, and neutered. When she gets upwards of 200 dogs at once, she'll bring van loads of them up to Arizona, where several shelters, like us, take over and find forever homes for them. What a great cause. My heart went out to the eager little faces all around. Now that Carlene had told me about their origins, I could see that these guys definitely came from the same mix of the gene pool. I had to resist getting down on the ground and hugging all of them. I actually came here in hopes of talking with Dixie O'Connell. I understand she works here. Yeah, I got her started here after her husband passed away. It was pretty sudden, and she seemed kind of lost. She and I, well, we always like to go out for drinks, dance a little, have some fun. We met at the gym a few years back and decided partying was a lot more fun than lifting weights. Her laugh was infectious. So now the lady up front said Dixie hasn't been in? I gave her the basics of how Sophie had come into my realm, and we needed to get mother and daughter back together. A wrinkle crossed Carlene's face. No, I haven't heard from her either. Well, I take that back. A week or so ago, she asked the boss for some personal time. Something's been going on between her and Eddie. I don't know what. I love them as a couple, so fun and cute together. But then something changed. She got really down on him. He told me. A funny little smile crossed her face. I waited a very long moment. Oh, never mind. It's their business. She picked up the food buckets. Well, it was their business. Eddie's dead. Her face went sort of ashy under the tan. She obviously hadn't known. She squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath. When she opened them, she didn't look directly at me. Did I detect something between Eddie and Carlene? It was subtle, but there was something. As if she was taking his side. She seemed devastated, but was trying not to show it to me. And the 3 of them... I shook off the feeling. I was after facts here. I could process all the information later. I trailed along as she started walking toward a monster-sized tray that apparently served as the feeding bowl for a dozen dogs at once. She scattered kibble in it and moved to a second one. Clearly she was busy and distracted, and had said all she intended. I thanked her for the information and handed her one of my cards. Please, if you hear anything at all from Dixie, let me know. Or have her get in touch with me. Sophie is alone now and pretty scared. We really need to find her mom. I headed back toward the door I'd come out through, the one that led through the kennel area, reception, and back to the parking lot. A young man was lining a wheeled garbage can with a trash bag. Judging by the pooper-scooper tools beside it, I'd guessed that was his job. Is Dixie going to be okay? He asked as I started to walk past. Excuse me? I overheard you asking Carlene about her, about where Dixie is now. Yeah, I'm really concerned. He nodded. I am too. There was some kind of serious shit going down last week, and then she just ghosted us. No one knows what happened. Do you think she's been harmed? He picked up the small rake and shovel and gave a big shrug. Don't know. Wouldn't be surprised. I slipped him a card too, and left with the same request that he contact me if he learned anything more. Behind the wheel of the Highlander again, I pondered what I'd heard. What if Eddie had harmed Dixie? My head began to buzz. If he'd somehow gained access to her finances, they'd fought, and he could get away with killing her. Would he? But then who killed him? I'd pegged Dixie as a prime suspect, and she still might qualify. But the fact that her co-workers had doubts about her safety?
Well, that put a whole new twist on things. Who could benefit by both of them being dead? Sophie.
Chapter 25. Sophie was the only person who claimed to have spoken with Dixie in the past week, if I didn't count Elena Garcia, and she probably wouldn't absolutely know the mother's voice. Sophie could have faked the phone calls, and maybe the texts too, if she had possession of her mother's phone. But how? She'd been on the run for more than 2 months, and we knew Dixie had been at work up until a week ago. Sophie was in some kind of official custody during that week. All of it? Maybe. My head was starting to pound again. There was one way I could at least prove or disprove one aspect of the argument. I went back inside the dog place, walked through the back, and found Carlene. Did Dixie say anything, say in the past 2 or 3 months, about losing her cell phone, having to get a new one? The blonde stared into space for a long time. No. If she did, she didn't say anything to me. I still have the same number for her. Okay, thanks. It was just a thought. No problem. She dumped the last of the food from the second bucket into the remaining feeder tray. Every dog in the place was munching down quickly when I left. My mind still wouldn't settle, but at least I had more data to process than I'd arrived with. Maybe Amber could offer ideas on the questions about Dixie's phone. I pulled out of the parking area into massively heavy traffic. I hate the rush hour in Albuquerque, but it's nothing compared to this. It would take a while to get to Sandy's house, and I remembered we hadn't exactly made plans for the evening. Still, I didn't want to take my attention off the road, even long enough to activate a hands-free call. I glanced at the sign for the next cross street and saw it was Brown Road. Figuring I could accomplish 2 things, I made the turn. Dixie's address came up sooner than I expected, something like a half-block later, so I quickly whipped into her small development. Finding her house was simple enough. It still had the crime scene tape around the yard. The house was dark, and there were no official vehicles in sight. I rolled to a stop in front of the property. I was so tempted to see if I could find a way in. I did know the secret opening to Sophie's bedroom window, after all. What could I discover in there? Blood on the kitchen floor? A knife missing from the block on the counter? I already knew about those. However, a prowl through Dixie's bedroom could reveal all kinds of excellent secrets. Anything from a fight scene with Eddie, a restraining order to make him leave, to her cell phone. That little piece of technology alone could answer a bunch of my questions. But that would be dumb. 1, the crime scene folks might not be done, and they'd return to find my prints in a flash. 2, I could get caught in the act. 3, they'd been through the place already and no doubt taken all the good stuff away with them. I took my eyes off the house and called Sandy. Charlie, I was just about to call you, mind reader. I told her where I was and asked if I should pick up food and come to her house. Don't worry about that. Penn suggested we all get together. We have a favorite sushi place here in Mesa. She and Mary are already holding a table for us. Where are you? Sitting at the curb in front of Dixie O'Connell's house. Oh, is she there? Nope, the place looks dark and empty. So you're only 5 or 10 minutes from the sushi place. If that sounds good to you, just drive on over. Of course, if you'd rather have an evening alone, I understand that. And you're welcome to come back to my place. Heckle and Jekyll won't talk your ear off too much. Tempting as it sounded to have a space all to myself, I was here to get answers so I could head home soon. Will Sophie be there? No. Gracie has her whole family at home tonight, so they're staying in. Which was perfectly fine with me. I'd need the chance to talk about the teen and her mom, and that would have been awkward. I told Sandy I'd love to join their group for dinner. See you in a few, she said after giving me directions. I'd just located a parking spot when I saw Sandy drive up. It turned out the restaurant was fairly central between Dixie's place and Sandy's. If you like sushi, you'll love this place, Sandy said as we walked up the door of the small sushi bar and teppanyaki restaurant. My nod assured her I loved it.
Order the Las Vegas roll. It's amazing. Of course, we usually get a whole assortment of rolls and everyone shares. The only way to do it, I said with a smile. The booths had nice high divider walls so conversation could stay private. The perfect layout. Sandy and I slid in across from Penn and Mary. "How was your day?" Mary asked once we'd clinked our wine glasses and placed the food order. I filled them in on everything, from Gracie's and my snooping Sophie's cell phone to this afternoon to my visit to the dog rescue. No one has seen or heard from Dixie in a week. I tell you, it was really tempting to sneak into that empty house to see if I could find her phone or some clue as to where she is right now. The police would surely be finished there by tomorrow, Mary said. We could. Sandy put her fingers in her ears. La 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 la, I cannot be hearing this kind of talk. Penn laughed. After plotting out exactly how I'd get in, I realized if there was anything of value to be learned, the police would have already bagged and tagged it. I'd go to all that trouble and end up SOL. Okay, probably true, Mary admitted. But a call to Detective Hernandez probably couldn't hurt. You know, the excuse being that Sophie is in Gracie's care, and we wonder if they found anything on her mother's whereabouts. He wouldn't tell us anything specific, but even a yes or no answer could be helpful. Nods all around. I want to follow through on Sophie's accusations to Eddie about his gambling habits. That's a way to rack up a lot of debt in a short time. If we found out where he gambled and got an idea of how much, it would certainly make the case for why he was after both Linda's and Dixie's money. Not to mention offering up some hard cash motives for murder, Penn said. Just thinking aloud, because this could make a great plot for my next book. And once we find some other people with motives, we can try to pin down each of them on their whereabouts when Eddie was killed. Mary took another sip of her wine. Except we don't know what time that was. We've only been given a ballpark idea within a range that includes all of last weekend. True. A bit too vague to be helpful. Penn looked up and spotted our waiter, who had both hands full. We received 5 platters loaded with such an array of flavors. I had to admit I lost myself in savoring them with plenty of ginger and wasabi. Sandy was right about the Las Vegas roll. The crispy, battered edges were sheer perfection. Conversation dwindled, and within 20 minutes there were only some smudges of sauce on the serving plates. That's when Penn's phone chimed. The waiter, who had been about to offer more wine or some dessert, backed away. Penn's expression changed from a relaxed smile to one of consternation. Oh no. God. What hospital? Everyone's attention riveted on her as she thanked the caller and ended the call. It's Linda. Chapter 26. The hospital was in Scottsdale, apparently the closest one to Linda's home. We piled into one vehicle and Sandy got us there in record time. Penn especially was quiet, no doubt thinking of her long friendship with Linda. I watched Rosalie grow up, almost a niece to me. She sounded stricken just now on the phone. I reached across the back seat and placed a hand on her shoulder. She patted my hand and gave me a brave smile. Sandy found parking and we all trooped inside, locating the elevators and making our way to the room where Rosalie had told Penn she'd be waiting. 4 of us arriving at once seemed a bit much for the hospital staff, a couple of whom gave us the stink eye. Rosalie went straight to Penn and gave her a long hug. Then the 2 of them went into the room. Through a window I could see a tiny shape of Linda in the bed, with an array of tubes and wires leading to beeping machines behind her. After a few minutes, Rosalie came out and suggested some others could take her place and visit. I was the logical one to stay outside. Linda didn't really know me. We'd only met once. She's dying, Rosalie said simply. It's been a long battle with the cancer, and she fought it bravely, but she's ready. She told me that last week. She said the next hospital trip would be her last. I didn't know what to say. I could only imagine how exhausting it must be to endure years of medical appointments, repeated tests, treatments that felt worse than the disease itself. I turned to the daughter, who seemed equally fatigued. "How are you holding up?" "I alternate between the grief that's always right here near the edges and this sort of angry furor over what Edward Papard did to her." "The things you were telling us the other day." "That and more. Since I've begun to realize these are Mother's final days, I've gotten all her papers from the safe deposit box and begun going through them. It's shocking how much he talked her out of. And not just money. Travel, expensive clothes, a sports car, 2 antique cars, cosmetic surgery. Yes, he had a facelift that she paid for." We had drifted toward a small alcove waiting area where we could be alone, and she glanced around, keeping her voice down as we took a couple of the chairs. "And then he somehow talked her into changing her trust documents to include him in the inheritance. I think I mentioned before that he's claiming rights to her home. Publicly, he made it seem like they were married. And he wanted it to seem like he was this doting husband because he always took her arm, opened doors for her, ran little errands, brought home her favorite foods. Thank goodness she never married him, or he might actually have some community property rights to everything. I asked her about that, and I verified it through public records. As I said, around others they both went along with the pretense. Mothers from that generation where living together was considered a sin, and she was happy enough to let people believe Edward made an honest woman of her. But the inheritance? Oh, she did that all right. I don't know what she was thinking. I'm absolutely certain he talked her into it, just as he talked her out of hundreds and thousands of dollars for various schemes of his. He'd proposed something as a business deal, but I know he was losing it at the casinos. She pressed her fingertips to her temples. It was going to cost me a hefty amount to pay him off and make him go away. And now that Eddie was dead, Rosalie was off the hook for all of that. She read my expression. "Oh, no, you don't think... Sure, I wanted to kill him, but I didn't, and neither did Mother. They need to look at someone else." The implication being, look at Dixie. I had my doubts as to whether Linda was physically strong enough to have performed the deed. Rosalie, yes. She was young enough, strong enough, and full of fire on this subject. "Just be careful how much of this story you relate to others. The police are investigating Eddie's death, and they're going to see everything you just told me as pretty strong motive." "I don't even know when he actually died." "It's a bit vague, since he wasn't found right away. I think the medical examiner narrowed it down to sometime last Thursday night or Friday morning." I edged a glance toward her. "Do you and your mother have alibis for that time frame, in case the police come around and ask?" "I'm sure we were at home. Our routine had settled into one of having light meals, my dispensing Mother's medications, and early bedtime. Normally it was just the two of us. I'll go back through my calendar and see if anything else shows up. Really, the days and nights have been a blur in recent weeks." "I understand." A nurse peeked around the corner. "Oh, there you are. Your mother wants you, Ms. Radcliffe, and then I'm afraid the visitors need to leave. Our patient must have her rest." Sandy and Mary were standing outside Linda's room. Pen came out, exchanging places with Rosalie. Her eyes were moist, the tip of her nose a little red. We said goodbye to everyone and headed down to the parking lot. "I have the strongest feeling I've just seen my good friend for the last time," Pen said. It was a valid premonition. Tuesday morning, Sandy and I were in her kitchen again when the call came. Linda had passed during the night. Chapter 27. I'm afraid I can't get time away from the bank, even though it's a death that hits close for a dear friend. This doesn't fall under the bereavement rules. I feel rotten about that. Can you touch base with Pen during the day and see if she needs anything? Of course, I'd be glad to. I wasn't sure what I could offer that Pen's many friends in the valley couldn't handle better,
But I was still determined to do what I could for Sophie and her mom. And that meant tracking various links to Eddie, which would hopefully lead me to Dixie. An anxious dread ran through me, a feeling that he might have harmed the mother, leaving the girl truly orphaned. I needed to follow through until I knew the answer. Penn was my link to any possible inside information at the police department, and I needed to keep that link open. Yesterday we'd learned that Eddie died sometime between Thursday night and Friday morning, which brought back to mind the early pre-dawn pounding on the door at the hotel in Holbrook. Down inside, I'd harbored the thought that this might have been Eddie, looking for Sophie, and by extension, Dixie. Now I realized the time frame made that difficult. From 4 a.m. Friday morning, for him to get back to Mesa would have been tight. Not impossible, but tight. I supposed he could have made the trip in less than the 3 hours it took us. Traffic would have been light, and maybe he walked into Dixie's house and there was a confrontation. Scared out of her wits, she might have met him in the kitchen with that big old knife in her hand. Once he was lying there on the kitchen floor, she would have panicked and run. So there was a certain logic to that scenario, and it made sense that she wouldn't be using her credit cards or phone. But motive? Other than an act of self-defense or crime of passion, it seemed much more logical that she could have gotten Eddie out of her life in less complicated ways. Still, I had to admit that I didn't really know Dixie. Maybe she was the type who would act impetuously and then figure it all out later. In some ways, that fit exactly with what I knew about her personality. I really needed to talk to her because her disappearance also sent me around in the circle where I had to admit the possibility that Eddie had harmed her first. This thinking in a loop got me through a breakfast of toast, a shower, and my preparations to get out the door and start the day. And for that, I needed a plan. I started with a condolence call to Rosalie. And okay, I mixed in a little snooping. After the routine, "I'm so sorry," part of the conversation, I brought up Eddie and asked if she could expand upon what she'd started to tell me last night, about Eddie's gambling habits. In her search of her mother's records, had she come across the names of the casinos he frequented? Could she recall any buddies he hung out with? She seemed appreciative to have a task. "It's better for me to keep busy. I just bagged up 23 bottles of medications that need to be disposed of. I am tired of thinking about medical stuff. I'll get back to you." It had only taken me 2 days in this huge city to learn that you wait until after 9 o'clock if you don't want to be sitting at a standstill in morning rush hour traffic. By the time I put the breakfast things in Sandy's dishwasher and gathered my purse and a light jacket, it was close enough. I headed for Penn's Scottsdale home. "I tried to sit down with my latest manuscript," she said after she ushered me in and offered tea. "Simply could not concentrate well enough to write a halfway good scene. I admire those writers who tune out pages every single day, no matter what else is going on in their lives. I suspect those are the ones who have to go back and perform major edits on shoddy work." "It's not a crime to take some time for yourself." I accepted tea in a delicate china cup that probably came from England. "I know. My readers are a very understanding group." She pointed out the sugar and milk in case I wanted some. "I did hear from Benton again this morning. He called to offer his sympathy about Linda, and he also said he'd picked up an interesting tidbit from the current DA. We took seats on a beautiful white couch, and I waited for her to continue. "It seems that in the search for Edward Papard's next of kin, they've come up with a son, but they haven't yet located him." Did we know anything about that? Sophie sure didn't say anything. "I believe this is a big surprise, although I should phone Rosalie and verify. I'm certain Linda never mentioned Edward having any children." "What else did Benton say? Any other information about this son? His name?" "He did give me the name and his last known address. Apparently the medical examiner's office wants instructions from the next of kin in order to release the body. If no one comes along, I suspect this means someone willing to take on the expense of burial and all that. They will release the body to the state, and he'll get some type of generic burial, no service of any type."
Well, surely they'll reach this son quickly enough. I would like the name, though. He may have information that could help identify Eddie's enemies, someone who is a more likely killer than Dixie.
Maybe the son himself had a major beef with his dad.
Penn stood up and walked to her kitchen counter, where she picked up a small notepad. This is what I wrote down as I was talking to Benton. The boy's name is Alex, born Alexander Papard, although he also goes by Alex Blanchard. He has an address in Fountain Hills, but apparently has not been there recently. At least the police have not located him there. How old? You said he's a boy?
Penn laughed. At my age, everyone is youthful. Apparently he's old enough that he doesn't live with his parents, but that's about all I can tell you.
I could check with my brother in Albuquerque. He runs background checks on people as a big part of our business. He might get a little picky about having the person's authorization to dig very far, though.
Oh, that's all right. You'll recall that we have someone on our team with no such compunction about looking into a person's details, especially if that person is on the wrong side of the law. We didn't know that about Eddie's son, but I wasn't going to quibble. Anything that would lead me to Dixie O'Connell quicker was fine in my book.
Penn glanced at an elegant wristwatch. It's early evening in Spain, and Amber is most likely either enjoying tapas at some little street-side bar, or she's home with her computer. Shall we make a bet?
She won, guessing it would be the computer. Penn placed her phone on speaker, and we outlined the basics of our query. I could hear the keys tapping rapidly in the background.
Yeah, the Fountain Hills address is a few months old. His credit report shows an application for an upscale condo complex in Scottsdale.
Amber gave an address, and Penn immediately knew where it was, near the popular Fashion Square.
Sounds like he came into some money.
Or he planned to, I offered.
Give me a few more hours, and I'll see what other background info I can find.
Our young colleague sounded excited at having a new quest.
I added Alexander Papard's alias and his address and phone number, provided by Amber, to my contacts.
It could be an interesting meeting. I was about to leave Penn's place and head over to his condo, figuring a face-to-face would beat a phone call from a stranger, when my phone rang and I saw it was Rosalie.
I'm hoping this will be helpful,
I said to Penn as I picked up the phone.
Charlie, Rosalie Radcliffe here. I found some names for you. Ready to take them down?
I borrowed a sheet from Penn's notepad and wrote everything she told me. 2 different casinos, both on Native American land near the fringes of the city. Most of Mother's Rolodex is filled with cards in her writing, some even in my dad's, but there are 2 names, both written in Edward's handwriting. I took those as well, although I had a hard time believing he wouldn't have simply entered his own contacts into his phone, rather than committing them to a card and leaving a paper trail. Most likely they were something he wanted Linda to have, a plumber or auto mechanic or something like that, but I could follow through and see what I came up with.
Rosalie, I just learned something interesting since I last spoke with you. Eddie had a son named Alexander, Alex. You hadn't mentioned him, so I wondered.
A son? Seriously? No, I'd never heard this. I'd be willing to swear that Mother hadn't either. She never said a thing about this Alex. She sounded so genuinely flummoxed that I believed her. Chapter 28. I hung up from the call with Rosalie and turned to Penn.
Do you mind if I stay a few more minutes and make some calls?
Of course, do. She offered more tea, but I passed it up. The first name Rosalie had given me was Jorge Gadiz, listed in her Rolodex with the business name ABC Enterprises. How much more generic could you get? I decided on my approach and tapped in the number. A gruff male voice answered with, "Yeah."
My mother had you listed in her address book as a plumber?
Who's your mother? I wasn't going down that path.
Maybe she meant electrician? Is that what ABC Enterprises does?
You got the wrong number, lady. The call went dead. Okay, so my approach had been a stupid one. I dialed the other number, the one for Chaco Canor.
Valley Pawn,
said a female voice.
I'm calling for Eddie Papard.
There was some shuffling and muttered words, and a man came on the line.
Eddie Papard ain't here. Who's this?
I hit the red button and ended the call quickly. I'd already learned a lot. I looked up Valley Pawn and found their address right across the road from one of the casinos Rosalie had named. This could not be a coincidence. I gathered my notes, phone, and purse and turned to Pen.
I'm going by the condo where we think Alex is living. Then I'll probably be heading for the casinos. Want to come along?
She gave a light laugh.
Oh, my dear, I'm afraid that is an environment where I do not fit at all. I've only been inside one American casino in my life, and it was readily apparent I did not belong.
I'm no casino regular myself, and I knew what she meant. With her expensive haircut, flawless skin, cashmere and wool designer clothing, no, Pen was definitely not going to blend in. I would go it alone. I'd always pictured Scottsdale as a somewhat sleepy little enclave of the ultra-rich, nestled into the foothills somewhat above the fray of the surrounding metro area. But the neighborhood around Fashion Square was anything but tranquil. Addresses weren't easy to spot, and I ended up circling the high-end mall a couple of times before I spotted the entrance to the condo complex, where Alex had qualified to rent one of the million-dollar places. Amber's address information had included the unit number, although it was no easy feat to simply take the elevator there. A doorman stood guard at the heavy glass double doors to the lobby, which smelled of fresh flowers and money. A concierge of some sort looked up at me with that raised eyebrow, drawn mouth expression meant to convey he was every bit as wealthy as the residents. For all I knew, maybe he was.
May I help you?
I should have thought this through. All I could come up with was to give my name and say I was here to see Alex Blanchard.
Is he expecting you?
Is that any of your business?
I didn't actually say it, but I wanted to.
It's regarding Linda Ratcliffe.
Was it dumb of me to say that? Maybe. But if his father's money-grubbing influence was present in the son, I imagined dropping the name of the wealthy widow might open the door. The concierge picked up a desk phone, exchanged a few quiet words with someone, hung up the receiver, and looked back at me.
I'm sorry. His housekeeper informs me he is presently not at home.
Right. In any ordinary neighborhood, this challenge would only lead me to sneak around the back door and find a way. That wasn't going to cut it here. I was beginning to understand why the locals called this town Snotsdale. I slunk back to my rented Highlander, easily the cheapest vehicle in the region, and waited with an eye on the exit from the building's parking garage. But since I had only a vague idea of what Alex looked like, and no idea what he drove, it soon became apparent this was a complete waste of time. I was just about to drive away, having decided to check in with Gracie and Sophie, when I spotted a semi-familiar government car. Detective Hernandez parked at the curb and stepped out. I was so tempted to follow him, to see if he would get the same story from the concierge, but that wouldn't get me up to the condo, nor would it most likely gain me any information. I waited until the cop was inside the building before I got out of my vehicle and crossed the street. I found a spot where I could watch the front doors without being pegged by the doorman as a stalker. 5 minutes later, when Hernandez approached his car, I carefully contrived to accidentally bump into him. "Oh, sorry."
Charlie Parker.
He said it in the exact same tone Kent Taylor tends to use when he sees me. Sheesh, what is it with cops? Am I exuding some kind of repellent pheromone? I put on a sweet smile and asked how his day was going.
We can't both be at this address at the same time by accident, he said.
Well,
I know you came in asking to see Alex Papard, a.k.a. Blanchard. The concierge told me.
The rat? I snapped my mouth shut to keep from saying it out loud.
I'm warning you, Miss Parker, to stay away from my murder investigation.
Detective, I'm not even trying to get into your murder case, believe me. I'm here in the city to reunite a runaway girl with her mother. The mother has a connection to this Alex person, as I'm sure you know, and that's where my investigation was going. It was mostly true.
You told the desk guy you were here about Linda Ratcliffe.
Wow, thorough. She passed away last night. I thought Alex might want to know.
Hernandez looked surprised by this news, and I felt a tiny surge of triumph at being ahead of him in one small thing. I decided to press my luck.
You weren't in there very long. Did the housekeeper also tell you Alex was out?
Yeah, that was the story.
Did you believe it?
He gave a shrug.
I think that desk guy is probably paid a lot of money to convey whatever information he's told.
I didn't have a snappy comeback since I agreed with him. Something about the exchange had made me question whether it was actually Alex telling the guy to brush me off. Now the detective's response gave me the same impression. Hernandez put his hand on the door handle of his sedan, a clear sign that he was finished with me.
Can I ask one more question?
I hoped my winsome smile would work.
What's that?
Do you know where Dixie O'Donnell is? And is she a suspect in your murder case?
Technically, that's 2 questions.
But there was a hint of mirth beneath his scowl.
No and yes.
He opened the door.
And Miss Parker, if you discover the answer to your first question, I expect you to let me know.
I nodded to give him the impression I would comply. We'd have to see how it exactly went before I would commit to turning Dixie over. Hernandez got into his car but made no move to start it. It looked as though he planned to do just what I'd thought of, watch the exit and see if Alex left the building. Odds were he had a photo of the young man and knew who he was looking for, something I did not have. He sent a sharp glance in my direction, which meant go away. Since I couldn't very well hang out on the sidewalk for hours and sitting across the street in my vehicle wasn't going to win points with a detective, I decided it was in my own best interest to leave the surveillance to the pro. I could find better things to do with my time. I turned right at the next intersection and pulled into a Starbucks where I could plan my next moves. Chapter 29. While my latte was being prepared, I phoned Gracie. How's everything going today?
I forgot what it's like to have a kid who's not in school. My plan to run around and pick up everything for Thanksgiving dinner is now combined with a trip to the mall for shoes.
Shoes?
Yeah, she's trying stuff on now. The red cowboy boots are cute as all get out, but I started noticing black scuffs on my tile floors, so I had to ask her to remove them indoors. Not to mention, she had nothing warm to put on her feet in the early mornings. Said she'd put on the boots in Santa Fe and must have forgotten to pack her regular shoes. So we're looking for trainers and slippers.
For me, that would be a 10-minute stop somewhere quick and easy.
Are all girls this picky about their footwear? Mine certainly hasn't reached that stage yet. Hoping she doesn't.
To someone in the distance, she said,
"Those are really cute. How about those?"
I told Gracie about Linda's death, something she'd already heard from Sandy. Then I briefed her on the discovery that Eddie Papard had a son, and the background work Amber had discovered for us. I had no luck at his condo, so I'm thinking about what to do next. Would it be possible for me to grab Sophie's attention long enough to ask her a couple things?
Probably. I'm hoping we have got the shoe decisions nailed down.
An exchange went on, during which Gracie told Sophie to talk to me while she took the shoes and paid for them.
Hey, Charlie, did Gracie tell you about our shopping trip?
A little polite chatter, and then I got down to the real reason for my call, asking about Eddie's son, Alex.
A grown son? No, I swear he never said anything about that around me. And I'm pretty sure Mom didn't know either. She would have said something.
How about these 2 names? Jorge Gadiz? Chaco Canor?
Not sure. I think there was a Jorge you mentioned a time or two. Some kind of business associate.
Did he say what kind of business?
Not really. One time I was home, all alone, and there was a call on the landline from some casino person who wanted to talk to Mr. Papard. They didn't want to leave a message, so I never wrote it down or anything.
Was it Sculpted Rock or Misty Mountain?
Yeah, probably something like that. I don't know.
But you got the impression this casino and Jorge Gadiz were connected somehow?
I suppose. I mean, the person on the phone wasn't this Jorge guy. It was a woman.
Did you mention the call to Eddie?
Shit, no. Sorry, no. By that time, him and me weren't getting along at all.
I remembered the texts I'd seen on Sophie's phone, where she was accusing Eddie of gambling and seeing other women. Something about the background sounds changed, and I pictured Gracie, having culminated the shoe purchase, herding her young charge out to the car to get on with their errands. I thanked Sophie for the information, got back on the line with Gracie just long enough to wish her a nice day. She repeated her invitation for me to join her family for Thanksgiving dinner. I stayed vague, wanting to think I wouldn't still be in Arizona 2 days from now. On that note, I took my latte to a table and looked up the directions to the Misty Mountain Casino. Their website took me through a series of pages to introduce me to their team. Apparently companies don't merely have employees anymore. I didn't spot either Jorge Gadiz or Chaco Canor among the mid to upper level management. A trip to the site of the other, Sculpted Rock Casino, did net a tidbit. Jorge Gadiz was listed as a management-level security officer, which I discovered on another page is someone who walks the casino floor and watches for cheaters and scammers. Since Eddie was both of those things, it could be a friendship made in heaven if Gadiz was willing to look the other way, or accept a few pennies in return for whatever. I zoomed out on the map and discovered a reminder of something I'd seen earlier. Valley Pawn sat across the street from the big casino. The pawn shop was where I had called to locate Chaco Canor. Suddenly, it seemed both of Eddie's business associates just happened to be in close proximity to each other. How nice and cozy that seemed. I could head north in that direction right now, except my phone chimed at that very moment. I saw Rosalie's name on the screen. "I told you I couldn't sit still," she began. "It's way too quiet to sit around thinking." "Do you need help with the funeral arrangements or anything?" I didn't mean to make it sound like an offer to drop what I was doing, but I really felt for her. "Oh, no, nothing like that. Mother had enough advance warning that she'd said goodbye to all of her friends. She asked for a simple cremation and no memorial service, so there's really nothing to plan. Well-meaning friends have dropped food by for me, but I'm donating most of it to the homeless shelter. One person can only consume so many chicken casseroles and vanilla bundt cakes. I've decided to spend the time going through Mother's finances in preparation for dealing with her estate, and that's what I'm calling about. You're an accountant, right?" "Yes, but one with no experience in estates." "My questions aren't specific to that. I'm running into some anomalies in her investment accounts. I wonder if an experienced person could take a look and tell me what some of these things mean." "Did she have an accountant?" "Yes, but with the end of the year coming up, he's bogged down with his many corporate clients and isn't booking any appointments until after the first of the year. What I'm looking at may be nothing for concern." "No problem. What part of the city are you in?" She told me, and although it was not exactly close, I figured I could get there shortly after noon and still break away to cross the valley again before the afternoon rush started around 3 p.m. What a pain for those who lived here. Plan the entire day around staying out of traffic, or jump right in and join the craziness. I told her to expect me within an hour or so. When I arrived, Rosalie led me into Linda's living room, tastefully done in furnishings that were top-notch 25 years ago. The white sofa, blue armchairs, oriental rugs, and understated silk floral arrangements had been immaculately kept, and were actually much more tasteful than most of the modern trends I'd spotted in recent years. We passed through the dining room, where the table was covered with the contents of some file folders. "These are the brokerage statements for the last year," she told me. "If I'm understanding them correctly, all these transactions seem to be transfers completed online." I took the sheet she handed me and looked it over. "Seems that way. There's some fairly large amounts.
I was seeing several in the 5-figure range, and each of the last 2 months showed a couple of 6-figure transactions.
I know. Mother never said anything about needing that much money from her investments. There were medical bills, of course, but she had excellent health insurance. Her out-of-pocket costs would have been nothing close to this.
I glanced at another sheet from the previous year.
I'm not seeing such large transfers last year.
No, and look at this. She pointed to the notation on one transaction 14 months ago.
Phone authorization and then a bunch of numbers. That would be more Mother style. She would call the brokerage to tell them what she wanted to do. She never quite came to trust online banking. When did the online transactions begin? Maybe once she got sick, it was easier to handle it that way, rather than timing her calls to the office hours of the firm?
Rosalie stared at the pile of statements.
I'd have to go through them all. Can I ask you straight out, do you think this was Eddie's doing? Either he pushed her to modernize her methods or he somehow got into her accounts?
That has definitely crossed my mind, Charlie. I just didn't want to think. She paced to the far end of the room and back. I wanted to think Mother was with it enough not to let herself get scammed. It makes me so sad to see the extent of this.
How computer literate was Eddie? Did he have enough information to set up online access? A person usually has to have quite a bit of background on someone in order to convince any fiduciary institution.
She waved her arm to encompass all the paperwork.
Everything is probably somewhere here in this house. All he would need to do is dig around.
Easy enough to accomplish while Linda was away at her medical appointments or with Rosalie or friends. It would take a lot more time and skill than I could give it, just to dig far enough to learn where Eddie had stashed Linda's money. Then the procedure would be to turn it over to law enforcement and hope to prosecute and recover the funds. Except now Eddie was dead.
Chapter 30.
Rosalie and I sat down with the statements and a calculator and added up the various online transactions, going backward from the present time to the point where they began. There was nearly $500,000 gone, and the account to which the transfers had been made was not one of Linda's.
You'll want to call the brokerage and find out identifying information for the account that received the funds. Maybe they can give you some guidance on the best step forward, as far as protecting or retrieving your mother's money.
She looked completely overwhelmed at the thought.
It doesn't need to be done right away. Notify them in writing of your mother's death. That's a first step. At least no one can impersonate her online or move more money.
She nodded.
I'm having to notify dozens. Every place from the electric company to the banks to her favorite charities who are sending their year-end donation requests. This will just be one more. A glance at my watch told me I hadn't managed to avoid traffic, but I could work that out. Rosalie walked me to the front door. Thank you for your help, Charlie. This whole job is daunting. This is probably a silly question, but have you come across any list of passwords or that type of information maintained by Eddie? To keep track of his own affairs, plus setting up things in Linda's name? It would have been more than he'd want to remember, I'm guessing.
What I really hoped to find, I must admit, was whether he was targeting Dixie in a similar way.
Nothing like that. In fact, the more I think about it, I never knew Eddie to be much into computers and such. He had a smartphone, that was about it. Of course, he could have probably done all sorts of things with that, or by using Mother's computer. She only used it for emails and storing her photos, and the machine is terribly outdated. Add it to your list of things to check. The browser history could tell you a lot.
I had to be careful not to jump right in and volunteer to do it for her.
If you come across a bunch of passwords, let me know if anything doesn't look at all familiar. It's highly possible that Dixie O'Connell is another of his victims, and I'd love to know if Eddie used your mother's computer to set up accounts from which he scammed both women. I said goodbye and headed to the Highlander, which I'd parked in her driveway.
The sun was already dipping low in the west, a fiery orange ball nearing the horizon. I drove a block or so away, just so Rosalie wouldn't think I was lurking, and pulled to the curb to make some calls. Sandy told me not to worry about getting to her place for dinner. With all that was going on, she was deliberately keeping things casual. Next, I checked with Gracie, but there was nothing new to report there. Sophie still had heard nothing from her mother. With that worrying at me, I decided to head out to the Sculpted Rock Casino and see if Jorge Cadiz was on duty. It was possible that Eddie had taken Dixie there, may have introduced the fun-loving woman to Jorge, and perhaps the man could give me some clues. If I got really lucky, maybe I'd find Dixie out there herself, partying it up. I reminded myself not to wish for that, though. If I found her that way, it would mean she really was the bad mother of the year, and poor Sophie didn't have much of a life to look forward to. Neither scenario, Dixie partying or Dixie missing, was a good one. Sculpted Rock, with its brightly lit parking lot and neon trim around the Art Deco-style building, was easy to spot as the evening sky grew darker in contrast. The parking lot was less than a third full. I chalked it up to this being a Tuesday, early in the evening, and prior to a holiday weekend. I walked inside to find that no matter what you'd think from the outside, a casino is a noisy place inside with all the bells, beeps, and electronic chatter from the slot machines. A wave of fatigue hit me, and I realized my breakfast toast had worn off long ago. I should have stopped for something to eat before I got here. My hunger, combined with the frenzied racket all around me, sent me frantically looking for a way to get off the central casino floor. In one corner, I spotted a cluster of signs and walked toward them. There was a dressed-up convenience store, the kind with tiny packets of aspirin for $6, and a variety of touristy items to proclaim that you'd spent time at Sculpted Rock. A second shop's windows showed off high-end clothing in case a woman needed to dress up to stick money into a slot machine. But I smelled food. Benny's Roadhouse looked like a casual cafe, while The Grill seemed like a steakhouse complete with an upscale wine menu. I opted for Benny's. The small place was set up cafeteria style, and it was buzzing with the early crowd, a big portion of whom were casino employees taking their dinner break. I joined the line and studied the menu on the wall, deciding a turkey sandwich would work just fine. By the time I filled my little tray with the sandwich, some chips, and a caffeinated fountain soda, I looked around to find that all the tables were full. A young woman sitting at a two-place high table noticed my predicament and waved me over. It always gets a little crazy here right about this time. I often bring my own lunch and eat in the employee lounge, but today kind of got away from me. Her name badge said S. Tawsey. I laughed as I set my tray down and settled into the seat across from her. Me too. I'm actually working right now, but didn't want to faint right in front of the security manager. Oh, you're here to see Jorge? Looking for a job? Yes to talking with Jorge. No to looking for a job. He's around here somewhere tonight. I saw him around mid-afternoon. I'm Stella, by the way. I understand Jorge was a friend of Eddie Papard, I mentioned as I unwrapped my sandwich. And Eddie was a regular around here? Oh, yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't been by in several days. I delivered the bad news. Stella looked up, her plastic fork dropping into her salad bowl. Oh, my gosh. I hadn't heard. What happened? I switched directions rather than get into trouble with Hernandez for talking about the murder scene. I take it Eddie was the friendly sort, with everyone around here? Oh, life of the party, Eddie. I suppose I had more contact with him than some others. I'm a cashier, and he was at my window a lot in recent weeks, paying down his account, which had run up kind of high. So players are allowed to establish an account here? Some, very few. But Eddie was an old friend of Jorge's from way back. That's my impression anyway. Jorge puts a good word in with the general manager, and his friends pretty much get what they want. Up to a point. I think there's a $25,000 limit on open credit. That was way less than I'd seen on the statements Rosalie showed me, but it could account for some of the casino spending. I decided to press my advantage a little further.
I recently met Eddie's lady friend, Linda. She seemed to be supporting his gambling. Maybe she was giving him the money. Linda? I don't remember a Linda. Sounds older. He was in the casino a lot with a younger woman with a cutish name. Trixie? Dixie? Yeah, that's it. She'd hang around with him at the craps table, but I mainly remember her coming in every time we had a band. There's a big amphitheater out back, part of the casino property. Every time there was a concert, Dixie wanted to come. From Eddie, I kind of got the impression he didn't care much about the music. He'd get, front row seats and park her out there. Then he'd come in and get into a poker game or something for a couple hours. Have you seen her in the last few days? With or without Eddie?
Stella shook her head.
Nope.
She glanced at her phone screen.
I gotta get back to work. Break time's over.
I thanked her for sharing her table.
Sorry I was the bearer of such bad news about Eddie.
She nodded solemnly and drifted away. I watched through the cafe window as she threaded her way between tables and stopped beside a man in a pale gray business suit. I recognized Jorge Gadiz, who looked just like his online employee photo. Whatever she said to him, he reacted with a somber nod. He already knew about Eddie's death. He gave her a pat on the shoulder, and she walked on. I crunched down on a potato chip and thought about the conversation. I'd probably learned just as much from Stella the cashier as I would get out of Gadiz, but it couldn't hurt to speak with him anyway. I knew where to find him now. I finished my little dinner and left the cafe in search of my next interview. Gadiz was nowhere to be seen among the gaming tables, so I trekked through the rows of noisy slot machines. Didn't spot him there either. I walked to the cashier area against the back wall of the large space, thinking I could ask Stella where I might find the manager. From that angle, a glance upward showed me a mezzanine with a cozy bar above the high-end roulette and poker tables. Seated on the bar stools were Jorge Gadiz and a familiar woman. Both sat in profile to me. The bright blonde hair caught my eye. The short dress with thin straps, which showed off her deeply tanned arms and legs, confirmed it. She sat facing Jorge, laughing, clearly flirting. It was Carlene from the dog rescue, Dixie's co-worker. Interesting. She hadn't mentioned gambling, but now the casino seemed to be another connection with Eddie. Seeing Carlene here with Gadiz gave me another possible suspect for my list. I stood at a slot machine, trying to look interested in it, while sneaking peeks up at the mezzanine bar. A Hulk-sized man in a dark business suit approached Gadiz, stooped to say something into his ear. After Gadiz responded, the other man walked away. He stared for a moment down at the casino floor, and I tried my best to look like a happy gambler. I debated going up to the mezzanine and walking right up to Carlene and Gadiz, but what would I say? Both knew Eddie was dead. Neither was likely to admit any involvement in that. I'd already asked Carlene if she knew where Dixie was, and the odds were by this time Gadiz also knew I was looking for her. Stella the cashier had said Dixie had not been around in recent days. Logic told me it was unlikely Dixie would come here, or to any of Eddie's known hangouts, right after his murder. The police always track down the victim's interests and look for connections. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see Hernandez come waltzing in here, questioning all who had known the victim. Discouragement swept over me. It was my 6th day since picking up Sophie, and I felt no closer to delivering her to her mom than at the beginning. I decided it was time to leave the casino, maybe even to leave Phoenix. Unless a good night's sleep changed my outlook, I was ready to give up the hunt for Dixie O'Connell and let the authorities handle Sophie. I pulled my keys from my purse and made for the wide glass exit doors. It was fully dark out now, except for the rosy glow of the city in the background. I'd almost reached the Highlander when a scuff sounded on the asphalt behind me. I whirled, instinctively gripping my keys between my fingers, every hair on my body standing on end. Chapter 31. "Quit asking around about Eddie Popard,"
came a deep voice to my left. It was the Hulk who'd spoken to Gadiz in the bar, not even 10 minutes ago.
A second man, smaller but somehow more deadly-looking, stood to my right, cracking his knuckles. His expression was eerily bland.
I'm not trying.
Dark Suit cut me off.
Just leave it. Things happen for a reason.
The second man spoke, his voice barely above a whisper.
Women alone in the dark sometimes get hurt.
He took a step backward, and the two men blended away into the shadows at the side of the building. I jumped into my SUV and locked the doors. Okay, that did it. I started the engine and beat it the hell out of that parking lot. I was 5 blocks away before my heartbeat slowed enough so I wasn't hearing it pounding in my ears. The longer I drove, the madder I got. I'm not here to ruin their gambling operation, or loan sharking, or whatever was going on with Eddie and his gambling habits, his other women, or anything else. But now I knew. I couldn't walk away from Sophie, not without knowing that her mom was okay, especially now, after the veiled threat about women alone in the dark. I found a well-lit shopping center and pulled in near a huge supermarket that had plenty of people walking in and out. Pulling up the number for Detective Hernandez, I reported everything that had just happened, including names and descriptions. I kind of ignored his question about what I'd been doing at the casino in the first place. He said they were well aware of Edward Papard's gambling and his habit of running up debt, but he didn't share a whole lot beyond that. Nonetheless, I breathed a lot easier after the conversation. There was one other thread I'd intended to follow, and I was still in the part of the city to do it. I pulled out of the supermarket lot and backtracked toward the casino. Chaco Canor. When I'd called Canor's number, the phone was answered with Valley Pawn, and it was too nearby for me to ignore. I drove past it once and had to circle back, realizing belatedly that it was just a small shop in an unimpressive little strip mall, along with a laundromat, a Mexican restaurant, a pack and ship, and a barber shop. At this hour, the only ones open were the laundry and the restaurant. Both were hopping. I parked among the crowd at the laundry, got out, and walked next door past the front window of the pawn shop, pretending to admire the wares beyond the iron bars. The good stuff, such as jewelry, if they had any, must have been locked away in the big safe that was visible by soft night lighting at the back of the shop. What next? I strolled back to the laundry and went inside. 2 women were folding clothes at some big tables, and a man was reading a magazine. No one paid any attention to me as I located a back door and stepped out. The alley behind the long building was asphalt paved and lined with dumpsters, one for each business. At the far end of the building, someone stepped out the back door of the restaurant and tipped a bin into the dumpster, shook it a couple of times, and went back inside. They never even looked in my direction. I scoped out the back door of the pawn shop. It was metal, with a welded piece that prevented someone from inserting a screwdriver or blade to jimmy the door. The oblong, small window was woven with metal wire of some kind. Stickers proclaimed the presence of an alarm system, but they were old and faded, and I didn't see any sign of contact points, cameras, or a panel. Was I willing to chance it, even if I could figure out a way through the heavy door? While I was debating my options, a car pulled into the alley, coming from the far end by the restaurant. I ducked behind the laundry's dumpster, which held the oddly comforting scent of fabric softener sheets, expecting the car to drive on past. It didn't. It stopped exactly where I'd been standing 25 seconds ago. One of the doors opened and someone got out.
"Keep an eye on the back seat,"
said a gruff male voice.
"She's totally out of it,"
a woman whined.
"I want to come in and see the new necklace you were telling me about."
"I'll grab it for you."
The car door slammed. I wanted to take a peek, but the headlights were on and the engine running. Keys jingled and the guy opened a lock, and I heard the tiny electronic beeps of numbers on a keypad. So there was a working alarm system after all. I made myself small in the shadow of the dumpster and waited. I swore an hour passed, but it was more likely around 10 minutes before the pawn shop door opened and closed again. I felt my ankles starting to cramp up. When the car door opened, I heard the same man's voice.
"There. Don't ever say I didn't give nothing to my pretty little Carlene."
The door slammed and I missed out on her reaction to what I assumed was the jewelry she'd mentioned. I was still processing the quick verbal exchange when the car wheeled around the dumpster and passed me. I saw that it was a dark Suburban. I got most of the license plate and began repeating it in my head. Once the vehicle turned out of sight, I grabbed my phone from my purse and dictated the letters and numbers into a note. Only when that information was safely stored did I allow myself to parse the words and sort out the details. He'd clearly used the name Carlene. So, she was in the casino half an hour ago, flirting like crazy with Jorge Gadiz. Was he the owner of the pawn shop? I didn't think so. I unfolded myself from my hiding spot beside the dumpster, wincing at the pain in my feet and hips. Sheesh, am I really getting that old and creaky? As I walked around the end of the laundry building and back to my car, I convinced myself that it wasn't age. I was really dead tired and still at least a half hour from my warm bed at Sandy's house. I headed in that direction, hoping my exhausted state didn't miss a crucial turn or two. "Did you have your radio on in the car?" Sandy asked when I walked in. "No, why?" "They're saying a big winter storm is passing through the northern part of the state. Interstate 40 is closed from Flagstaff to Albuquerque. It's a good thing you didn't try to go home today." I had to agree. But now the question was whether I'd be able to get out tomorrow. And on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, even if I could leave, the holiday traffic would be murder. Sandy seemed curious about my day, but I had to admit I was too flat-out tired to hold my eyes open another minute, much less talk. She took pity and brewed me a cup of bedtime tea to carry into the bedroom with me. I didn't even manage 3 sips of it before I was out. But my sleep was restless, filled with the dozens of conversations from the previous day, all blending into a nonsensical mess. At some point, I realized I didn't know whether we had heard from Amber all day. Some unanswered questions hung at the edge of my consciousness, but I couldn't bring it to mind. I let the darkness of sleep overtake me again. Chapter 32. I woke up refreshed, still torn between staying to help find Dixie O'Connell and my determination to get back to Albuquerque today. Then I remembered they'd closed the interstate last night. I sat up in Sandy's plushy, comfy guest bed and picked up my phone to check the situation. The news coverage sounded dire. Stranded vehicles, dramatic rescues, overflowing motels and truck stops where travelers had fled for shelter. Videos showing footage of snow. Okay, that was last night, Drake would remind me. I needed to know what the future held. Luckily, my piloting experience had taught me how to read a weather map. I bypassed the news channels with their perky meteorologists and went straight to the aviation weather charts. The storm was a fast-moving one, and it had already passed through Arizona and most of New Mexico. The cold front trajectory showed it heading with a vengeance toward Texas and Oklahoma. That was good news. Well, from my perspective. The sky was clear now, and there wasn't another storm moving into my horizon for several more days. The highway department reports told the rest of the story. Plows were out, doing their best to clear the major highways, but with many vehicles stuck and a couple of sideways semi-trucks, it would be slow going. Drivers were advised not to travel except in emergency situations. My mood plummeted. Wasn't getting home before the turkey was gone considered an emergency? Adapt, Charlie. It ain't over till it's over. And there was still a mystery to solve. I washed my face and brushed my teeth and put on a pair of fresh jeans and one of my new sweaters before joining Sandy in the kitchen. "It's still early," she said. "Did you get enough sleep?" I hadn't even noticed the time on my phone. The digital clock on her microwave told me it was 6:24, and a glance toward the window showed it was still dark outside. I guess I did. I woke up feeling perky and ready to hit the road. Except it looks like that's not going to happen because of the weather. Maybe later in the day. I accepted the mug of coffee she handed me. Well, the bank is open until 3 o'clock today, so I'm on my regular schedule. I'm glad you're up. I wanted to tell you about my call with Amber yesterday. She bustled around the kitchen, making toast and breaking eggs into a bowl as she talked. Oh, good. I was wondering if she found anything useful for us.
It was interesting, let's just say. Penn and Rosalie were in on the call, and Amber was able to somehow get access to Linda's computer remotely. I still don't have a clue how that works, but I guess it does. I added a little cream to my coffee and encouraged her to go on. She found the various money transfers out of Linda's account and said she had enough data to start tracing where it went. Personally, I'm expecting it to be straight to Edward Papard, but if she can get his account numbers, she says there's a chance she can transfer it back out, whatever remains. She handed me a plate of scrambled eggs covered in shredded cheese and salsa and a slice of toast. We took seats at the counter. I wouldn't hold out hope to recover much. I talked with a cashier at Eddie's favorite casino last night. She didn't give figures, but said he'd paid down his debts significantly in the last few weeks. The eggs were delicious, and I made a good dent in my breakfast before I remembered something else. I visited that pawn shop, the one where they answered the number I was given for Eddie's buddy Chaco. The place was closed, but someone came along. I got a license number. Do you think Amber can trace that for me? Ask her. It's only 3 p.m. where she is. You have her number, right? I could see that Sandy was feeling a little pressured to finish getting ready for work, so I assured her I would follow through with Amber and the other heist ladies, and I would clean up the kitchen. Once she was out the door, I helped myself to another cup of coffee and placed the video call to Amber. She looked a little bleary this morning, her dusky cocoa skin a bit pasty and her wild curls sticking out at angles. She noticed that I'd noticed. "I'm getting a late start today," she said with a wan smile. "Pulled an all-nighter digging for the information on Linda Ratcliffe's accounts." "Oh gosh, I don't think the ladies realized what time it must have been for you in Europe." "It's fine. I'm the original night owl. So you're still at Sandy's house?" "I am. She left for work, but she told me about last night's call, that you'd done a great job tracking Linda's money." "Well, I hope so. I was able to get specifics on the money that moved out, but finding where it is now, that's another thing. It appears to have gone to some kind of shell corporation offshore. From there, I'm still working on that." I'm surprised. I got the impression that Eddie wasn't all that computer literate. I pictured him more as a cash-in-hand kind of guy. "Oh, this isn't Eddie we're talking about. It's his son, Alex." "Whoa." "Yeah. He's 21 years old, and I'd say he's among the best in the hacking world. I'm actually a little in awe of his skills. He'd completely taken over Linda's computer, and with her passwords, which Eddie probably supplied, he managed her finances right into the Papard family pockets." "No kidding." "I found at least 3 layers of shell corporations where he sent money zipping through a variety of servers in other countries." "Is he doing this from abroad somewhere?" "Nope. Right there in the Phoenix area." I remembered the Scottsdale condo. "I'll stick with this until I catch up with him." "I know nothing about him personally, but his father hung out with some rough types. Alex's meanness may go beyond what he can do with a computer, so watch yourself." That reminds me, I have an Arizona vehicle plate number. Can you trace that and find out who owns it? In a dark alley last night, I only noticed it was large and dark. Probably a black Suburban. I'm on it. Might take me an hour or 2. That's fine. Just text me the info when you get it. I'm going to follow up some other threads here today. She gave a big grin. I like that you said when, not if. Hey, you've demonstrated to me how sharp you are. If one of your threads is to track down Alex Papard or Blanchard or whatever name he uses there, just be careful. He's sharp, and I think he's onto the fact that I've tracked his banking moves. Seriously? He may not know it's me, but he knows someone's looking. I found tracking cookies where there should be none. I erased them and switched servers, but yeah, I'm dead serious. Chapter 33. Before the call with Amber even ended, I began thinking about Dixie. Was Eddie pulling this same thing with her? Draining away the money left to her to raise Sophie? I needed more information so I could put Amber on that trail. I called Gracie. "Oh yeah, our household is all awake. My kids have a half day at school today, but it'll be nothing serious. A bunch of the parents have pulled their kids out so they can travel."
Up north doesn't look great for a road trip. No, and the airports throughout the Midwest are all in a tangle.
Something clattered in the background.
Sophie and I are here, peeling the boiled potatoes, hoping she'll hear from her mother.
So there's been nothing from Dixie?
Nada.
Can I talk to Sophie? I just got off the phone with Amber, and I thought of a lead we might have her follow.
She handed over the phone, and I asked Sophie how she was doing. Received a meh sort of noise in response. I actually felt for her. None of this was going the way she'd expected either, and now she was getting ready to spend a holiday with a family she'd barely met.
Sophie, I've got Amber checking some financial things about Eddie. Do you know if your mom gave him access to any of her banking or her investments?
No way.
You're sure?
Pretty sure. She told me Dad worked hard for the money he left, and if she invested right, we'd have enough. She was, really protective.
That's good. So she didn't leave bank statements lying around the house or anything?
She didn't get that many, not that I ever saw.
So she did her finances online?
Right. I think so.
She didn't share her passwords, did she? I guess what I'm getting at is whether Eddie could have got hold of the information so he could get into her accounts.
For the first time, there was a pause.
I don't think so. I'm not sure. There was a little notebook in her dresser drawer where she wrote important things.
From being absolutely certain her mother's investments were secure to sounding completely unsure. Now she had me feeling shaky about this.
Sophie, one more thing. Think carefully. Can you remember the names of her banks or investment companies?
Oh, sure. The stockbroker place was called SR&O Investments. I remember that because we thought it was a lucky thing. Those were my dad's initials. The bank, that's Desert Trust. The lady who worked there used to give me candy when I was little.
Thanks, Sophie. This is helpful.
Shall I keep trying my mom's phone? The battery's probably dead by now.
Hey, we always stay hopeful, right? Maybe she's found a way to charge it back up.
Right. Oh, here's Gracie again. Just one quick thing. Two things. I heard Sophie mention Desert Trust. That's Sandy's bank. So if you need account information, she can probably get it. Secondly, we are cooking a massive amount of food here, and we'd love to have you with us for Thanksgiving tomorrow. You know, if you haven't left by then. Sandy's coming and said she'd invite you, but I wanted to do it personally, too.
I thanked her for the invite, although I still hoped to manage a way home. It was nice to know anyway that I had good people to spend time with if that's how it worked out. How would this have gone if I'd not met the heist ladies? After the dumpy motel in Holbrook with Sophie in my care and the bad scene at Dixie's house, I could have ended up having a gloomy holiday. I put all that aside and texted Amber the names of the bank and brokerage Sophie had shared. Then I called my dear husband to get an update.
Yeah, the cold front was fierce. Lots of wind, he said. But you know Albuquerque. We got less than 2 inches of snow here. Looks like most of the storm energy was spent before it got to us.
What are you hearing about the road conditions?
Mostly what's on the news. But our fuel truck came through early this morning. According to Joe out at the airport, the driver said the southern route is no problem at all. He came from Tucson, then north on I-25. Ran into rain and wind, no snow or ice.
That was good to know.
Still, I needed to play it by ear. Was it worth dashing out of here and driving the extra hours on the longer route just to eat turkey at home instead of at Gracie's? Then I glanced out Sandy's living room window. The Highlander sat in the driveway, a reminder that the southern route wasn't going to work for me. I had to return the SUV and pick up Ron's Mustang. That meant driving I-40. Text me an update if you hear anything new. Meanwhile, I'm deep into figuring out how to get this girl and her mother back together.
He laughed.
That's my Charlie, right in the thick of things.
He was right. Why couldn't I get Sophie more involved in this? I called her again.
Remember I mentioned that Eddie had a son named Alex? He's around 20, 21. When you're finished helping Gracie with the dinner plans, Could you prowl around whatever social sites a guy his age is likely to be on? See if you can find a picture to send me? I'm supposed to go looking for this guy, and I have no idea what he looks like. Plus, I'd love to see if he's bragging about what he's up to. Yeah, okay, I can do that. We're looking for any kind of clues about where your mom might be. So really watch for anything that mentions her, or his dad. See if he's talking about losing his father or anything like that. Remember, he goes by Alex or Alexander, and the last name could be Papard or Blanchard. I get it. I'll look.
And there she was again, snippy Sophie. I guess I completely over-explained the mission.
I stared out the window for several minutes, pondering my next move.
When I heard my phone ping with a text, I dashed back to the kitchen to take a look. It was from Amber.
Vehicle plate you gave is registered to Valley Pawn. VP owned by Chaco Canor. Reputation of the biz is that they make shady loans. Hope this helps.
It did help. I'd felt fairly certain Canor owned Valley Pawn, but my guess that he was a loan shark seemed backed up now. Looked like we had a pretty good idea where Linda's money went. I thought of the tiny pawn shop in the unimpressive little business center. It hardly represented an image of an international money laundering operation. More like goons who paid visits in dark alleys and demanded pay up or else from the clients. So how did Alex's moving Linda's money through offshore accounts relate to Eddie's debt, presumably, with this Canor dude? I needed to see if I could catch up with Alex today, and I'd need to do it in a way that bypassed the doorman in that fancy building or the supposed housekeeper who served as gatekeepers. I paced back and forth a little, debating strategy. My phone vibrated in my hand, startling me. The text this time was from Sophie.
Alex Blanchard has accounts on TikTok, Insta, and Snap. Doesn't use his own photo. Avatar attached.
I stretched the tiny image larger to see details. It was basically a cartoon image depicting a hip young man with a charming smile and a swoop of honey blonde hair across his forehead. I wondered whether it even resembled the real guy. People generally created these to look somewhat like themselves. They were actually apps that would take your own photo and make up an image for you. But for a person operating outside the law, nothing would prevent him from making his social media avatar an exact opposite. I thanked Sophie and decided to head out. Time was slipping by and I was no closer to locating Dixie than I'd been yesterday. I'd promised Rosalie I would find out what I could about Alex Papard, a.k.a. Blanchard, and I knew Amber would share the info she'd gathered through Penn and Sandy. Knowing about his dirty tricks, I'd begun to wonder if the Eddie and Alex team had been targeting Dixie in a similar way, and it seemed the best way to get a feel for what was going on would be to confront Alex directly. Amber could track the money. I needed to track the people. I retraced my route to Scottsdale and found the upscale condos again without any problem. A different doorman and female concierge were on duty this morning. She must have been newer at the job, because she didn't give me the haughty look or bother to phone upstairs. I signed a register in an unreadable scrawl, and the name of the resident I was visiting. She glanced at the book and pointed me toward an elevator where the door slid open on its own.
It's programmed to take you to the 5th floor, she said.
How she? The ride took all of 4 seconds, so I had little time to plan my intro. I decided to go with the truth, to offer condolences about his father and inform Alex of Linda's death. The man who met me at the door appeared even younger than I'd imagined. I knew he was maybe a tad over 21, although you could put a backpack on him and he could walk around a high school campus easily. A deep voice was the only contradiction to the young kid image. At the moment, he was dressed as a billionaire mogul, wearing a black t-shirt, black jeans, black running shoes. With the tousled blonde hair, blue eyes, and ready smile, his avatar wasn't actually that far off. He led me into a living room that some designer must have created for him. Everything but the couch was stark white. That piece was pure black. He didn't exactly offer me a seat, but I took one anyway.
So how can I help you, officer?
You thought I was a cop? Okay, I could go with that for now.
We're looking into the death of Linda Ratcliffe and some allegations made by her daughter. His pretend casual attitude tensed a little.
My stepmother died from cancer. What's to investigate? I thought you and Hernandez were trying to figure out who killed my dad.
There was a lot to unpack here. Wait, stepmother?
Yes, Linda Ratcliffe. She and my dad were together nearly 5 years.
Right, but they were never married. I'll let that slide, for now. Hernandez is looking into your father's murder. I'm doing some follow-up.
I told him everything I know about that.
Right. What can you tell me about Dixie O'Connell? She was your dad's latest girlfriend, right? He'd been living in her house?
I don't think so. Staying over, maybe. They partied. She was crazy about him, but it wasn't going anywhere serious.
Have you heard anything from Dixie in the past week or so? Any idea where she is?
A one-shoulder shrug.